Synopsis. This story is about cultivation and survival. It has no female lead. The hero is decisive and ruthless. He is single-minded in his cultivation. Zhou Ming moves into the body of a failed scholar. He gets a dungeon system. This system lets him scan the real world. It turns real-world places into dungeons. He can explore them deeply. He tests his limits, slay dungeon monsters, and obtain rewards. The secret realm of heritage. The one that thousands of people try hard to cross. He can enter just by scanning a QR code at the door. Please do not contact me in real life. Let us talk inside the dungeon. Opportunities abound, and crises remain untouched. Based on reality, using dungeons as a bridge, he steps into the world of cultivation. He goes from a failed scholar to a renowned figure across the three realms, from a humble cultivator to someone revered by everyone under the sky. Chapter 1. Dungeon. Brothel Demonis. So, I moved into another body. Zhou Ming touched his cheek. In the bronze mirror in front of him, he saw a blurry face. It was a face that felt both known and unknown. To be exact, it is living a new life. Right, Zhou Ming remembered. He was fishing by a river at the foot of a mountain. Then there was a heavy rain. It caused a landslide, and he died right away. Later, for some reason, he moved into a new body. He became the son of the Zhou family in the eastern commandery of the Qi state. His name was still Zhou Ming. Maybe because of his past life. Zhou Ming was smart and quick from a young age. By age 3, he knew 100 characters. By age 5, he could read the Book of Songs. The Zhou family saw him as their future hope. They hired a great teacher to school him, with the Zhou family's help. By age 10, his name was known all over the region. Now at 16 years old, he came to the capital city to take the big tests for government jobs. But he did not pass. Since he was a child, everyone in his family spoiled him. So he grew up proud and sure of himself. He was very confident when he took the tests. Then he failed. It was a big shock. He lost all hope, and he tried to end his life. In truth, he was already dead. But at the last moment, the Zhou Ming from his past life, who had been hiding inside this body, fought back with anger. He took over the body. And so he lived. Since I am living a new life, then this body is my body. Zhou Ming sat on the bed in the inn. His feelings slowly calmed down. He said, but for me, a normal person, my soul was able to move to another world after I died and live a new life. I think there must be something strange going on. Cheat. If you will not come out now, when will you? Ding. The host's mind has woken up. The instant system is starting. A dreamy light with 7 colors suddenly appeared. Then a lot of information flowed into Zhou Ming's mind. There really is one. Slow down. Do not rush. That is too much. Crash. The door was suddenly pushed open. A servant boy shouted with worry. Young master. Are you okay? I am fine. In that short time, Zhou Ming had already taken in all the information from the light. He stood up and said, You came just in time. Let us go out and walk around. Oh, young master. You are okay now. What could be wrong with me? The servant boy Zhou Tu wanted to speak, but stopped. For many days after failing the tests, Zhou Ming had been very sad. Even yesterday, he was like a dead body walking. He did not think that after just one night, he would be all better. But getting better was a good thing. The busiest part of the Qi state capital city was Vermilion Bird Street. Shops lined both sides of the street. People moved like threads in a cloth, and carriages made loud noises. This place will not work. This place will not work either. Zhou Ming walked along the street, but his mind was elsewhere. He only thought about his cheat. The instance system, as the name says, is a system that gives him places to enter, where he can fight monsters and get rewards. But according to the information the system just sent, the places in this system must come from the real world. They cannot be made up from nothing. After walking half of Vermilion Bird Street, Zhou Ming still had not found a place he could record. Then suddenly, a richly decorated building appeared before his eyes. It was much fancier than the shops around it, and it was at least 2 stories taller. Oddly, there were only a few people at the entrance of the building. Just as Zhou Ming was about to walk over, he felt a pull from behind. It was the servant boy Zhou Tu holding tightly to his clothes. What are you doing? Young master. It is still bright outside. How can you go to this place of dust and smoke? Place of dust and smoke. Zhou Ming's eyes lit up. He quickly knew what kind of place this building was. No wonder it was empty. They did business at night. So of course no one was there during the day. As a person from modern times, Zhou Ming was quite interested in this kind of old tradition. But, feeling the small looks from people around him, Zhou Ming could not help but pull in his neck. Going to a brothel in the daytime was really too easy to see. If that is the case, I will come back tonight. The lanterns were lit. Outside the Lanxiang courtyard, Zhou Ming wore a green robe and held a folding fan. He walked in slowly. Night was the best time for this building's business. People at the entrance moved like threads in a cloth. There were many more people than during the day. The big tests had just ended, so there were many students in the capital city, and most of the people who came here were also students. Zhou Ming fit in perfectly. No one noticed him. But just as he stepped into the Lanxiang courtyard, a voice he had been waiting for all day suddenly spoke. Instance material found. Scanning now. Skin done. Instance made. Instance. Brothel enchantress. Rank. 1 to 4. Monsters. Human fiend. Human skin charm. Lustful ghost. Joyful union demoness. Magnolia fragrance. Drops. Divine power pill. Essence and spirit pill. Fireball talisman. Dual cultivation in harmony scripture. Reward for first clear. Medium grade water spiritual root. Cold shadow art. Water cloud sword. Young master. Why do you not come in? A young woman in thin clothes leaned close. Her skin was white like snow. Her scent was sweet. Her smile was like a flower blooming. It made people lose themselves. I forgot to bring money. Zhou Ming looked like he had seen a ghost. His face turned white. He turned around and ran away from the Lanxiang courtyard. He bumped into several students. Seeing his face, one person said, "Brother Zhou, why are you here too? Hello? Goodbye. Have fun." Zhou Ming held his hands together and left as if running for his life. The people left behind stared at each other. What is wrong with Brother Zhou? Shoo. I heard that Zhou Ming could not handle failing the tests. And he went crazy. Is that so? I have long heard his good name as the best talent of the East Commandery. I did not think his mind would be so weak. One fail, and he goes crazy. What best talent of the East Commandery? It is just the Zhou family building up his name. I was also in the East Commandery and saw him when we were young. He is only famous in name. Zhou Ming returned to the inn. His feelings finally calmed down a little. That was close. I almost walked into a wolf den. No, a ghost den. But after calming down, a rush of excitement rose in his heart. Human skin charms, lustful ghosts, and a spiritual root as a reward for first clear. This is really a world of cultivation. Cultivation, riding swords on the wind, living forever. Something that was only a dream in his past life could really come true in this life. The excitement in Zhou Ming's heart was hard to stop for a long time. After thinking a bit, he took out ink, brushes, and books from his study box, and he began to copy scriptures. After copying about 10 pages, the excitement in his heart finally went away completely. He then put down the paper and brush, sat on the bed, let out a long breath, and thought. System. Start. Entering instance. Brothel enchantress. Yes. No. Warning. You only have one chance each day to enter the instance. You cannot save chances for later. It refreshes at midnight the next day after you use it. Enter. His sight blurred, and Zhou Ming appeared again at the entrance of the Lanxiang courtyard. But this time, the Lanxiang courtyard was not on Vermilion Bird Street. It was a lone building, with darkness all around. The whole building was filled with bad black energy. At the entrance stood 2 big men holding steel swords. Their eyes glowed red. Seeing Zhou Ming, one big man roared, "Where did this boy come from? How dare you cause trouble at my Lanxiang courtyard? You want to die? Right away." He jumped forward. His big body was as fast as a wild rabbit. In one jump, he was right in front of Zhou Ming. He swung the steel sword in his hand, and Zhou Ming was not ready. The strike cut off his head. He was dead. Chapter 2. Dungeon. Bandits in the forest. This is not right. Is it? In the inn, Zhou Ming touched his neck. His face showed he did not know what to say. He was killed in one hit. But before that, he still saw the red words floating above the big man's head. Human fiend. A small monster at the gate. Is this strong? No, this is surely not right. But thinking about it carefully, this human fiend works for that enchanting demoness in the brothel. Even if he has not started on the path of cultivation, he is probably a product of it. So it makes sense that he is stronger than normal people. So how should I fight? Cultivate. But I have no connections. And looking at the reward for first clear, cultivation in this world probably also needs spiritual roots. I do not know if I have one. Oh, right. If there are cultivators in this world, then will there also be things like martial arts? Zhou Ming thought back. His past self was seen as the future hope of the Zhou family. They hired a great scholar to teach him. He had strict schooling from a young age. And apart from studying, he rarely came into contact with other things. But he often saw the family guards working hard on martial arts. He just did not know if that was only for keeping fit, or if there really were martial arts like in the martial arts stories from his past life. Oh, right. Zhou too should know. Zhou Ming quickly called for his servant boy to ask. Martial arts? Yes. Almost all of our Zhou family guards know martial arts. Young master, why are you suddenly interested in martial arts? Tell me, are there levels in martial arts? Zhou too said. I heard the family guards talking. They said the way of martial arts has 3 levels. External training, inner cultivation, and true qi. External training is only third-rate in the martial world, but they can still fight 10 people. Inner cultivation is already second-rate. They have internal energy. With a wave of their hand, they can harm organs inside the body. Our Zhou family's instructor Sun and instructor Wang are both inner cultivation martial artists. If someone trains internal energy into true qi, they become first-rate in the martial world. With a burst of true qi from their hand, they can kill enemies from far away. Even without true qi, they have 1,000 pounds of strength and can leap 3 zhang. Zhou Ming's face changed a little. Leap 3 zhang. Did that human fiend in the instance not have that power? Oh no. A small monster guarding the gate in this instance is actually a first-rate martial artist in the real martial world. Zhou too, tell me, if I want to learn martial arts, what should I do? Oh, young master, you want to learn martial arts? That will not do. Master said, do not talk about those things. Just answer the question truly. Oh, Zhou too thought for a moment and said, the way of martial arts needs hard study and tough practice. A master shows you the door, but growing is up to you. Still, the most important thing is the training method. Normal martial arts schools often make students work hard for 3 years before they might teach 1 or 2 moves. If, young master, you want to learn martial arts, it is best to ask our family's instructors. But master probably will not agree. Zhou Ming did not care about any of that. He said right away, all right, we will go home tomorrow. Oh, but did young master not say you had a meeting with the young masters from the other families? I am not waiting for them. Knowing that an enchanting demoness was hiding in the capital city, Zhou Ming did not want to stay long anyway. What is more, to fight monsters for rewards, and even clear instances, he had to start by learning martial arts. Since that was the case, why stay in the capital city, instead of rushing home to find someone to teach him martial arts? But Zhou too was also right. Before, Zhou Ming and several other test takers from good families in Eastern Commandery had agreed to see the sights in the capital city for half a month, then go home. Now that he wanted to leave early, he had to tell them. So he wrote letters one by one and had them sent. Zhou too, is it not too dangerous for just the 2 of us to go back like this? Young master, you have the Jiren title. When you travel to the capital city for the big tests, you can take post carriages both ways. What danger could there be? You only know one side, not the other. When going to the capital city for the tests, you do get those good things. But if you fail and go back home, those good things are gone. Let us hire some guards. Knowing that this world had cultivators, demonesses, and martial artists, Zhou Ming felt very unsafe. With his strong pushing, Zhou too had no choice but to spend money. He hired escorts from the capital city's Weiyuan escort agency to guard the 2 of them on their way back to Eastern Commandery. As Zhou Ming said, Jiren who traveled to the capital city for the tests were watched over by the royal court and could use the royal post carriages for free. But if they failed the tests, the royal court would not help them on the way home. This was also why Zhou Ming had agreed to go home with the other Jiren from Eastern Commandery. Having lost the help of the royal court, Zhou Ming's carriage was, not surprisingly, but also surprisingly, targeted. Halfway through the trip, as they passed through a forest, the road ahead was blocked by a big tree, and suddenly 7 or 8 bandits with weapons jumped out of the woods. This mountain is mine. This tree I planted. If you want to pass. Where did these small thieves come from? Escort Master Zhang of the Weiyuan Escort Agency gave a cold snort. He pulled out his sword, and with one strike, killed the leader on the other side. Seeing this, the others ran away at once. What weak fighters! You dare to rob people! Escort Master Zhang gave another cold snort, then came to the carriage, held his hands together, and said, Young Master Zhou, you are not scared. No. Thanks to Escort Master Zhang. Not at all. Not at all. You paid the silver. So you are our customer. It is our job. Escort Master Zhang was in a very good mood. Not only because Zhou Ming paid a lot, enough to hire him, an inner cultivation martial artist, for a trip on the main road that seemed safe. More importantly, he was also from Eastern Commandery. This escort job, with good pay and little trouble, and a chance to go home, was truly a rare good task. Zhou Ming was also very happy, because just now, the system had scanned and recorded another instance. Bandits in the forest. Rank, level 0. Monsters, bandit, bandit leader. Drops, fine steel broadsword. 5 tigers severing gate blade technique. 1 tail of silver. 10 tails of silver. Reward for first clear. Bone strengthening pill. Fierce wind saber technique. Scorpion poison needle. When I went to the Weiyuan Escort Agency before, there were many experts in the agency, but they did not form an instance. Yet these few bandits blocking the road formed an instance. A big part of forming an instance is not fighting power, but rather danger. Zhou Ming guessed in his mind. But right now, with only these 2 instances, there were too few cases to study well. Still, he felt this guess was probably close to the truth. That demoness in the brothel, she probably trained in a taking method, which was of course very dangerous. As for the bandits met on the road, there was no need to say more. At midnight, the instance refreshed. Zhou Ming held a steel sword he had bought, and thought, System, start. Please confirm the instance you wish to enter. Bandits in the forest. In a flash, the scene before him turned to daytime, and Zhou Ming went back to the forest where he had met the bandits before. Only this time, there was no carriage, no escorts, only him. He was still holding a sword in his hand. Yes, things on my body can be brought in with me, Zhou Ming thought. Not far in front of him, a big tree blocked the path, and 7 or 8 bandits had mean looks. You had a path to heaven but did not take it. You had no door to hell but came anyway. Men, kill him, the man with the tag bandit leader shouted, and the bandits around him all ran forward at once. Zhou Ming locked onto the bandit on the far left. He also ran toward him and swung his sword, but that bandit moved quickly and dodged, then swung his own sword and hit Zhou Ming's shoulder. But at this moment, Zhou Ming, who had already been killed in one hit 3 times by the human fiend, showed no fear. Instead, he looked fierce and swung his sword back at the other's neck. It was a good steel sword, very sharp. With one strike, he killed him right away. Just then, the other bandits also ran over. 5 or 6 steel swords came down at once. Zhou Ming's sight went dark. He died. Chapter 3. Great Confucian Liemo. The Zhou family of East Commandery. Your current adventure dropped 1 tael of silver. It has been put into your storage space on its own. You can take it out at any time. Note, items that you take out cannot be put back into storage. I used 1 life, and all I got was 1 tael of silver. But if there are drops, then there is hope. Zhou Ming took out the 1 tael of silver. It was a tiny piece of broken silver, smaller than a fingernail, but his eyes were full of joy. Because this silver coin proved one thing. The dungeon system really let him kill monsters and get rewards. The list of drops on the dungeon page were all good things he could get in the future. He thought, a bandit actually had 1 tael of silver on him. Are bandits that rich? Or maybe the bandit did not have it, and the system made it appear. With many thoughts in his head, Zhou Ming finally fell into a deep sleep inside the carriage. The Qi state has 12 commanderies. Eastern Commandery is the one in the east. It used to belong to the Dongyi people. 50 years ago, it became part of the Qi state. Then people from the Qi state moved there to live. So, Eastern Commandery does not have old rich families that lasted many years. The Zhou family, who settled there over 40 years ago, is already one of the top families. But even if they were strong in Eastern Commandery, in the whole Qi state, they were only a small family. They had no friends in the royal court. That is why the Zhou family wanted so badly to raise someone to pass the big tests and become a government officer. The carriage entered the East Commandery city. They said goodbye to the Weiyuan escort agency people. Then the carriage slowly went to the Zhou family home and entered through the side door. Young master, we are home. Yes, we are home. Zhou Ming's eyes darkened a little. He knew he was about to face a storm. In the past few days, besides going into dungeons again and again, he had also been digging through the old owner's memories. The Zhou family had some power, and inside the family, there were fights for money and position. Zhou Chongping had 3 younger brothers. 2 of them did not like that he was the family head. Zhou Ming had an older brother and a younger brother. Both always looked at him with cold eyes, because their father spent too much money and time on him. But these were small problems. The big problem was Zhou Ming's teacher, Great Confucian Liemo. This man was one of the first people who went to Eastern Commandery after it was taken, to set up schools and teach. After many years, his students were not everywhere under the sky, but there were many of them in Eastern Commandery. Back then, he still acted like a good and honest man. But as he grew older, he became more and more greedy for fame and money. The reason he took Zhou Ming as a student was because Zhou Chongping gave him 10,000 taels of silver every year. Of course, Zhou Chongping was not stupid. His real goal was to use Limeau's friends to help the Zhou family grow bigger. Zhou Ming becoming his student was just a good reason to give Liemo money. But this man grew more and more greedy. Over 10 years, the yearly fee went up to 30,000 taels, and he often took gifts on festivals and birthdays. Now, the Zhou family had to pay him at least 40,000 taels every year. But the Zhou family did not get much back, because besides being greedy for money, this man was also greedy for a good name. He always wanted people to think well of him. So he stopped the Zhou family from doing things that might make him look bad. The family's growth was much slower than hoped. At the same time, to show off his teaching skill, he often praised Zhou Ming loudly in front of others. The good name, top scholar of East Commandery, was mostly made big by him. But was his teaching really that good? Not really. This man's way of teaching was only about being strict. He was very hard on his students. If they did not work their hardest, he would scold them badly. He was also good at playing with their minds. He often talked about how much he had done for them, to make them feel guilty. The old owner, the one who killed himself after failing the tests, owed much of his sadness to this Great Confucian. Thinking of this, a sharp light flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes. I am not the old owner. He grew up being pressed down since he was small. If that man tries the same tricks on me. He got off the carriage. Before he had taken a few steps, the family's butler came up to greet him. Second young master. The master wants you in the main hall. Yes. Zhou Ming nodded, then followed the butler to the main hall. The middle-aged man sitting in the main seat was Zhou Chongping, and on both sides, second uncle, fourth uncle, eldest brother, and even second mother and third brother were all there. You are back. Zhou Chongping held his teacup and asked softly, how were the tests? I failed. You still know you failed. Zhou Chongping smashed the teacup on the floor. Pieces flew everywhere. Everyone in the Zhou family saved money to help you study. And you failed. Are you not ashamed of what the family did for you? Useless. His angry shout shook dust from the beams. The servants walking near the main hall all heard it. Second uncle, Zhou Chongxing, quickly spoke. Eldest brother, calm down. It is only one test. If it fails, our Zhou family can save money for another 3 years and send him to take it again. Eldest brother Zhou Guang also laughed. Yes, father. Second brother is still young anyway. He can take it again in 3 years, or 6 years, or 9 years. With his skill, he will pass one day. Their words seemed kind, but they had sharp knives. Third brother Zhou Wen ran to Zhou Chongping's knee. Father, do not be angry. It will hurt you. Second brother failed. That is fine. You still have me. I will pass the big test in the future. Second mother quickly said. 1. Do not speak nonsense. Your second brother is the top scholar of East Commandery. He just failed this time. It is not like he will never pass. Zhou Ming's face was calm. He let all these words pass by like wind, because he knew what these people said did not matter. Father, where is Master Li? You still dare to speak of him. When he heard you failed the tests, he was so angry. He wrote a letter and quit. Quit. Zhou Ming felt happy inside. Good. That saves me from dealing with that greedy old man. But this meant he had to change his plan. He looked at Zhou Chongping. He saw anger on his face, but calmness in his eyes. And he understood. So he said lightly, "Huh." He quit just like that. It seems 40,000 taels a year is still not enough for him. Father, why not double it? Give him 80,000 taels. And see if he... Silence. Zhou Chongping roared like a lion. He cut off Zhou Ming's words. You failed the tests. You have no shame. And you still insult masterly. Grounded. I am grounding you for 3 months. He stood up right away, threw his sleeve, and left. The people in the hall. Joy flashed in their eyes. Then they stood up to scold Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming paid them no mind. He turned and walked straight to his own yard. He had his own small yard, clean and pretty. 2 trees grew in the yard. One was a jujube tree. The other was not a jujube tree. It was a pear tree. He stepped into the yard. Before he could sit and rest, a woman came. 2 servant girls walked beside her. Mother, why did you come? My son is back. How could I not come? No, I should have come to see you first. Hee. If I want to see my son, do I need to wait for the right time? The one who came was Zhou Ming's real mother, the first lady of the Zhou family. She was his true mother. She did not speak of the tests at all. She only asked about his time in the capital city. But after talking, Lady Zhou felt better, because she saw that Zhou Ming was truly not sad about failing. Your father grounds you for your own good. Do not blame him. Zhou Ming nodded. Mother, I understand. That old man Liemo is never full. His quitting is just an excuse. He wants to bargain with father. Father is angry. But for the Zhou family to grow, he still needs Liemo's friends. But I really do not want to study under that old man anymore. He has taught so many students. Has even one become a high officer in the capital city. His skill is just SOSO. He is not worth 40,000 taels every year. Little Zhou Ming. You. Lady Zhou was truly surprised. She did not think Zhou Ming would say such a thing. And see so clearly the minds of Liemo and Zhou Chongping. Mother, it is not that I did not understand before. I just did not want to say it. Good. My son has grown up. Lady Zhou was full of peace and joy. After he walked Lady Zhou out of the yard, Zhou Ming sighed. As a man from modern times, he knew well, if you gain something, you must also give something. He had enjoyed the rich life the Zhou family gave him, so he had to give back to the Zhou family. Zhou Ming becoming a student was the price the Zhou family paid to use Liemo's friends, and the one who paid that price was Zhou Ming himself. If it was just 1 or 2 hours of study each day, Zhou Ming might have taken it. But Liemo's teaching was all about being hard. The homework he gave every day took Zhou Ming 3 or 4 hours to finish. Now that he failed the test, Liemo would surely push harder and make him study 5 or 6 hours a day. How could Zhou Ming have that much free time? How could studying and taking tests compare to cultivating the way of immortals? So, he had to stand against it, and stand hard. Chapter 4. Practicing Martial Arts. Dungeons are ready to be farmed. The Zhou family has 5 instructors. All of them are inner cultivation martial artists, but 3 of them work outside the home. Each one watches over a piece of Zhou family land. Only 2 stay inside the Zhou home all year. They keep the family manners safe, and they teach martial arts to the guards. These are Instructor Sun and Instructor Wang, the ones Zhou Tu talked about before. The day after Zhou Ming came home, he asked the 2 men to come to his yard and said to them, I want to learn martial arts. To make my body strong, I asked both instructors to teach me. Oh, the 2 instructors were surprised. What? You cannot teach. We can. Instructor Sun said quickly. We work for the Zhou family. It is our job to teach the guards. So of course we can teach. But, second young master, if you want to practice martial arts, will the master agree? Father will not say no. Both of you just teach me. Or do you think, because I failed the big test, I have no place in this family anymore? We would not dare. With words like that, what else could the 2 instructors say? They could only begin to teach. The way of martial arts starts with external training. Standing stances are the base. With hard work, a person makes their body and strength grow. If they want to fight, they must also learn moves. To get better at standing stances, 3 parts depend on training. 7 parts depend on eating. Big fish and rich meat are only the start. Rare and costly medicine is the real key. If one is willing to spend money, even a person with normal skill can reach the top of external training in 3 years. Second young master, I will show you the Hunyuan post. It is a top-level stance. It trains and feeds the whole body. and it locks strength in. After training in stances, use 8 treasures decoction to feed qi and blood, and to bring back power. This medicine soup is sold at the Zhou family pharmacy. We can buy it at cost. 3 taels of silver for 1 dose. Both instructors. If I want to grow my fighting power fast, in a short time, what martial arts should I learn? The 2 men looked at each other. Instructor's son said, if that is what you want, then you can work hard on footwork, to dodge enemy hits. Stay alive, and you will still have fighting power. If second young master starts with footwork, then next, learn leg moves, and add sword moves on top. After 1 year of hard training, 3 to 5 strong men will not be able to touch you. Zhou Ming frowned. Is there any way that is faster? This. Then we can only use dirty tricks, like flying sand, quicklime, and such. As instructor Sun said this, Instructor Wang beside him nudged him. So he changed his words and said, or use tools, find a good weapon, or carry a shield, a heart-protecting mirror. Zhou Ming nodded many times. He agreed with this. The 2 instructors still had their daily work. They could not stay with Zhou Ming forever. After teaching for 1 hour, the 2 men said goodbye and left. Outside the yard gate, they looked at each other, and both sighed. It seems the second young master is only interested for a short time. He does not truly love martial arts. He just started standing stances, and already wants to practice moves. And he said he wants to grow his fighting power fast. Oh, no matter what, we must tell the master about this. Yes, let us go together. The 2 men turned and went to tell Zhou Chongping. But at that time, Zhou Chongping was dealing with the trouble from Li Mo quitting. When he heard this, he just waved his hand and said, do not worry about him. Yes. That day, Zhou Ming worked hard on standing stances. Twice a day, morning and night. With 2 doses of 8 treasures decoction, he felt his whole body burn with heat. But he was just starting. His body could not take too much, so he could not train more. Otherwise, Zhou Ming would drink 8 treasures decoction like it was food. At the same time, he had Zhou Tu get quicklime, simple wooden shields, and other things. At midnight, he went into the instance again. There is a path to heaven, but you do not take it. There is no gate to hell, yet you rush in. Men, kill him. With the bandit leader's shout, many bandits ran at him again. Zhou Ming locked on to the bandit on the far left and ran at him. That bandit swung his sword. Zhou Ming raised the shield on his left arm, blocked the hit, then swung with his right hand and killed the bandit. The other bandits ran over. Zhou Ming dropped the shield right away, grabbed a handful of quicklime, and threw it at the crowd. The bandit's sight was lost in the white dust. Zhou Ming swung his sword again, but only cut 1 man. He swung 2 more times and killed him. But by then, the other bandits had shaken off the quicklime. It was Zhou Ming's first time throwing quicklime. He was not good at it, so no one was hit in the eyes. Seeing this, Zhou Ming turned and ran into the forest. Stay alive, and you still have fighting power. Using the trees, Zhou Ming ran back and forth, and with more quicklime, he killed another man. But the forest in the instance was not big, and after 2 throws, he had used up all his quicklime. Soon, the bandits closed in around him and cut him down. Your adventure this time dropped 1 tael of silver and a fine steel sword. They have been put into your storage. You can take them out at any time. The night was black. Zhou Ming sat at his desk, holding a brush, writing down his thoughts. The way I throw quicklime is too poor. If I could throw it right into the bandits' eyes, it would blind them for good. As for weapons, longer is stronger. All the bandits use long swords. Maybe I can try a long spear. There are sword marks on the shield. All the quicklime is gone. That means things I use in the instance are used up. This time I killed 3 men, but only 2 drops came. The drop rate in the instance is still not clear. After writing, he read it many times, remembered all these lessons, then held the paper over a candle and burned it all. The next day, long spears are good, but when moving in the forest, a weapon that is too long gets in the way, so one must also carry a sword. The 3rd day, I killed 4 small monsters. Then the boss came out. This bandit leader is a 3rd-rate martial artist. The 4th day, the boss knows sword moves, and he also knows hidden weapons. What a skilled man. I thought he was just some nobody by the road, seeing how escort master Zhang beat him so easily. The 20th day, counting from the day I came home, I have entered the instance 20 times. I have killed monsters 91 times. not counting the boss. I killed up to 5 bandits in one run. 22 items dropped in total. But I found that the first time a monster is killed, that monster always drops something. So after the very first bandit, there were only 4 first kills that gave drops. The other 18 drops are the real ones. Overall, the drop rate is about 20 in 100. Among the 22 drops, besides silver and steel swords, there was also a scorpion poison needle. This means the first clear reward can also drop from normal kills, but the chance is smaller. Today, a 5 Tigers Severing Gate blade technique dropped. It is a skill book. I do not know what it does yet. Zhou Ming burned that day's notes, then closed his eyes. Unlike other drops, skill books cannot be taken out into the real world. They can only be claimed in the mind. When Zhou Ming thought this, he seemed to see a book floating in his head. On it were written the words, 5 Tigers Severing Gate blade technique. Use. At his command, the book broke apart, turning into countless pieces of knowledge that rushed into his mind. Zhou Ming opened his eyes, picked up the steel sword beside him, and swung down. A simple move, yet it carried the fierce power of a tiger coming down the mountain. This was the first move of the 5 Tigers Severing Gate blade technique. With just one skill book, I learned it right away. Even if it is only the start, this kind of magic is truly beyond imagining. Zhou Ming's eyes seemed to glow. Compared to those physical drops, this kind of knowledge feels even more precious. Chapter 5. External Training Initiation. Disciplining the Brat. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since Zhou Ming came back to the Zhou family. Congratulations, second young master. After 1 month of hard work, you have officially started external training. Instructor Sun said this with surprise, and also a little envy. The surprise was because he did not think Zhou Ming would really keep going for a full month. And looking at his speed, it seemed he trained twice a day and never missed a session. The envy was because he knew Zhou Ming's fast progress was mostly because of the endless supply of 8 treasures decoction. In the external training realm, 3 parts depend on training. 7 parts depend on eating. Eating well is even more important than training well. Instructor Sun, what kind of skill would you say my training speed shows? Instructor Sun, please speak true. If we take away the 8 treasures decoction, second young master's martial arts skill is only a little better than normal. I would call it above the middle. Yes, Zhou Ming nodded. He was not too worried about this. But Instructor Sun did not think the same. He quickly went on. But if young master trains hard, in 3 years, you will surely step into the inner cultivation realm. And now that young master has started external training, your body is stronger. You can now take 3 training sessions a day. And you can also begin to learn moves. Yes, please teach me. Instructor Sun, it is my job. After Instructor Sun nodded, he began to teach. The best footwork in the Zhou family is the 9 Palaces movement technique. It has 2 parts, external training and inner cultivation. If young master breaks into the inner cultivation realm later, you can still use it. As for leg moves, the Zhou family does not have many. Only one external training move, the Mandarin Duck continuous leg. The Hunyuan post is a stance skill. It makes the whole body stronger. Leg moves make the legs stronger, and stronger legs make footwork better. But thinking of the thick forest in the bandit dungeon, Zhou Ming asked again, Instructor Sun, is there a martial art just for jumping, to help with climbing rocks or trees? There is a leaping technique. But, young master, biting off more than you can chew is not good. You already do 3 stance skills a day, and learning 3 more moves is already very busy. If you add another one, I fear there will not be enough time. Then I will not learn sword moves. I will learn the leaping technique. All right, then I will now teach young master the leaping technique. Just then, Zhou Tu walked into the yard, carrying 2 bags of quicklime. Seeing Zhou Ming hard at work learning martial arts, he put down the quicklime and shyly began to leave. Zhou Tu, wait a moment. Young master. Zhou Ming stood up and asked, what happened to your leg? Zhou Tu quickly lowered his head. Nothing. I just fell down. Oh, so you have gotten bold. You dare to lie to your young master. Tell me true. Young master, please do not be angry. The truth is, I got into a fight with Zhao 3. But young master, do not worry. I did not lose. He snuck up on me and hit my leg. Zhao 3. Zhou Ming knew this person. He was the servant of his 3rd brother. Zhou Wen. Why would you fight him for no good reason? Zhou Tu said with some anger. He was saying bad things about young master behind your back. Saying you were just a good for nothing, who wasted so much of the family's money. And other worse words. I cannot even say them. He, a mere servant, dares to speak ill of his young master. And you just happened to hear it. Zhou Ming found it funny. If that Zhao 3 was not pushed by someone, no matter how bold he was, he would not dare to speak such words. The saying, trouble comes from the mouth, is something servants learn when they are young. Third brother. A child is just a child, always playing small tricks. Zhou Tu, call a few guards, and bring this Zhao 3 to me. Yes. Seeing this, instructor's son quickly held his hands together. Young master, I have work to do. I will leave now. Yes. Soon. A boy of 14 or 15 was brought in. His face was full of fear. Seeing him like this, Zhou Ming was even more sure that his third brother, Zhou Wen, was behind this. Say, second young master, you called for me. Yes. Give me your hand. Oh, give me your hand. Zhao 3 shakily held out one hand. Zhou Ming took out a 10-tael silver ingot, placed it in his hand, and said, hold it tight. Zhao 3's face lit up with joy. Thank you, third young master, for the gift. Zhou Ming laughed softly, then turned to the 2 guards beside him and said, this servant is very bold. He dares to steal my young master's silver. Deal with him by family law. Break both his legs. Oh, third young master, I am wronged. Zhao 3 was so scared he fell to his knees. Do it. Yes. He was just a servant. Even if he was the third young master's servant, he could not stand against Zhou Ming's order. The 2 guards acted at once. The family guards were all martial artists. They did not even need weapons. With just their fists, they beat Zhao 3 until he cried out for his father and mother. Soon his nose was broken. His head was swollen. Stop. Zhou Ming asked. I see you want to make things right, so I will give you a chance. Tell me, why is third brother targeting me? Oh, not speaking. I will speak. I will speak right now. The truth is, third young master heard second mother say that the master was going to invite great Confucian Li back to be your teacher, and he was angry. So he ordered this lowly one too. Zhou Ming frowned. He did not think that Zhou Chongping still wanted to invite Li Mo back. Could it be that Lady Zhou did not tell him what she heard? Or did he know, but simply did not care? Of course, to be true, inviting Li Mo back was good for the Zhou family. After all, over 10 years, the Zhou family grew. Not as fast as they first hoped, but they did grow. And this growth came from Li Mo's name and friends. But this would take Zhou Ming's time. Between family good and personal good, Zhou Ming paused for only a breath, then chose himself. And, looking far ahead, Zhou Ming training hard in martial arts and growing strong fast would be even better for the Zhou family. Here is 10 taels of silver. It is your reward. You may go. Yes. Thank you, young master, for the reward. Zhao 3 took the silver. A smile came to his face, but it pulled at his wounds. So he did not know if he should laugh or not. Soon, his third brother, Zhou Wen, heard about this. But Zhou Wen was several years younger than Zhou Ming and had been spoiled since he was small. He did not dare to face Zhou Ming directly, so he chose the way he knew best, complaining. So, soon, second mother came with Zhou Wen. Second son, I heard you. Second mother, you came at just the right time. Zhou Ming cut her off. Before, I went to the capital city for the big tests, and after I came back, I was grounded, so I forgot to ask, did third brother pass the xianxia test this year? Second mother's voice caught in her throat. It seems he did not pass. Zhou Ming shook his head and said to Zhou Wen, third brother, you really must try harder. When I was your age, I had already passed the Jiren test, let alone xianxia. Oh well, that is right. Third brother's teacher is also a well-known teacher. But compared to Master Li, who taught me, he still lacks some skill in teaching. Second mother's face darkened. Anger rose in her eyes. Second son, what do you mean? For years, her heart was never at peace. The family spent tens of thousands of taels every year to have Li Mo teach Zhou Ming. But for her son, they hired only an old xianxia. Yes, he was also a well-known teacher. But compared to the great Confucian Li Mo, the gap was not small. Of course, she also knew Zhou Ming was just the name on the paper. The money was really to buy Li Mo's friends. But what she could not stand was, since Liu Mo was already hired, what harm was there in teaching one more? Could Zhou Wen not learn beside him? Now Zhou Ming had failed the big tests and made Liu Mo so angry he quit. And yet Zhou Chongping was ready to spend even more. To bring him back? Second mother was burning with anger. Zhou Ming smiled. I did not mean that. Here, I have a summary of Master Li's teaching plan. Second mother can look at it. It is all true, if even one word is false. May I, Zhou Ming, die right here? Oh. Second mother was shocked. Second mother. Third brother and I are not born of the same mother. But we are still brothers. Seeing that he is already 13 by true age, 14 by count, soon to be 15 or 20, and still has not passed the Xianxia test. I see it and worry in my heart. This teaching plan is my true wish. As an older brother, second mother took the plan, looked at it with doubt, frowned. Second son, this plan, second mother, this is how I learned back then. Think about it. Is anything wrong? This. Yes, nothing is wrong. Second mother's eyes moved back and forth. Zhou Wen. He was scared. He knew better than anyone what kind of life Zhou Ming had lived these past years. It was truly hell. He quickly grabbed second mother's hand. Mother, let us go? I do not want to be here. Zhou Ming also said. Second mother, no matter how poor we are, we must not skimp on learning. Do you know? Students in the capital city often study until the third watch every night. A sharp sword comes from sharpening. This child must be taught well, never spoiled. Look, he is already 13, still a Tong Sheng. If this goes on, how many years will it take to get the Jiren title and go to the capital city for the big tests? Second mother, this is all for the child's future. Chapter 6. Mechanical Flying Needle. First clear successful. The second madam walked with firm steps. She was pulling Zhou Wen tightly by the hand, but Zhou Wen had already lost all his strength. He looked alive, but inside, he had been dead for a while. And soon, what happened in the small yard spread. After all, Zhao 3 was beaten that badly. Everyone could see it. Zhao 3 did not dare to tell the truth. But even if he said nothing, that did not stop others from guessing wildly. I heard it was the second young master who did it. Oh, why would the second young master hit Zhao 3? Heh, he just does not like the third young master. He could not hit his own brother, so he could only hit a servant to let out his anger. What? The second young master is not that kind of person, is he? Humph. These rich people. Which one of them sees us poor folk as people? The second young master, in the past, never even looked at us servants properly. Bang. Zhou Chongping slammed the table in anger. This rebellious son, what does he think he is doing? As the head of the Zhou family, he had looked into the truth as soon as these rumors spread. The one who started these rumors was Zhou Ming himself. Is he unhappy with his good name? Does he want to ruin himself on purpose? That old Liu Mo, he is greedy for money, and even greedier for fame. If this gets out, even if Liu Mo does not refuse to come back, he will surely raise the price. A flicker of joy passed through Uncle Zhou Chongqing's eyes. He said, Big brother, if you ask me, a twisted melon is not sweet. Since the child does not want this, let it go. And Liu Mo's hunger grows every year. Tens of thousands of silver taels each year. If we put that money into our own family business, we could still grow. Zhou Chongping glanced at him, gave a cold snort, and said nothing. He was still unwilling. He wanted to stop this from spreading. But this news had already reached Zhou Chongqing's ears. How could he do nothing? With his push, the matter quickly spread out of the Zhou family manor, and it grew wild. And little by little, it turned into Zhou Ming failed the big tests. His temper changed. He became cruel, and he loved to hit people to let out his anger. He had only hit Zhao 3 once, but the rumors said he beat servants every day, and even killed several of them. Under this wave of gossip, Liu Mo acted fast. He kicked Zhou Ming out of his school, and right away, he moved into the Wu family, another rich family in East Commandery City. He became the teacher of their fourth young master, Wu Zizhong. Hee. How fun, young master. Everyone outside is speaking bad of you like this. Why are you still smiling? Of course, Zhou Ming was happy. Now, there was no way Liu Mo could be invited back, and another person was about to step into hell. He was even happier. 2. Did you bring the things I asked you to get? I brought them. Zhou Tu handed a strange little tool to Zhou Ming. Young master, what is this? I will tell you later. Zhou Ming went back to his room, closed the door, and took out a pile of small pieces from a drawer. If someone who knew machines saw this, they would know right away. These small pieces were parts of a device. Zhou Ming quickly put them together into a small tool and tied it to his wrist. Then he took out a thin needle, loaded it in, pulled the trigger, and the thin needle shot out. Zhou Ming shook his head. The material is not strong enough. It only works well within one step. Never mind. In his past life, he had watched many videos of building machines, but most of them he only glanced at. Remembering even one was hard enough. He could not ask for too much. He practiced in the room, and by near midnight, he was very good with this tool. Then he took out a thin needle with a blue shine and loaded it in. Instance. Start. Inside the forest, 6 bodies lay on the ground. Zhou Ming was fighting the 7th bandit. He now had the strength of a beginner in external training, and his 5 tigers severing gate blade technique was wide and sharp. In 5 or 6 strikes, he killed the bandit. At the same time, he heard steps behind him. It was the bandit leader coming fast. Zhou Ming stepped back without a word, put some space between them, then waved his hand, and threw a cloud of quicklime. The bandit leader was ready. He dodged it easily, and waved his sword like a fan, to blow the dust away. But Zhou Ming used this moment to move closer, then aimed the tool at the bandit leader's chest, and fired. The bandit leader cried out in pain. He pulled the thin needle from his chest, looked at it. His eyes went wide with shock. He yelled, "Scorpion poison needle. How do you have a scorpion poison needle?" Zhou Ming saw his eyes wide open, and threw another handful of quicklime. After many days of training, Zhou Ming's quicklime throw was quite good. This time, it hit the bandit leader right in the eyes. He covered his face, and screamed again and again. In shock and rage, he swung his steel sword wildly, like a fierce wind. After throwing the quicklime, Zhou Ming turned and ran back. "You dirty rat. If you have guts, fight me face to face. What kind of hero uses such low tricks? Fool. You are already hit with a scorpion poison needle. I just need to wait for the poison to work. Why would I fight you? Huh. I do not know where you got that needle, but you clearly do not know what it does. It hurts badly, and then it numbs the body, but it does not kill. Is that so?" Zhou Ming ran back to the road, picked up his spear, then came back, and drove the spear straight into the bandit leader's heart. This time, the bandit leader's heart was pierced. Dead. A dreamlike light with many colors fell from the sky and wrapped around Zhou Ming. The next moment, he was back in his own room. Who? Zhou Ming let out a long breath. From a normal person to his current strength in external training, from having to risk his life to kill one bandit, to now using his mind to kill them all. It took him over a month, but he had finally cleared this first instance. He picked up paper and brush and began to write down what he learned. From how the bandit leader looked so surprised when he saw the scorpion poison needle. It shows that the monsters in the instance are not just empty shells. They have minds of their own. After the first clear, I got many drops, but no points or levels. It seems this system does not make you stronger just by earning points. To grow, one must train on their own. Instances only give materials and some skills. The goal of the first clear is done. Next, maybe I can try some other ideas. He burned the paper in his hand. Then Zhou Ming began to take his rewards. Bone strengthening pill. A very good pill to take during external training. Instructor Sun said. This pill costs 50 silver taels in the capital city. In Eastern Commandery, it often costs 3 times that. Because no power in Eastern Commandery has the recipe for the bone strengthening pill, and no one here knows how to make it. They can only buy it from other places. One for the first clear, and one also dropped when I first killed the bandit leader. But how could a bandit leader, who is only in external training, have such a costly pill? Could it be, as I thought before, that these pills are made by the instance system itself? Fierce Wind Saber Technique. 36 moves in total. When the sword moves, it is fast and wild like a fierce wind. And the way this sword technique uses power is very clever. As long as the moves do not stop, the power keeps building, until the body can take no more. Chapter 7. Lesser Accomplishment of External Training. 2 new instances. After the first clear, Zhou Ming's dungeon runs had moved to a new stage. Every time he entered the dungeon, he was no longer only there to kill monsters. He also wanted to learn how the dungeon worked. Interesting. The monsters inside the dungeon are just like real people. They have feelings. They have thoughts. And they even remember where they came from. It turns out these bandits are from the Wind Sand Stockade. The Wind Sand Stockade was started by two true Qi realm martial artists. They did serious crimes, and the royal court wanted them caught. They took in many evil people, and they are a big threat to Dongping Commandery. Yet the stockade has stood for over 10 years, and no one has torn it down. No wonder the bandits are so bold. They dare to rob people even on the big road. The fierce wind saber technique was taught to the bandit leader by the great stockade master. After the bandit leader did a great deed. But the bone-strengthening pill is more interesting. The bandit leader stole it from a trade group during a robbery. He was meant to hand it over, but he ate it in secret. Something he ate 2 or 3 years ago could still be dropped as loot. As for the scorpion poison needle, he got 9 of them from a dancing girl he killed some years ago. He kept 5 for himself and gave the other 4 to his men. The key is, his 5 needles were left at the stockade. He did not carry them on him. This means anything he still owns can also be dropped. This time, I made a simple time tool in my room. I tried to wait and train inside the dungeon, but the system kicked me out after 1 hour, and the training I did inside did not help me at all, so I can only get better at my moves. But I cannot grow stronger. After I came out, only 1 minute had passed outside. It is still a small cheat for training, even if it is only 1 hour a day. As a boss, the bandit leader's drop rate is as high as 50 in 100. The most common drop is the scorpion poison needle, then the bone strengthening pill, and last, the fierce wind saber technique skill book. But only 1 item drops each time. That is too little. Using the same skill book again makes the skill stronger. My 5 tigers severing gate blade technique is already at major achievement. The fierce wind saber technique is close to minor achievement. Too bad this boss does not have footwork. Every night, he worked hard to clear the dungeon. During the day, Zhou Ming also trained without rest. Instructor Sun, with my skill, how long do you think it will take me to reach lesser accomplishment of external training? Young master, the external training stage depends only on hard work and time. Normally, if training and food stay the same, the time needed for the next small level is often 3 times the time for the last small level. I reached external training in 1 month. So to reach minor achievement, I need 3 months, then 9 months for major achievement of external training, and 27 months for the peak of external training. In truth, yes, but if you work hard, this time will surely be shorter. 3 months. Zhou Ming said this to himself. But 2 months later, Zhou Ming's muscles and bones moved through his whole body. He stood in the Hunyuan post. His body looked twisted like a knot, but it was very steady. From what the books say, I should have already reached lesser accomplishment of external training. That is 1 whole month faster than I thought. And besides my hard work, this is mostly because of the bone strengthening pill. This pill works wonders. If I could have 1 every day? No. 7 parts depend on eating. 3 parts depend on training. Just eating without training is no good. Reaching lesser accomplishment of external training was not a big surprise. But the important thing now was, the 3 months of being grounded were finally over. Zhou Ming could at last leave this small yard. In these 3 months, Zhou Ming ate and drank as he pleased. He trained when he should, and he ran dungeons when he should, but being grounded still hurt him. The biggest hurt was, he could not go out and look for other dungeons. The bandit dungeon gave good rewards, but since he cleared it, this dungeon was becoming less and less useful to Zhou Ming. The bandit leader was only at external training. He needed a higher level dungeon, inner cultivation, or true Qi. By moving up step by step, Zhou Ming could challenge the brothel enchantress dungeon, and then step onto the path of immortality. Speaking of which, are there cultivators hiding in East Commandery City? Probably not. Eastern Commandery has only grown for 50 years. It is far less rich than the capital city. Thinking of this, Zhou Ming changed his clothes, ready to go out. But Zhou Tu took out a thick invitation card. Young master, the Wu family's 4th young master is holding a poetry meet at the moon-gazing tower. He invites you to come. The Wu family's 4th young master. Is that the poor fellow, Wu Zizhong? Zhou Ming took the invitation and looked at it. He is quite on time. My grounding ends today, and he sends the invite right away. He truly is. In a hurry. In these 2 months, Zhou Ming had also asked Zhou Tu to find out news from outside. Wu Zizhong was only a little known for his writing before, but after he took Li Mo as his teacher, his name flew high. In 2 months, he held 5 poetry meets, and good poems came out every time. For a time, the whole city sang his praise. I wonder if this is what he wanted, or if Li Mo is pushing him from behind. Zhou Ming knew Li Mo valued fame, and the best way to show a teacher's name is through a great student. It was just that the old owner was good at writing policy papers, but not good at writing poems. So Li Mo often had to find people to praise him. Policy papers were long and full of old teachings. Normal people could not understand them, so they did not spread as fast as poems. And this Wu Zizhong seemed to be good at writing poems, so he kept holding poetry meets to gain fame. As for why he was in such a rush to invite Zhou Ming, it was to step on the name of Zhou Ming, the top scholar of East Commandery, to lift himself higher. I would have to be sick to join such a dull event. Say no to him. Yes. He put the matter aside. Zhou Ming got into the carriage and left the Zhou family home. East Commandery City was far less busy than the capital, but it was still a commandery seat. It truly had the feel of an old great city. For something to be scanned and become a dungeon, first, it must have strong people. Second, from what I guessed before, it must also hold danger. If that was so, Zhou Ming first went to places where martial artists stayed, and where there might be danger. To look around, he checked 2 or 3 places, then came to a gambling house. As he stepped through the gambling house gate, a voice spoke. Dungeon material found. Scanning now. Skin done. Dungeon made. Dungeon. Certain lost casino. Rank. Rank 0. Monsters. Casino thug. Dice horse. Garrison instructor shun. Drops. Ironwood club. Iron dice. Money dart. Dart techniques. 9 palaces movement technique. 1 word quick sword. 1 silver tails. 10 silver tails. Reward for first clear. Jade essence grass. Cloud flow internal cultivation. Jade belt soft sword. Zhou Ming paused, then calmly turned around, walked out the gate, and went back to his carriage. 2. Whose property is this gambling house? Zhou Tu thought for a moment and said, Young master, this seems to be the 4th master's place. 4th uncle. Zhou Ming nodded. No wonder the drops in this dungeon included the 9 palaces movement technique and the cloud flow internal cultivation. The 9 palaces movement technique needs no telling, but the cloud flow internal cultivation is one of the Zhou family's treasured inner training books. Only those who have served the Zhou family for over 10 years and reached the inner cultivation level can be given this training, and they must sign a paper promising never to teach it outside. So the boss of this dungeon, Instructor Shun, should be one of the 3 instructors the Zhou family sent out to watch over their lands. But if the other rule for making a dungeon, from what I guessed before, is danger, then that means this Instructor Shun, or maybe my 4th uncle. Hehe. The last generation of the Zhou family had 4 sons. The oldest was Zhou Chongping, now the family head. He runs the whole Zhou family. The 2nd son, Zhou Chongxing, now runs the trade side. He helps the family head. The 3rd son, Zhou Chongming, took the officer's path. He was once the chief clerk of the commandery. He wrote documents. A quiet job with little power. Later, using Li Mo's friends, he made ties with Li Mo's best student, who is now a commandant. Only then did he slowly rise to head the household office, keeping records of families, sacrifices, and farms, because their paths were different, and because he still needed the Zhou family's help. The 3rd son, Zhou Chongming, always stood with Zhou Chongping. And last, the 4th son, Zhou Chonglong. As the youngest son, he was spoiled by his elders when young. Because of this, he failed in both study and martial arts. He only reached inner cultivation by using family wealth. Zhou Chongping saw he had only this much skill, so he gave him dirty work to do, like running gray trades, such as gambling houses. The carriage moved through the commandery city. Zhou Ming got out now and then. He went into different shops and eating houses and tested them. If no dungeon was made, he went in and bought something small. But if one was made, Zhou Ming turned and left at once. Sadly, so far, only the gambling house dungeon had been made. As he passed a large home, Zhou Ming saw 2 strong men at the gate. They wore steel swords at their sides and watched all around with sharp eyes. Their eyes held a wish to kill. It was not the fake kind of fierce look, but a true wish to kill. showing they did not care about human life. The two men also saw Zhou Ming's carriage. Their eyes swept over at once. At that moment, a voice spoke. Dungeon material found. Scanning now. Skin done. Dungeon made. Dungeon. Flying Eagle Conspiracy. Rank. Rank 0 to 1. Monsters. Flying Eagle Gang Member. Flying Eagle Elite. Flying Eagle Hall Master. Flying Eagle Gang Leader. Dongi Envoy. Drops. Eagle Claw Hand. Flying Eagle Steps. Yuan Qi Internal Cultivation Technique. 100 Refinement Saber. Azure Steel Sword. Bone Strengthening Pill. Tiger Strength Pill. Reward for First Clear. Heavenly One Qi Art. Soul Bewitching Bell. Clear Spirit Jade. Chapter 8. The Dongi Envoy. First Dungeon Attempt. Under the sharp eyes of the two strong men, the carriage did not stop at all. It slowly passed the gate, then quickly moved far away. Inside the carriage, I did not even step into that place. So why did it still make a dungeon? Could it be? Zhou Ming thought of the two very watchful strong men at the gate of the big house. Warning range. I should write this down. From the dungeon info. That big house just now should be where the Flying Eagle Gang stays. But for the Flying Eagle Gang to have a Dongi envoy inside, could it be that this gang has secretly joined the Dongi tribe? The Dongi tribe lost to the Qi state 50 years ago. They gave up Eastern Commandery, but they were never fully beaten. 50 years later, they have long since healed their strength, and once again become a big danger on the border of the Qi state. 2. Do you know what place that big house was? Zhou Tu shook his head. Young master, I do not know either. Then have you heard of the Flying Eagle Gang? Yes, I have heard of them. The Flying Eagle Gang is one of the 3 gangs and 4 families of East Commandery City. They say the founders are 3 brothers from the same village. All of them are second-rate martial artists in the inner cultivation realm. That is how they carved out a place in East Commandery City. 3 brothers. Inner cultivation martial artists. But the dungeon info said the highest rank inside was rank 1. That means there is a first-rate martial artist in the true Qi realm inside this dungeon. Could it be that Dongi envoy? If that is true, then it is not the Flying Eagle Gang working with the Dongi, but the Dongi tribe controlling the Flying Eagle Gang, and the Soul Bewitching Bell, and the Clear Spirit Jade, in the first clear drop rewards. They sound strange. After that, the carriage kept moving around the city, but many places in the city could not be entered. So besides the 2 dungeons he already found, no other dungeons were made. After he went back to his small yard, Zhou Ming suddenly asked, 2. Do you want to learn martial arts? Oh, Zhou Tu was shocked. Then joy spread across his face. Young master, can I? Of course you can, and I will help you. Thank you, young master. Tu has no way to pay you back, but I will serve you with all my heart for the rest of my life. Zhou Tu fell to his knees with a thud. All right, stand up. Yes. The reason Zhou Ming wanted to teach Zhou Tu was simple. As his own strength grew, if Zhou Tu stayed a normal person, it would be hard for him to do the tasks Zhou Ming needed. For example, if Zhou Ming needed a spear that weighed many pounds, he could not have 2 or 3 men carry it into the yard. How would that look? Also, he often sent Zhou Tu out to buy things. Carrying big sums of silver was very dangerous. After seeing East Commandery City today, Zhou Ming knew this place was not very safe. Gangs worked in the open. Gambling houses stood with doors wide. In a place like this, it was very possible that Zhou Tu could be robbed and killed every time he went out. Over the past 3 months, Zhou Ming had seen that this servant boy was loyal and smart, so teaching him a little would not hurt. At night, Zhou Ming looked at the gambling house dungeon, but in the end, he chose to enter the bandit dungeon. With his current strength, going into the bandit dungeon meant he would surely clear it. But if he went into the gambling house dungeon, he could not be sure. This would affect the drops. So for now, staying with the bandit dungeon was better. So for the next month, Zhou Ming kept running the bandit dungeon. Forest. The bandit leader looked like a madman. He swung his steel sword wildly. The blade light flew toward him like a fierce wind. Zhou Ming kept his eyes cold. He moved his feet and stepped back out of the enemy's reach. His eyes were sharp. He quickly saw a weak spot in the bandit leader's sword moves. His long sword shot out, pierced the weak spot, and broke the fierce wind of blade light. Then, he swung his sword sideways and cut off the bandit leader's right hand in one stroke. The bandit leader's face went white. But he could not dodge Zhou Ming's next strike, and fell dead. The boss was dead, but one small monster still stood. He looked terrified. He did not dare fight Zhou Ming, and bowed again and again. "Great hero, spare my life. Great hero, spare my life." Zhou Ming tore off a rope he carried, tied up the small monster, threw him to the side, and began to train. 9 Palaces movement technique. Mandarin duck continuous leg. Leaping technique. But Zhou Ming did not train the 5 tigers severing gate blade technique, or the fierce wind saber technique, because he could get those from the dungeon. In a flash, more than half an hour passed. Zhou Ming picked up his long sword, killed the tied-up bandit with one strike, cleared the dungeon, and went back to his study. Your current adventure dropped 10 taels of silver, 5 tigers severing gate blade technique, and bone strengthening pill. They have been put into your storage. You can take them out at any time. Zhou Ming used the 5 tigers severing gate blade technique skill book at once, and streams of knowledge flowed into his mind. Then, another voice spoke. Skill: 5 tigers severing gate blade technique has reached max rank. Drops of this item have stopped, and the drop rate of other items has gone up. The 5 tigers severing gate blade technique is already at max rank. Zhou Ming's heart jumped. He picked up his steel sword and began to swing it in the room. The sword moves were wide and sweeping, and fierce without equal. As he swung, a faint sound cut the air, like the low growl of a tiger. It really is at max rank. I did not think it would come so fast. Too bad the drop rate for the fierce wind saber technique is low. It is still not at major achievement. Even though the fierce wind saber technique is stronger than the 5 tigers severing gate blade technique. Both are external training moves. Now that the 5 tigers severing gate blade technique is at max rank, its power is already greater than the fierce wind saber technique at minor achievement. With this kind of sword skill, I might already be a threat to inner cultivation martial artists. Should I try the gambling house dungeon? Yes, it is time to try. The next day, Zhou Ming got everything ready. Instance. Start. Target. Certain lost casino. His sight blurred, and Zhou Ming was inside the gambling house. There were no guests in the gambling house, only dozens of casino thugs. Zhou Ming's eyes swept across the room, and streams of information flowed into his mind. This was the knowledge he had gathered over the past month. The whole gambling house had 3 floors, about 30 thugs in total. 30 of them were on the first floor. 5 of them were external training fighters. The second floor had only 14 people, but 4 of them were external training fighters, and also Dice Horse, who was good at throwing darts as hidden weapons, and Instructor Shun, who watched over the whole gambling house. The third floor was not open to guests. It was the private space of fourth uncle, Zhou Changlong, second young master. Since you are here, you will not leave today? An external training thug held an ironwood club. His face was cruel. He walked forward. The other thugs around him moved in too. These monsters know who I am. Zhou Ming had tested this before. He knew the monsters in the dungeon had minds of their own, and they kept all their memories. But seeing this still made him wonder. You know I am the Zhou family's second young master, and you still dare to attack me. You are very bold. Second young master. At a time like this, stop talking. Doing this. Are you worthy of the silver you take every month? Hee. We take fourth master's silver. We eat fourth master's food. It has nothing to do with your Zhou family. Good. Zhou Ming thought to himself. He knew his fourth uncle had big wants, but he did not think he had turned these casino thugs into his own private soldiers. Seeing everyone move close, Zhou Ming did not waste more words. He raised his hand. A cloud of white dust flew into the crowd. It was quicklime. With his fine skill, for men were hid in the eyes, and all the others could not see for a moment. Fierce wind saber technique. Zhou Ming pulled his sword. The blade light was like wind. It flew at the crowd at great speed, and cut down 2 men in one breath. Then, his long sword danced like a storm. He cut through the crowd of thugs. In the time of 10 strikes, he had killed 4 more. Second young master. We cannot let you kill any more. A white figure jumped down from the second floor. In a few steps, he rushed into the crowd, pulled his sword, and blocked Zhou Ming's long blade. This man wore a white robe. His clothes were neat. Even his beard was clean and cut. He looked less like a fighter, and more like a scholar. It was Instructor Shun, the keeper of this gambling house. Blast it! Zhou Ming cursed in his heart. This boss has no honor. Why did he come so fast? But he swung his steel sword at once, and the blade gave a low tiger's growl. Instructor Shun raised his sword to block. His face changed a little. 5 tigers, severing gate, blade technique. At perfection realm. I did not think the second young master was only good at study, but his skill in martial arts is also strong. To train a sword skill to perfection in just 3 months. Too bad it is only the 5 tigers, severing gate blade technique. The long sword in his hand turned into a flash of light. It slipped past Zhou Ming's blade and cut across his neck. A line of red appeared. Zhou Ming touched his neck in shock, then fell to the floor, dead. Chapter 9. The top scholar of the new imperial examination encounters Wu Zizhong on the street. That instructor Shun has surely hidden his true strength. Zhou Ming touched his neck. He still felt the fear. From what he had learned, Instructor Shun was only at minor achievement in inner cultivation. But from how he fought in the dungeon, he must have already reached major achievement. And that one-word quicksword was surely not just at minor achievement. Like everyone said, Zhou Ming thought of what the casino thugs said in the dungeon, and how they acted. He shook his head. It seems fourth uncle not only has big wants, he has also been getting ready for a long time. A guard or instructor's pay is tied to how strong they are. If Instructor Shun hides his true strength and does not ask the Zhou family for more money, then fourth uncle Zhou Changlong must have given him a better deal. I need to find a way to show what he is doing. Zhou Ming began to think. He was living off the Zhou family. The money for his martial arts training almost all came from the Zhou family. Zhou Changlong himself was not very skilled. So if he had this much money, he must have stolen it from the family. So Zhou Ming found a way to look at the money books with his eldest brother, who had already started helping with family work. Right away, he saw that the Zhou family's way of counting money was still very simple. No wonder men like Zhou Changlong could find holes to slip through. So then, if he brought in a better way to count money, the problem would be solved. But before he could go to Zhou Changping called him to the study first. Besides Zhou Changping, another man sat in the study, dressed like a scholar, but with a small feel of officer power. It was third uncle Zhou Changping. Father, third uncle, you called for me. Yes. Zhou Changping nodded, then asked, how well do you know this year's top scholar of the new imperial examination? The top scholar. I have only met him once. We just know each other. Is that so? Zhou Changping frowned. Then how much do you know about him? Father, why do you ask? Well, you are not a child anymore. So I will speak true. The royal court has sent a paper. This year's top scholar of the new imperial examination will be sent to our eastern commandery to be assistant prefect. What? Assistant prefect? Zhou Ming was shocked. Is that position not a bit too high? The assistant prefect was a big officer job in a commandery. His work was to help the prefect run things every day. He could look over papers, money, and court cases. If it was a border commandery, the assistant prefect could also help with war plans. An eastern commandery was a border commandery. A young man, even if he was the top scholar, could never get such a high post right away. Who says so? Zhou Changping laughed without joy. I have worked hard most of my life, and I am still not as good as that young man. When I meet him, I must bow and call him my boss. If not for the Zhou family using Li Mo's friends, asking the commandant to push him up to head of the household office, he would still be just a record keeper. But even as head of the household office, he had to bow low to the assistant prefect. Zhou Changping felt bitter inside. Zhou Changping said, Ming, tell me, what do you know about this top scholar? From what I know, the top scholar Qi Shudao is of royal blood, but far from the throne. He was smart as a child and very good at study. At 15, the Prince of Nanjun liked him and gave his daughter to him in marriage and helped him study under great teachers and take the big tests. This year, at 24, he became the top scholar, royal kin, and son-in-law to the Prince of Nanjun. No wonder. Zhou Changping sighed. Zhou Changping's eyes lit up. He asked, still hoping, was it truly just one meeting? Yes, with his rank. Even if I wanted to be his friend, I had no way. If not for some scholar gatherings before the tests, I would not have met him even once. Sigh. All right then. Zhou Changping shook his head. Father, why do you ask these things? Is third uncle's officer seat in danger now? Zhou Changping looked at him in surprise and nodded. Yes. He became head of the household office by using Li Mo's ties and asking the commandant for help. Now that we have parted with Liemo, the commandant is not so happy. When Zhou Ming heard this, he thought to himself, Liemo was only the bridge. Once the road was open, the important man was the commandant. How is it that third uncle has worked so many years? And just because he broke with Liemo, the commandant is unhappy. It seems third uncle's rise in the officer world depends wholly on the family. If this was so, his third uncle must have heard of the top scholar and wanted to find a new backer. After thinking a while, Zhou Ming said, Father, no matter the assistant prefect's roots, once he is here, he will need the help of the local rich families. There will be a time to meet him then. True, but which family that will be, no one knows yet. Zhou Chongping shook his head. All right, you may go back now. Zhou Ming did not give him the new money counting method. Because of what happened today, he had a new plan. Half a month later, the new assistant prefect of Eastern Commandery took his post. All the officers of Eastern Commandery went 10 li out of the city to greet him. The common people of the city also wanted to see this top scholar and feel his scholar's light. They filled the big street of the Commandery city. The inns and eating houses on both sides were also packed with people. Zhou Ming and Zhou Tu came late. They could not find a spot in any inn or eating house, so they stood by the road. Oh, is this not our Eastern Commandery's top talent? A sharp voice came from nearby. Zhou Ming turned his head and saw 3 or 5 scholars close by. One of them had a pale face and dark rings under his eyes, but his look held a sneer. He held his hands together and said, Senior brother Zhou, no, you have been cast out, so you cannot be called my senior brother. Without thinking, Zhou Ming knew this man must be Li Mo's new student. That poor fellow Wu Zizhong, from the Wu family. From how he looked, he must have been worked very hard. Zhou Ming did not want to deal with him, but Wu Zizhong moved closer and said, Brother Zhou, I asked you to my poetry meets many times. Why did you not come? Zhou Ming looked at him. Brother Wu, you have so much free time. Is your daily work that light? At this, Wu Zizhong leaned in even closer. Brother Zhou, in 5 days, I plan to hold another poetry meet. Would Brother Zhou be willing to come? Zhou Ming frowned. He did not understand. From Wu Zizhong's look, it was clear Liemo still used his hard teaching ways. So why did he still want to hold poetry meets? Poetry meet. What was a poetry meet? In the end, it was just a bunch of people, eating, drinking, talking, and seeing who could write the best poem. For Wu Zizhong, would this not be a holiday? Liemo cared about his name, and Wu Zizhong held poetry meets to grow his fame. So if he said he was holding a poetry meet, Liemo would not stop him. You are not my bro. You found a hole in this. Zhou Ming saw it at once. No wonder Wu Zizhong loved holding poetry meets so much. It was not for the poems, but to give himself a day off. I studied with Liemo for 10 years and never thought of this good trick. Yet this Wu Zizhong, who just became his student, is already living the good life. No, I must find a way to break him. Chapter 10. Zhou Ming says, What am I, compared to all the heroes in the world, who are as many as fish in a river? Zhou Ming's eyes moved back and forth. Then he sighed and said, I have no skill for writing poems, so I will not go and make a fool of myself. Huh. Wu Zizhong was caught off guard, just as Zhou Ming thought. The reason Wu Zizhong kept holding poetry meets was so he could rest and not study. Only after he truly became Li Mo's student did Wu Zizhong see how painful his teaching was for students. And unlike Zhou Ming, Wu Zizhong did not have much skill. He was only average. Also, Liemo had taught Zhou Ming for 10 years. From a child to a grown man, Wu Zizhong had only just begun. They were close in age, but in study skill, Wu Zizhong was far behind Zhou Ming. So to keep his name from looking bad, Liemo pushed Wu Zizhong even harder than he pushed Zhou Ming. Wu Zizhong had to think hard and came up with the good plan of holding poetry meets. Because Zhou Ming was not known for poems, and Wu Zizhong had asked around, he knew Zhou Ming was proud and would surely agree to come. If he lost, he would be upset and want to try again. That way, Wu Zizhong would not even need to hold the poetry meet himself to get a break. But his plan was pretty, and the truth was not. Zhou Ming did not take the bait at all, and that troubled him greatly. This time, he had a seat in a restaurant by the road, but when he saw Zhou Ming on the street, he ran over at once, wanting to push Zhou Ming face to face and make him join the poetry meet. The result, Wu Zizhong felt lost. he said quickly. Brother Zhou has been known for his skill since he was young. He is a famous great scholar in our Eastern Commandery. Even if his poem skill is not high, I am sure he has good works. How can a poetry meet go on without Brother Zhou? Zhou Ming gave a sad smile. Scholar. Me. Compared to true scholars. What am I? Someone next to him said. The true scholar Brother Zhou speaks of. Could it be someone you met in the capital city? Yes. Who is it? It is no other than the top scholar of this year. That one. Zhou Ming looked toward the city gate and spoke with a far-off look. When the crowd heard this, excitement filled their faces. Brother Zhou has truly met the top scholar. What does he look like? Is he really handsome? How good is this top scholar's skill? Zhou Ming's face grew sadder. The top scholar's face is naturally handsome. His skill is even more shocking. Next to him, I am like a small candle next to the bright moon. This is bad. Wu Zizhong listened from the side and finally understood. This Zhou Ming went to the capital city for the big tests, saw the great talents there, and lost all his spirit. No wonder he hid in his room since he came back, and did not dare show his face. This will not do. If he hides like this every day, how will I hold my poetry meet? Wu Zizhong quickly praised him. Brother Zhou is too kind. No matter what, Brother Zhou is still the top scholar of our Eastern Commandery. Even if he cannot match the bright moon, he is still a shining star. How can you call yourself a small candle? Zhou Ming sighed. Brother Wu thinks too well of me. Next to that man. Genius. Genius is only the price of meeting him. Brother Wu. Everyone. Only after I entered the capital city did I know what it means. That heroes across the land are as many as fish in a river. In front of them, I do not dare call myself a genius. Please do not think I am proud, but I give you this advice. If you truly want to pass the big tests, you must be firm and study hard. In the test hall, I only wished I had studied more and done more work every day. When the others heard this, they looked at each other and were a little frightened by Zhou Ming's words. As for Wu Zizhong, he had only 2 words in his heart. It is over. That old man Liamo already said my skill is worse than Zhou Ming's, and he pushes me hard every day. If he hears this talk, then in the days to come, how will I live? How will I live? Wu Zizhong's eyes went empty. His face turned gray. He looked alive, but inside, he had been dead for a while. At the city gate, suddenly, a noise rose up. The men near him looked up and saw many officers riding tall horses into the city. And in the crowd of old and middle-aged officers, there was one who was very young. It was Qi Shudao. If it was a normal assistant prefect, not all city officers would go out to greet him, and the whole city would not come to watch. But Qi Shudao was not only the son-in-law of the Prince of Nanjun, he was also the top scholar of the new imperial examination. The first made many officers want to flatter him. The second made the whole city want to see him. In the country lands, even passing the Shotsai test made people praise a man as a god of writing reborn, let alone being the top scholar. Qi Shudao wore a clean officer's robe. His brows were sharp, his eyes were bright, and he was very handsome. And now, he had won the top scholar name, and the emperor himself had made him assistant prefect of Eastern Commandery. So he was full of pride and joy, and this made his face even more shining. No wonder the Prince of Nanjun chose him as his son-in-law. Even without his skill, just his face made him a man who could live off a woman's gold. The old owner had met Qi Shudao. Zhou Ming was seeing him for the first time. Even he had to say, this man's face is not worse than mine. Just then, in the watching crowd, a man suddenly leaped toward Qi Shudao. A steel sword flew from his hand. Before the blade light came, Sword Qi had already flown out. Zhou Ming's eyes pulled tight. This is Leaping 3 Zhang. True Qi leaving the body. A true Qi realm martial artist. At the last moment, a plain-looking man behind Qi Shudao suddenly pulled his sword. In an instant, Sword Qi shot out and met the Sword Qi. They struck and killed each other, but the force of the hit still knocked the top scholar of the new imperial examination to the ground. But this move had pulled Qi Shudao from his horse, and because he had shown himself, the sword master saw at once, turned, leaped, and jumped onto the roof. Mad Saber Ghost. Feng Tianxing, how dare you try to kill an officer of the royal court? The swordsman who had struck shouted in anger. The sword master, whose name was now known, looked back and laughed. Oh, is this not Jiang Yun, called the second sword of Great Qi? I heard you have been a dog under the Prince of Nanjun all this time. What? Found a new master. You. You look for death. Jiang Yun used his footwork at once. And Feng Tianqing, without a word, turned and ran. The two true Qi realm fighters, one after the other, were gone in a flash. At the same time, Qi Shudao was also tightly guarded. The common people on the street were pushed away by the soldiers. Those who had been standing near Feng Tianqing were taken away at once. Wu Zizhong and the others, seeing this, left with low hearts. Zhou Ming and Zhou Tu also slipped into the crowd and left. Zhou Ming had heard the name Feng Tianqing before. This man was one of the two leaders of the Wind Sand Stockade. From what the bandit leader said, this man was once hurt by local officers, and in his anger, killed an officer, and became a man wanted by the royal court. But from what the royal court said, this man was very cruel, and killed people for money. Zhou Ming did not know which of these two tales was true, but from what he saw today, that Feng Tianqing was truly bold. No wonder he was called Mad Saber Ghost in the martial world. To try and kill the son-in-law of the Prince of Nanjun, the top scholar of the new imperial examination, in the light of day, truly bold. But boldness also comes from skill. Feng Tianqing had been hunted by the royal court for so many years. And not only did he not die, he also built the Wind Sand Stockade. So his skill was surely great. What men praised most in him was not his wild and fearless heart, nor his fierce sword moves, but his ghost-like footwork. It was said, the royal court once set a trap. 5 true Qi realm fighters closed in on him, and he still got away. This time, there was only Jiang Yun, and Feng Tianqing would likely escape again. Chapter 11. Golden on the outside, rotten on the inside. Qi Shudao seemed to have been scared by the attempt on his life. He did not want to show his face at the welcome dinner that night. He stayed hidden for 5 whole days, and only on the 6th day did he agree to meet officers for a welcome dinner. At the dinner, Qi Shudao looked tired and low. All his pride and joy from before were gone. The people here in Eastern Commandery are not what I thought. Qi Shudao forced a smile to the officers at the table, as if trying to hide his fearful hiding of the past days. Someone laughed quietly, but no one turned to look, because they were all holding back their laughs, afraid that even a small move would make them burst out. They were all old officers, and they hid it well. Each one came forward to toast him, to praise him, and to talk of books and the way. The wine table was loud and busy. After the dinner, there was more. A group of women in thin clothes came in. They sang and danced light as air. Qi Shudao's eyes went wide at once. But just then, Jiang Yun, the second sword of great Qi, quietly moved to Qi Shudao's side and gave a soft cough. Qi Shudao looked at him and at once pulled himself together. He thought for a moment, then stood and said, I cannot hold my wine well. My head is all mixed up. I truly cannot stay here longer. I must leave now. When the crowd heard this, they had no choice but to stop and first see Qi Shudao out. With the main guest gone, the great feast broke up. As one of the 4 great families of East Commandery City, the Zhou family was surely fit to be at this welcome dinner. But only Zhou Changping could go. As for the 3 great gangs, men of the underworld could be met in secret, but they did not belong at such an open event. When Zhou Changping came back to the Zhou home, Zhou Changming, who also could not go, and Zhou Ming, who had been waiting, both came to meet him. Big brother, how was it? Zhou Changming asked, a little hope in his voice. Zhou Changping shook his head. This top scholar of the new imperial examination is truly handsome, and his learning is great. But his heart, his spirit. Oh, he told them what happened at the dinner, and Zhou Changming also sighed. It seems this man is not one to lean on. If that is so, I can only keep holding to the colonel. But Zhou Ming said, Father, did the top scholar bring his family on this trip? Zhou Changping was surprised, then shook his head. No. Besides a few guards, there was only an old servant. Zhou Ming said, the Prince of Nanjun is no small house. The road from the capital city to East Commandery is long, but for them, it is nothing. The top scholar has a wife, and a son, and a daughter. Why did he not bring them to Eastern Commandery? For the top scholar to be made assistant prefect is already great luck. To rise higher, he must first work hard for some years. If one said the road was long, and the children were grown, not bringing them would be one thing. But the road is only half a month's travel. The top scholar's son is only 4 years old. His daughter only 2. If he does not bring them now, when he goes back to the capital city in a few years, they might not know him. This does not sit right, no matter how you look at it. Zhou Ming thought for a moment. Perhaps the princess is only a little late. Zhou Ming said, "What this means? Only you can judge. I only saw this, and came to tell you." When he went back to his small yard, Zhou Ming rubbed his head. Is Qi Shudao truly such a man? He had met Qi Shudao only once in the capital city. He could not be sure of his heart. If Qi Shudao was a man, bright on the outside, but weak and small inside, then the plan Zhou Ming had thought of before would come to nothing. He had held back his new way of counting money because he heard Qi Shudao was to be assistant prefect. The assistant prefect watches over money. If this counting method was taught to Qi Shudao, he could use it to check the commandery's funds and at once find a great rot that sat deep in Eastern Commandery. That rot was the Liemo faction, led by Colonel Zhao Weihu. The Zhou family, one of the 4 great families of East Commandery City, had to bow to Liemo and give him tens of thousands of silver taels every year, just to push Zhou Chongning into a small post, head of the household office. How deep the Liemo faction's hold was. And Liemo, the heart of this faction, was such a greedy man. How could the whole faction be clean? From what Zhou Ming thought, Qi Shudao would then fight the Liemo faction as royal kin, as top scholar, as son-in-law to the Prince of Nanjun, and as a man who, as soon as he took office, was made assistant prefect of a commandery. Qi Shudao would surely want to make his name fast. And what greater name could he make than cutting out a great rot from a whole commandery? But Qi Shudao turned out to be such a man. Zhou Ming had also thought maybe the other was playing a part, making the officers of Eastern Commandery think little of him. This would be hiding strength. But if this guess was wrong, it could hurt the whole Zhou family. Zhou Ming did not dare to gamble. As assistant prefect, Qi Shudao had a house from the royal court to live in, but he bought a big home outside. After the welcome dinner, people began to come and see him. There were families, big and small, and some officers, but most were learned men, who came upon his name. Zhou Ming also went, with other filial candidates. Qi Shudao talked of old texts in the way, as if counting things in his own home. He was good at zither, at go, at writing, and at painting. A small word from him could call up book upon book of old wisdom, and make men look up to him. So many men through the ages have been gold on the outside, but rot on the inside. Could this Qi Shudao be one of them? Zhou Ming truly could not see through him. As he left, he looked back at the great house. If I could make a dungeon, I might learn something. But how? From what I thought before, a dungeon comes from danger, and from how close one is to the enemy. A few days later, another great news broke. Feng Tianxing, who had tried to kill Qi Shudao before, had not left the city, and tried again, under the night's cover. He failed again, and Jiang Yun's guard was not tight enough. So Qi Shudao took a sword wound, and Feng Tianxing ran again. Now the whole city was locked down. Soldiers searched everywhere for Feng Tianxing. When Zhou Ming heard this news, his eyes lit up at once. This could be a chance. Qi Shudao was hurt in the attack, and many officers, and the 4 great families, all went to see him, no matter what. He was son-in-law to the Prince of Nanjun. His name was there. Even if his skill was poor, he was still a man that many wished to flatter. Zhou Ming went with Zhou Chongping. When they came to the Qi house gate, they saw carriages lined one after another, and 2 full teams of guards at the entrance, in full armor, heavily set. As soon as the Zhou family carriage came near, the 2 teams of guards turned their eyes, watching closely, and at that same moment, a voice spoke in Zhou Ming's mind. Dungeon material found. Scanning. Skin done. Dungeon made. Dungeon. Assistant Prefect Qi Residence. Rank. Level 0 to 2. Monsters. East Commandery Soldiers. Black Eagle Guards. Hidden Spy Guards. Qi Shudao. Jiang Yun. The Twin Dragons of Nanjun. Feng Tianxing. Qi Gaolon. Drops. Elite Long Spear. Leather Armor. Exotic Iron Blade. Golden Silk Soft Armor. Green Bamboo Sword. Yellow Dragon Pill. Spirit Boosting Pill. 5 Elements Spirit Absorption Art. 14 Flying Slash Swords. Dragon's Roar Golden Bell Shield. Ghost Shadow Steps. Wood Spirit Sword Art. Reward for First Clear. Low Grade with Spiritual Root. Divine Wood Art. 100-Year Vermilion Fruit. Chapter 12. Pretend to be a pig. To eat the tiger. hiding one's edge. The assistant prefect has been frightened and does not wish to see many guests. Only one person may enter. Yes. If that is so, Zhou Ming, you stay here. Yes. Since the dungeon had been made, Zhou Ming had already done what he came for. Whether he went in or not did not matter. He went back to the carriage at once and looked over the dungeon info. This dungeon, there is too much in it. On the outside, there was only Qi Shudao, with Jiangyan to guard him. But in secret, he had many other men around him. Zhou Ming had never heard of the hidden spy guards. But the Black Eagle guards are the best personal guards of the Prince of Nanjun. And why are both Qi Shudao and Feng Tianqing inside? Could Qi Shudao be a skilled fighter? And that Feng Tianqing, is he still hiding in this house, playing the darkness under the lamp trick? Or is he truly one of Qi Shudao's men? But what Zhou Ming cared about most was the dungeon rank and the drops below. 5 elements spirit absorption art, low grade with spiritual root, divine wood art. I cannot believe there is a cultivator hidden in this house. The dungeon's highest rank is level 2. Level 1 is a true Qi realm martial artist. And in all this time, I have never heard of a higher rank than true Qi. So level 2 is likely the rank for a cultivator. The last name on the list must be the highest rank in the dungeon. Qi Gaolon. With the name Qi, could she also be of the royal blood? If this world has cultivators, how could a nation's royal family not have such power? I wonder if the royal family knows of the Lanxiang courtyard. Zhou Ming let out a long breath. It seems this Qi Shudao is indeed pretending to be a pig, so he can eat the tiger. Such acts must mean he has a great plan, guarded by Black Eagle guards. And even with a cultivator, this man's coming to Eastern Commandery must carry the will of the royal family. My plan can go forward. Zhou Ming took out the new counting method from his sleeve. He had kept it ready for a long time. The new counting method was the four-legged account and the Dragon Gate account. From his past life, when keeping money books, one must write clearly what comes in and what goes out and where it comes from and where it goes. Every trade must have a cause, and what comes in must match what goes out. Next to the money-counting ways of the Great Qi Kingdom, this way was far better, and it closed many great holes. Zhou Ming wanted to use this counting method to fight the Liemo faction. At first, he wanted to give this method to Zhou Chongping, who would then give it to Qi Shudao. But this way was too straight and would bring great trouble to the Zhou family. So many men steal money by using holes in the money books. If Zhou Ming closed these holes, he would be cutting off their road to gold. What would come of this? Not to speak of Zhou Ming. The whole Zhou family could not bear it. Was there a way to hide the Zhou family and Zhou Ming and still give the new counting method to Qi Shudao? Zhou Ming thought hard, but for a long time, he could not find a way. It was not until the gate of the Qi house opened and Zhou Chongping walked out with the heads of the other families. When he was back in the carriage, Zhou Chongping let out a heavy sigh. He said nothing, yet it seemed he had said all. Father, what happened? The assistant prefect is hurt, and he is scared. He said he would take half a month away from work to rest at home. Oh, how could such a man become top scholar? It seems this man cannot be a backer. We still must flatter the commandant. And Liemo, he looked at Zhou Ming and said, Zhou Ming, if a family wants to grow, it must take its chances and ride the wind. But if there is no wind, does our family stop growing? One step fast, one step slow. We are still moving forward. Flattering the commandant and Liemo may be hard to bear, but for the family, we must bear it. These words seemed to teach Zhou Ming, and also to tell him why he had sent Zhou Ming to Liemo. Zhou Ming heard nothing else, only the words, one step fast, one step slow, and then he saw, why was he in such a rush? The Liemo faction had sat in Eastern Commandery for so many years. Their roots were deep, their reach was wide. How could they be cut so easily? If the emperor had set his eyes on Eastern Commandery, he could not miss such a great rot. Even if the emperor was blind, or simply too weak to act, Zhou Ming could, at worst, wait a few more years, step onto the path of the immortals, and deal with it himself. This matter could not be rushed. Of course, not all things should be slow. Some things should still be made ready early. Zhou Ming said, Father, I just saw a man who looked like a Black Eagle guard of the Prince of Nanjun, walking in and out of the Qi house. Black Eagle guards. Zhou Chongping had heard a little of the Prince of Nanjun's personal guards. Are you sure you were not wrong? I am sure. Zhou Chongping's face turned thoughtful. The Prince of Nanjun sent the Black Eagle Guards to guard the assistant prefect. He values him that much. Could it be? Zhou Ming said. Father, I have always felt that what Liamo, the commandant, and many officers of their faction do, is not the right path. Zhou Chongping looked at him and began to think in silence. Zhou Ming also stayed quiet and said no more. He said this because he felt the Liamo faction would likely be dealt with by Qi Shudao. And when that day came, the Zhou family had been close to Liamo. Even if they had cut ties, that past tie was still there. If they could go to Qi Shudao early, they could surely miss this disaster. He could not speak of the system. Cultivation. Zhou Ming had asked about it long ago. In the Qi state, it was a dim and far tale. If he spoke of it, no one would likely believe him. The hidden spy guards were likely not simple, but Zhou Ming had never heard of them. He could only speak of the Black Eagle Guards. The talk had come this far. The last word must be with Zhou Chongping, the head of the Zhou family. Zhou Ming was a man from another life. Even counting the old owner, he was only a child of the Zhou family. He did not have the power to speak for the Zhou family. Night came. Zhou Ming swung his sword and cut the steel blade in the bandit leader's hand. The sword light was sharp and ready to take his life. But then, his heart moved, and the sword light turned. It lay flat across the bandit leader's neck. The bandit leader was frozen in fear. He fell to his knees at once and begged, "Great hero, spare my life. Great hero, spare my life." Zhou Ming said coldly, "I ask. You answer. Yes, yes. Great hero, ask what you will. This lowly one will tell all he knows. I ask you, how do you sell the goods your stockade steals?" "This. We sell it in the black market." "Oh, do you know where the black market is?" "This lowly one knows of two black markets. One is at. I ask you again, does your Wind Sand stockade have men in Eastern Commandery who send you word? And do you have secret signs?" Since Qi Shudao's house had a cultivator, then Feng Tianxing, who was also in that house, was likely not hiding there, playing the darkness under the lamp, but was more likely one of Qi Shudao's men. Zhou Ming saw this, just as he was about to kill the bandit. If that was so, using the Wind Sand stockade to bring the new counting method to Qi Shudao might be a way. He thought about it, then let the thought go. No, it is still too risky. Even to the Wind Sand stockade, I am nothing. I must think of a safer way. Chapter 13. Secretly sending a letter. Evil Wolfgang. He searched high and low for it, and it came to him without effort. Zhou Ming never thought that he would find a way through the bandits in the dungeon. One way was the black market. Many things of unknown name are bought and sold there. In such places, hiding one's face is the most common thing, and buyers and sellers do not ask where the other came from. The bandit leader spoke of two black markets. One was in Wuwei Commandery, west of Eastern Commandery, east of the capital city. The commandery caught between them. The other was in Eastern Commandery, but sadly, both black markets were near the border, far from East Commandery City. So Zhou Ming could only take the second path. Every bandit stockade that lives long has its own web of watchers. They place men at roads and crossings, dressed as innkeepers, tea sellers, or street hawkers. On one side, they look for rich men to rob. On the other, they watch for the royal court's men. If this work is not done well, at best, they rob nothing and the whole stockade goes hungry. At worst, the royal soldiers attack the mountain, and they do not know until it is too late. Wind Sand Stockade had lived for over 10 years and had seen many royal hunts, so their watchers were very good. Their men had even reached East Commandery City, and this gave Zhou Ming his chance. But of course, not now. Qi Shudao had just been hurt. The whole city was locked down. To act now would be to ask for death. 3 days later, no one had found Feng Tianxing, and the prefect, with a heavy heart, let the city open again. Zhou Ming did not rush. He waited a few more days, then went out to see the watchers. That Wind Sand Stockade had placed in East Commandery City. A few more days passed. Half a month had gone by, since the day Qi Shudao was hurt. Only then did Zhou Ming move. Dusk. Inside the Yun Lion, the shopkeeper tapped his counting board, adding up the day's silver. Then, a waiter came in from outside, carrying a wine pot, his face a little tight. "Shopkeeper, there is something. What is it?" The waiter looked left and right, then took a letter from his coat. "Just now, A man in shadow told me to give this to you. The shopkeeper took the letter, and his eyes narrowed at once. On the letter was a sign he knew well. It was Wind Sand Stockade's call. The shopkeeper put the letter away and asked, "A man in shadow. What did he look like? Where did you meet him?" The waiter scratched his head. "I was taking wine to the South City. When I passed a small lane, someone came up from behind, put this letter in my hand, and then left. I did not even see his face." South City, a small lane. When the shopkeeper heard these words, he knew he could never find that man. South City was where the common folk of East Commandery City lived. Many people, many houses, and many lanes so tight, only one man could pass at a time. The shadow man came from behind the waiter, so the waiter never saw him, and the waiter was not a martial artist. In such a place, it would be impossible to find that man. The shopkeeper said, "I see. Be more watchful from now on." He took his counting board and money books and went to his room. Then he opened the letter. Inside, there were only 2 sheets of paper. One read, "Telephone Tianxing. I owe him nothing now." The other was a way of counting money. The shopkeeper looked at it, and his face filled with wonder. This counting method, it is too perfect. To keep his disguise, he had been a good shopkeeper. He knew well how to hold money books. But the way men counted silver now, next to what was on this paper, was nothing at all. He looked at the first note. Could it be that the great stockade master had this method found for him? If this way is used for the stockade's own books, it will surely stop the thieves within. Is the great stockade master thinking? Hiss. Watchers seemed far from the stockade, but they were the stockade's life. To be sent to East Commandery City. This shopkeeper was surely one of Feng Tianxing's trusted men. He put both papers back into the letter and kept them safe. Why would the great stockade master, for no reason, come to East Commandery City? Could it be for this trade? If this method was sent to the stockade by other hands and seen by those men, it might never reach the stockade master. And the great stockade master must have seen this. So he came to Eastern Commandery himself to take this method. The great stockade master is truly wise. Zhou family. Inside the small yard, Zhou Ming took a long bath and felt clean all over. He looked at the moonlight outside the window and thought, with all this care, there should be no fault. He had chosen to act in the busy South City at dinner time and gave the letter when the waiter's back was turned. He had also stolen clothes from a house in South City to hide himself. The words on the letter were not his own writing, but printed from a woodblock he had made in these days. When it was done, he broke the woodblock into small sticks and burned them all. And the paper of the letter was the kind one could buy anywhere in the city. If they can still find me after all this, then I will be beaten. I wonder when Feng Tianxing will see this letter. It will surely take time. Zhou Ming knew. Qi Shudao was a pig pretending, waiting to eat the tiger. And he knew Feng Tianxing had always been Qi Shudao's man. So he saw clearly. The 2 tries on Qi Shudao's life were not what they seemed. Qi Shudao must have a plan that he wished to carry out. Using Feng Tianxing, the man called Mad Saber Ghost. And half a month had passed since the last try. Zhou Ming thought Feng Tianxing was likely readying his next move. So Zhou Ming chose to act today. And so, Feng Tianxing would get that letter sometime later. And the longer the time between, the less chance Zhou Ming would be found. And all went as Zhou Ming had seen. The next day, royal soldiers suddenly closed around the evil wolf gang, one of the 3 great gangs of East Commandery City. After a hard fight, they tore them down. The reason? The evil wolf gang had joined with Feng Tianxing and hid him from the law. Of course, all men knew Feng Tianxing was a first-rate master of the true Qi realm, and the evil wolf gang had only 2 inner cultivation martial artists. In the fight, it was also seen that the evil wolf gang had a young man who had just reached inner cultivation. But such strength was nothing next to Feng Tianxing. It was not that the evil wolf gang hid Feng Tianxing, but that Feng Tianxing held the evil wolf gang in fear. But the royal soldiers did not care for this. The assistant prefect did not care for this either. The evil wolf gang was wiped clean, but Feng Tianxing slipped away again. Then the whole city was locked down once more, and men were sent to search. Because of the evil wolf gang, the assistant prefect thought that other gangs, or even families, were hiding Feng Tianxing, so he wished to search among them. The officers talked him out of it. The heads of the 4 great families all broke out in cold sweat when they heard this, and cursed Feng Tianxing for bringing them such fear. But this was not the end. The assistant prefect then found much proof in the evil wolf gang that they had ties with officers of the commandery city. He flew into a rage and swore to dig this matter to the bottom. For a time, East Commandery City was shaken. Chapter 14. Colonel Zhao Weihu. The Divine Medicine. Tiger Strength Pill. Prefect, are you really going to let him act this wildly? Inside the prefect's house, Colonel Zhao Weihu spoke with anger. What do you mean, acting wildly? The prefect said, his voice very calm. The assistant prefect's every move is within the law. Those officers who took silver and hid the gang, the proof is strong. Their deaths are not to be mourned. Colonel Zhao, why are you in fear? Could this matter touch you? Zhao Weihu's face went a little white. He said fast, how could that be? I only feel the assistant prefect moves too fast. It is not good for the peace of Eastern Commandery. Yes, I think so too. The prefect nodded. Then your thought is. But the prefect shook his head. I have no thought. Colonel Zhao, a new officer always lights 3 fires. And our assistant prefect is the top scholar of the new imperial examination, young and full of fire. But since he took his seat, he has not yet lit one fire, and has been hurt twice. This shamed him deeply. Now, this line of moves is his first fire, and also his show of power. This move is fast, but it can be seen. If the colonel has a thought, why not go yourself to the assistant prefect's house and speak with him face to face? So that is how it is. I thought too small. I did not see the deep work beneath. Zhao Weihu's face turned at once, and he put on a smile. After the colonel left, the prefect gave a cold snort of scorn. This Zhao Weihu surely did not come to save those men. He only wanted to use me as a shield. The face of the Liemo faction was of course the great Confucian Liemo, but the true heart was Colonel Zhao Weihu. Each year, he would use the name of honoring his teacher to hold feasts for Liemo's birth and for the 2 great holidays. And in these feasts, he would meet and pull in the worthy men from among all of Liemo's students. It could be said, the Liemo faction was built by Zhao Weihu. With Liemo's small skill, how could he build any faction? With this faction, Zhao Weihu, who was only a colonel in name, with the power of soldiers, held more power than the prefect himself. But power brings weight. This time, the assistant prefect tore down the evil wolf gang and pulled in many officers who took silver and hid the gang. More than half of them were of the Liemo faction and were Zhao Weihu's younger brothers in name. In such a time, Zhao Weihu could not stand aside, but in his heart, he did not wish to fight the prince of Nanjuan's son-in-law for these low and middle officers. So he came to see the prefect. It was only to give a tale to the other men of the Liemo faction. The prefect thought of that top scholar, and his eyes grew dark. Qi Shudao, are you truly a man of no worth? Zhou family. The noise outside did not touch Zhou Ming's training. Good. Second young master has worked hard, and today has reached lesser accomplishment of external training. This is great news. Yes, Zhou Ming nodded. More than a month had passed. It was the time for him to step into lesser accomplishment. So he did not hide it, and showed this skill. Instructor son, it took me 3 months to reach lesser accomplishment of external training. From what you said, I will need 9 months to reach major achievement of external training. That is too long. Is there a faster way? Instructor son gave a sad smile. Young master, haste makes waste. The martial Tao needs hard work and daily thought. Step by step, external training is fine. With good food and steady practice, you will surely reach it. But when you step into the inner cultivation realm, the climb is slower. And if you meet a bottleneck, you may be stuck for years. Would that not be worse? Zhou Ming said, I did not ask you of those. I only asked how to make external training faster. Instructor son's face stilled. He said, to make external training faster, it is only eating and training. In eating, if there are stronger tonics, like bone strengthening pill or tiger bone pills, these will surely make it faster. I know this. What of training? Then you must add more training hours each day. Normal men, even with good food and drink, can only do 1 training a day, or the body cannot bear it. Second young master, with 8 treasures decoction always ready, can do 2 trainings a day. When you reach the start of external training, you could do 3 trainings a day. Now at lesser accomplishment, you can add 1 more. and at major achievement, and at perfection, you can each add one more, until 6 trainings a day. This is the body's limit for normal men. If you add more, it will hurt the body. No tonic, no matter how strong, can fix such hurt. Zhou Ming's ear caught a word. You said, normal men. Instructor's son said, yes, some men are born with bodies that are made for martial arts. Even with only common food, they can do 2 trainings a day. With enough tonic, they can do 3, or even 4. When they reach the perfection of external training, they can do 9 trainings a day. But this is a thing of birth. It cannot be wished for. Unless what? Unless you find the lost divine medicines, like the tiger strength pill, dragon blood paste, or Vajra pill. Tiger strength pill. What is that? It is told, in every 100 tigers, 1 profound tiger is born. Its size and strength are more than double a normal tiger. If you kill such a profound tiger, take its heart blood and boil it into a pill, you will have a tiger strength pill. A normal man who eats it will gain 100 pounds of strength. His body will be stronger. And in external training, he can add 1 more training each day. If he eats 3 pills, the work is stronger. He can add 2 trainings each day. If he eats 10 pills, his body changes whole. He will have the strength and form of a tiger. And add 3 trainings each day when he reaches the perfection of external training. This is the same as having an innate martial arts body. Instructor Sun's face was full of want. The body is a martial artist's wealth. The tiger strength pill feeds the body's root, and it will bring great worth in every realm after. It is said, the Prince of Nanjun once ate 3 tiger strength pills, and with this, when he was only at major achievement of inner cultivation, he killed a true Qi martial artist of the Dongi tribe. Tiger strength pill. Zhou Ming's heart moved, and he thought at once of the Flying Eagle Hall dungeon. One of its drops was the tiger strength pill, but he did not know which monster gave it. Most surely, it was one of the 3 brothers who built the Flying Eagle Hall. Instructor's son said, young master, do not think of such a costly divine medicine. It has no price, and cannot be found in any market. Only a man like the Prince of Nanjun could eat 3. For other men, even the great clans in the capital city, have called for it, with 100,000 taels of silver for each pill, and still have not found one. Zhou Ming was still 100,000 taels of silver for each pill. Zhou Ming had thought this thing was dear, but he did not think it was this dear, but a divine medicine of such high worth. How could a man of the Flying Eagle Hall have eaten it? Could it be the Dongi tribe? If he wished to know the truth, the best way was to clear the Flying Eagle Hall dungeon, then ask the monsters inside, and hear their answer. But Zhou Ming looked at himself. He was not strong enough. Knight. Skill. Fierce Wind Saber Technique. Has reached max rank. Drops of this item have stopped, and the drop rate of other items has gone up. Fierce Wind Saber Technique is also at perfection. Zhou Ming's heart was full of joy, because the Fierce Wind Saber Technique, like the bone strengthening pill, only dropped from the bandit leader. The Fierce Wind Saber Technique at max rank meant the drop rate of the bone strengthening pill would rise. And the perfection level 5 Tigers Severing Gate Blade Technique. Instructor Shun did not even see it as a threat. I wonder, how does the perfection level Fierce Wind Saber Technique compare? Chapter 15. Overwhelming Combat Power. Slaughtering the Casino. Second Young Master. Since you are here, you will not leave today? Many casino thugs, with wooden clubs in hand, ran at him in a wave. Zhou Ming's eyes swept the room, and he ran at once to a corner. Second Young Master. Stop running. You cannot get away. The many thugs chased him and closed him in. But Zhou Ming ran here for a reason. On both sides of the corner were walls, so no one could stand there. If Zhou Ming pressed his back to the corner, he did not fear a strike from behind. Though there were many thugs, only the 2 or 3 in front could reach him at the same time. This way, the enemy's greater numbers meant less. Then, his steel sword came out, with a soft tiger's growl. 1 strike, and the casino thug in front fell dead. Then his sword moves flew like wind. Another strike, and a thug on his left went down. Seeing this, the thugs' faces grew harder, and they kept pressing in. The steel sword in Zhou Ming's hand did not stop. Perfection realm means a skill is wholly yours. Moves flow as you wish. You can use them with ease, and even take them apart. 5 Tigers Severing Gate Blade Technique and Fierce Wind Saber Technique. Both are sword skills. Zhou Ming had trained both to perfection, and as he fought, he moved between them, switching like water. Even the fine way of stacking power, in the fierce wind saber technique, did not break. When he moved to the Five Tigers severing gate blade technique, at a glance, one might think it was the same sword skill. On the second floor, Instructor Shin saw Zhou Ming kill a few men, and was ready to move. But he saw the sword skill Zhou Ming used, and did not know it. So he held back. In that small pause, Zhou Ming killed 2 more casino thugs. One of them was an external training fighter. It was clear, though Zhou Ming was still in the external training realm, with 2 perfection sword skills, his fighting power was far beyond any external training man. At least in this Eastern Commandery, no man of the external training realm could match him in a fight. Seeing Zhou Ming kill more and more, Instructor Shun had to move. No matter what, he leaped down from the second floor and roared, "All of you, get back. You cannot beat him." By then, no fewer than 10 bodies lay on the floor, some even piled up before Zhou Ming. The thugs were already filled with fear. When they heard Instructor Shin's call, they all fell back and gave Zhou Ming room. I have long heard that the second young master is very smart, a born talent. I did not think his gift for martial arts was also so great. Instructor Shin's face was tight. Zhou Ming gave a cold snort, stepped forward, and said, "Instructor Shun, I, the second young master of the Zhou family, come to my own family's place, and I am jumped by your men. Hee. What is your aim? What is our aim? There is no need for the second young master to." Bang! Instructor Shun's words were cut short, as Zhou Ming struck without warning, and threw a cloud of white dust from his hand. It was quicklime. Instructor Shun did not think Zhou Ming would do this, and his eyes were caught by Zhou Ming's fine quicklime throw. He cried out in pain, but he was a skilled fighter, and he jumped back at once. Zhou Ming stepped in, raised his left hand, and a scorpion poison needle hit Instructor Shun's right shoulder. Instructor Shun cried out again, You, quicklime again, and a poison needle. You shame the name of a scholar." Instructor Shun roared, and pulled out the poison needle. At the same time, he used his light body skill, and pulled back fast. Zhou Ming did not chase him. He turned and cut down the other casino thugs. Before he had killed 2 more, the other thugs on the second floor saw something was wrong, and all came down to the first floor. Among them was a man, dressed unlike the rest. He was the dice horse of the VIP room on the second floor. Dice horse was a post, like a table man in Zhou Ming's past life. There were other dice horses in the casino, but they were all normal workers. Only this dice horse was wholly loyal to the Zhou family, or more true, to Zhou Changlong. So in the dungeon, he was the only dice horse. Zhou Ming raised his guard. From the dungeon's telling, there was a monster in the casino, skilled at throwing darts. This was surely that dice horse. And yes, as soon as the dice horse saw the floor, his face burned red, and he threw 3 streaks of gold light. Zhou Ming's long sword moved, its light fast as wind, and in a breath, he knocked down the 3 gold lights. They fell to the ground. He looked, and saw they were 3 copper coins, their edges cut sharp, easy to throw, and strong in force. These were what fighters called money darts. Zhou Ming, with the 9 palaces movement technique, rushed at the dice horse. The dice horse was good with darts, but his training was only external training, and when Zhou Ming came close, he fell fast. Then Zhou Ming turned on the other casino thugs, chasing them and cutting them down. But these thugs were not fools. They ran and jumped, trying to flee, but in the end, Zhou Ming caught them all and killed them. In this time, Zhou Ming also tried to strike at Instructor Shun, but though Instructor Shun's eyes were hit, and he could not see, his hearing was very sharp, and he could tell where men stood by sound. With this skill, he could always feel Zhou Ming coming, and dodge, or even strike back, and the scorpion poison needle from before had not hit a deadly spot, and the sharp pain and numbing it brought were pushed out by Instructor Shun's inner energy. Instructor Shun could also feel that his whole casino was being cut down by Zhou Ming, without mercy, and he cursed wildly, trying every way to make Zhou Ming come at him. But Zhou Ming did not fall for it. I did not think killing would be such tiring work. Zhou Ming's right hand, holding the sword, shook a little, and he felt his strength fade. He had killed over 30 men, one after another, most of them new martial arts. and some were of the external training realm. It was not easy, and at the end, when the thugs ran and jumped to flee, Zhou Ming had to chase each one. This tired him most. It seems, I cannot clear this dungeon this time. Zhou Ming had thought this might come. He turned and went up to the 3rd floor, into his 4th uncle, Zhou Changlong's private room, and began to search. He cut down a whole cabinet with his sword and found a hidden space behind it. Inside were several money books. Zhou Ming took them out, but before he could look long, Instructor Shen had come up. It seemed he had found the kitchen and washed the quicklime from his eyes. He could still not see well, but he could make out shapes, and he rushed to the 3rd floor. When he saw Zhou Ming, he did not speak, but his whole body gave off a cold wish to kill. His long sword rose, his feet moved, and he ran at Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming threw the money books aside, raised his sword, and met him. But in this short time, his strength had not come back, and Instructor Shen struck with great fury, his power grown by 3 parts. In 3 moves, the long sword turned to a flash of lightning and cut across Zhou Ming's neck. Dungeon clear. Failed. Chapter 16. The Function of Ellipses. Execution at the Training Ground. Your current adventure dropped. 9 Palaces Movement Technique. Leaping Technique. Flying Smoke Leg. 7 Ingenious Hands. 8 Trigram Staff. And more. They have been put into your storage. You can take them out at any time. I did not think that entering the casino dungeon only the 2nd time would bring such a great haul. Other than the final boss, Instructor Shen, I killed everyone else. A flash of joy passed through Zhou Ming's eyes. Besides the power of low tricks, like quicklime and scorpion poison needle, the main reason was Zhou Ming's own fast climb and strength. The perfection rank 5 Tigers Severing Gate Blade Technique and Fierce Wind Saber Technique gave him fighting power, stronger than most external training peak martial artists. If my body had not been so tired, could I have fought Instructor Shen? Maybe. I should try next time. No. I should stay on farming drops. I can only enter the dungeon once a day. If I cannot beat Instructor Shen in the end, that would be too much loss. Alright, now it is time to take the rewards. Because the first kill always drops something. This time, there were more than 30 kinds of loot. Even skill books, which drop less often. 5 came at once. But, Leaping Technique, Flying Smoke Leg, 7 Ingenious Hands, 8 Trigram Staff. Where did these skill books come from? They were not in the dungeon drop list before. Zhou Ming opened the dungeon info to look. Yes, they were not in the drop list. But at the very end, there was an ellipsis. Zhou Ming was without words. This ellipsis actually left things out. Before this, Zhou Ming had rarely taken many drops from other dungeons. The only one he farmed over and over was the bandit dungeon. But those few bandits were too poor. Everything that could drop was written in the drop list. So Zhou Ming had never thought about the ellipsis at the end. But now he saw the ellipsis had a use. Many things were left out. Zhou Ming used these skill books one by one, but he soon found, other than the 9 Palaces Movement Technique, the other skill books were all trash. Zhou Ming was already training in the leaping technique himself, so he knew its rank was not high. He did not think the flying smoke leg was even worse than the leaping technique. As for the 7 ingenious hands, it was a martial art to train finger speed, and it was the base for learning dart skills. This was the lowest kind of martial art. The 8 trigram staff was a little better than the others, but it was still like the 5 tigers severing gate blade technique. Zhou Ming now saw why these items were left out. It could only be said, they were rightly left out. If that is so, the dungeon drops list shows the batch of drops with higher worth, whether from all the monsters or the whole dungeon. The first clear drops are of course the highest worth. As for those not listed, they exist, but their worth is low. Even so, Zhou Ming felt that having many skills never hurt, and these skills might change in some way when trained to perfection, and they could also be used in other ways, sometimes with great power. For example, using the 7 ingenious hands to throw quicklime. Surely, this way of throwing would be better and faster than the way Zhou Ming had made himself. From that day on, Zhou Ming left the bandit dungeon and began to farm the casino dungeon, though he was tired each time, and at the end, killed by Instructor Shen. His harvest was great. The only thing that did not please him was there was not one bone-strengthening pill. These pieces of trash are worse than a bandit. But Zhou Ming also knew the bandit leader could take a bone-strengthening pill because of his special place and his good luck. But where would these casino thugs find a bone-strengthening pill? It was right that they had none. After thinking, Zhou Ming saw a way that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. He would keep farming the casino dungeon. As for bone-strengthening pills, he would buy them with silver. This thing sold for 50 taels a pill in the capital city. But when brought to Eastern Commandery, it cost 150 taels a pill. Even if Zhou Ming used the Zhou family's ways to buy them, they still cost about 100 taels. I now train 4 times a day. 1 pill lasts me 3 days. So I need 10 pills a month. 1,000 taels of silver. Zhou Ming counted the silver the old owner left, and what he had farmed from dungeons in this time was only about 2,000 taels, enough for less than 2 months. That is so costly. Zhou Ming grit his teeth, but chose to buy them anyway. Training could not stop, and the drop rate for silver in the casino dungeon was much higher than in the bandit dungeon. After 2 months, he would surely save up a large sum, which could feed him for another month. I do not believe that after 3 months, I still cannot fight my way into the Flying Eagle Gang dungeon. Half a month later, Zhou Ming went out and went to the execution ground to watch the happenings. The place outside the execution ground was already full of people. Zhou Ming used his skills and pushed his way to the front row with ease. Inside the execution ground, he saw 5 men kneeling in a straight line. 2 men with swords stood on each side, their great blades shining cold light. No doubt, heads would fall today. Those to be killed were officers found to be with the evil wolf gang. When the gang's house was searched, these 5 men had the worst crimes and were sentenced to death by beheading. The others, though not as bad, were mostly sent down, put in jail, or even sent far away. Execute. At the 3rd quarter afternoon, when the sun was highest, Qi Shudao, in a clean officer's robe, gave the call, his voice low and hard. The sword bearers on each side raised their great blades at once. The blade light fell, and blood flew. A wave of noise rose from the crowd. Then someone shouted, "Well done," and then a storm of cheers. The top scholar is truly a good officer. Yes, in just a few days since he took his seat, he has pulled out so many thieves in office. Why call him top scholar? Call him assistant prefect, sir. Only the mid and high officers, and the 4 great families, knew how he had acted. After the 2 tries on his life, these men all kept their mouths shut. So in the hearts of the common folk, the top scholar was still the man, full of pride, full of fire, and without equal in face. And now he had pulled out so many thieves. Of course the people were with him. Zhou Ming was also very happy. Many of the officers caught were Li Mo's students, and 3 of the 5 men killed were even my senior brothers. This time, that old thief Li Mo has truly lost face. Zhou Ming had seen this coming. How can a man live in the mud and not be stained? With Li Mo's greedy heart, his students had to spend great sums on gifts for the 3 big feasts and 2 birth feasts each year. How could low and mid officers have that much silver? So of course, they could only take bribes. Yes, they could choose not to give gifts, but if they did that, they would be pushed out by the Li Mo faction, and it would be very hard to rise. It was good that only the evil wolf gang fell this time. If all 3 great gangs were torn down, the proof found would likely be enough to clean out all of Li Mo's students, who served as low and mid officers in East Commandery City. But this was only a thought. Speaking of which, half a month has passed. Feng Tianxing should have that letter now. I wonder if he will give it to Qi Shudao. It does not matter whether he gives it or not. There will be an end. Zhou Ming let out a long breath. His heart was light, and he chose to take a risk that night. I will try to take on Instructor Shen alone. With my strength now, I wonder how many moves I can trade with him. Or maybe, I can turn the hunt and kill an inner training expert. Chapter 17. First kill of Instructor Shen. 2 Imperial Edicts. The casino? Lo, shameless. Using such dirty tricks. And you call yourself a scholar. Instructor Shen was burning with anger, and he shouted loud curses. His eyes were pressed shut, and white dust lay all around them. No doubt, he had been hit by quicklime again. Across from him, Zhou Ming said nothing. He only gave his whole mind to the Fierce Wind Saber technique. The max-level Fierce Wind Saber technique was wild and fierce, and its moves stacked power upon power. Instructor Shun had lost his sight and could only trust his ears. Zhou Ming pushed hard with his sword and beat him back. Instructor Shun felt something was wrong. He roared at once. What are you all standing there for? Attack! Kill him! A casino thug took a brave step forward. Zhou Ming turned, killed him in 2 strikes, and said, I am only here to kill Instructor Shun today. Whoever steps forward, I will kill. The bloody bodies on the floor proved his words. For a moment, all the thugs held back, afraid to move. Zhou Ming turned back and fought on with Instructor Shun. After dozens of moves back and forth, Zhou Ming's sword struck Instructor Shun's blade and sent it flying. Instructor Shun's right hand was empty. He felt lost and hopeless and said, It seems you have won. Kill me. Zhou Ming stepped forward. In that same breath, Instructor Shun pulled a soft sword from his waist and used the one-word quick sword, faster than he had ever used it in his life, to strike at Zhou Ming. I have been waiting for you. Zhou Ming was ready. In that instant, he used the 9 palaces movement technique and jumped back. The sword light passed by and missed, but he moved forward at once, and in that opening, killed Instructor Shun with 1 sword stroke. Then he turned his eyes to the casino thugs around him. Your current adventure dropped. 9 palaces movement technique, dart techniques, and jade belt sword. They have been put into your storage. You can take them out at any time. Who? Zhou Ming let out a long breath and felt a little loss. In the end, my strength gave out. I killed Instructor Shun, but I had no power left, and the other casino thugs closed in and killed me while I chased them. It seems I cannot clear the casino dungeon until my martial arts rank grows. The strength problem could only be fixed by moving up in rank. Zhou Ming had no answer for this now. Then he left the dungeon. He had killed fewer monsters, so the drops were few. 2 skill books, and the boss's first kill drop. This is the 3rd dart techniques book, and the 7th 9 palaces movement technique book. Both have reached major achievement. It is clear, the higher the skill, the more skill books it needs. The jade belt sword, dropped from the boss's first kill, was the soft sword Instructor Shun kept at his waist, worn like a belt. Soft swords are hard to read. If one knows how to use them, they can strike where not looked for. But Zhou Ming did not know how to use it. The only sword skill he knew was the one-word quick sword. But besides Instructor Shun, this skill only dropped from 2 thugs on the 2nd floor. So Zhou Ming had only 2 one-word quick sword skill books. The skill was only at entry. With a normal long sword, it could still work, but it was not enough to use a soft sword. For now, this sword could only be kept. Now, though I can kill the boss, it takes too much strength. In the end, the gain is less than farming the small monsters. Impulse is the devil. This run was a loss. I should keep to farming small monsters. The Chi House. Divide all silver into 4 big boxes. Inflow, submission, storage, expenditure. And each box must say why it came, where it came from, and where it goes. Interesting. Qi Shudao held the thin paper, as if it were a wise book from old times, and read it with care, even if it is only a rough telling. Its heart is far above the money-counting ways of our Qi state. The man who could make such a counting method must be a great master of numbers. Feng Tianxing. I did not think that a man you know would hold such great skill. Feng Tianxing gave a sad smile, held his hands together, and said, My lord, I do not have such luck. I do not know that man. I have never even seen such a thing. Is that true? How would I dare lie to my lord? Qi Shudao's face changed a little. It seems that man is truly aiming at me. But how does this man know of the tie between Feng Tianxing and me? Wife, what do you think? A woman in green came out from the side door. Her face was fair, and her brows held a small pride. Feng Tianxing bowed at once. Greetings, Commandery Princess. The woman did not look at him. She walked straight to Qi Shudao's side and said, No matter who sent it, or why they sent it, this way will be of great help to your work now, and to your tasks, husband, and it will be of great worth to the whole great Qi kingdom. This way should not be used in haste. We should first send word to the imperial city and ask His Majesty. Qi Shudao nodded. When this way is let out, all men across the land who use the old money books to steal silver will have nowhere to hide, but it will also shake the court and the people, other than His Majesty. Any man who dares to push this new counting method will be a thorn in the side of countless men. With their minds set, the two called the hidden spy guards and used their trained carrier pigeon to send the message. A month later, an officer of the emperor came to the commandery city, holding the emperor's call. Before the many officers, he took out a royal paper, woven with gold thread, and kept with great care. Seeing this, all fell to their knees. The emperor's man unrolled the paper and spoke. By the will of heaven, the emperor says, we have heard that the way to rule a land must first rule its silver. Now Assistant Prefect Qi Shudao of Eastern Commandery is wise and hardworking, and deeply knows the heart of money. He has made the 4-foot counting method. We hereby name him County Marquis, with the title Ming Swan, and give him 300 houses, and yearly pay by rule. Respect this. The officers kept their heads low, but could not help looking at the young man at the very front, their eyes full of want. The call was simple. This top scholar of the new imperial examination had made a counting method and given it to the emperor. The dragon was much pleased, and at once sent this paper, making him County Marquis. This Qi Shudao, who seemed to be a man of no worth, married a commandery princess when young, became top scholar when young, and only months into his post, was made County Marquis. This life was too much to wish for. When the emperor's man finished, the officers began to rise. But he said, wait, all of you. His Majesty has another call. He took out another royal paper and spoke. By the will of heaven, the emperor says, we have looked at the new counting method. It is clean and ordered, and good for the land, and for the people. We hereby order that Eastern Commandery be the test ground. To see its worth, Assistant Prefect Qi Shudao shall lead this work, and the East Commandery Prefect, and all officers under him, must give full help, and do their work well. After 1 month, we shall see the gain. If the test works, we shall give rewards. If there is hiding or lazy work, there will be hard pay, no mercy. We trust you will work together to bring this new way to life and help the common folk. Respect this. The many officers were frozen. This new counting method was to be tested right here in Eastern Commandery. The faces of many officers turned white. These were the men who held the silver books of East Commandery City and had used the old ways to take much silver for themselves. They did not know what the new counting method looked like, but it would be used on money books. So surely, it would not be good for them. After the 2 royal calls were read, the officers rose and walked the emperor's man out. Qi Shudao was at once the heart of all eyes. The commandery governor smiled and asked, Ming Swan Marquis, may we ask, what deep secret lies in this new counting method? Please tell us. Qi Shudao smiled and said, even if you did not ask, my lord, I would still tell all of you. His Majesty has called. That Eastern Commandery shall test the new counting method. I cannot do this work alone. I must lean on all of you here. So, I will teach you the new counting method. Chapter 18. The Power of the New Accounting Method. Big brother, this new counting method is truly a wonder. It is so many times better than the old ways. Assistant Prefect Qi is worthy of being the top scholar. To make such a counting method, he is a true gift from heaven. At the Zhou family home, Zhou Chongming was full of fire. He praised it without end. Zhou Chongping was also moved and said, if that is so, our Zhou family will use this new counting method from now on. Zhou Chongxing, who stood near, his face changed a little, and he said, big brother, the royal court is still testing it. It may not be wise to use it so fast. What if there are holes in it? The 2 men turned their eyes on Zhou Chongxing, and cold ran down his whole body. Second brother, you would not have. Of course not. Zhou Chongxing said no at once. But this only showed the truth. The fire in Zhou Chongping's face died. He was still for a time, then let out a long sigh. This way still needs the family's counters to learn it. We will start in 3 days. At that moment, he saw far. The emperor, the son of heaven. Why, with such a strong counting method, did he still choose to test it in Eastern Commandery and wait a month to see if it should spread to all the land? It was likely that the emperor also saw the state of his court. That 1 month was a chance for all officers who had taken silver to make things right, just as he now held back 3 days. A few days later, Zhou Ming met his 4th uncle, Zhou Chonglong, at the Zhou family home. He had cleared the casino dungeon many times, but this was the first time Zhou Ming saw his 4th uncle face to face. He sat in a small house, drinking alone. His form was worn and dark, Zhou Ming sent Zhou Tu to ask, and he knew the truth. I did not think Qi Shudao would move so fast. Not only did he send word to the emperor, but he also won the emperor's hand, pushing this new counting method at once. And with it, he cut out fourth uncle's trouble. 3 days were given, but Zhou Changlong had taken much over the years, and for his want of power, he had spent great sums to raise his men, so he sold all his saved silver and all his things, and still could not fill the hole. In the end, Zhou Chongping took all his holdings, and now he was a man with nothing to do. His holdings were also taken by Zhou Chongxing. This was also a pay for Zhou Chongxing. He had taken less, but he still took. He was given the casino, but pulled from the family's heart. As for the casino thugs and instructor Shun, Zhou Tu could find no word of them. He only heard the family was hiring new teachers. So this casino is no more in the real world. If I wish to see instructor Shin again, it can only be in the dungeon. Zhou Ming was very glad. Even fourth uncle is cut out. So Li Mo and Colonel Zhao should be next. At the commandant's house, hundreds of house guards had closed the whole house. No man could slip through. Men, break the door. The head of the guard spoke, his voice shaking, but also full of hope. Then, with a low sound, the great door opened from within. Colonel Zhao, in plain clothes, his eyes empty, and without hope, said, "No need. I will come out myself." Far away, Qi Shudao and Jiang Yin stood side by side. Seeing this, Qi Shudao shook his head. What a loss. He held the power of soldiers, and I was ready for war, waiting for him to rise. Jiang Yin said, how could he be a fool? He rose from the common folk. To be commandant, the crime of taking silver, even if it is much. At worst, his goods are taken. If he dies, his house can still live. But if he rises against the court, his whole bloodline will be killed. Qi Shudao sighed. Then, to cut Li Mo, we must find another way. Li Mo was not an officer, so he could not be taken by officer law. But he was a great Confucian, with students all over Eastern Commandery, so he could not be treated like a common man. This man wanted silver, but he also wanted a good name. This brought one good thing. All the silver he took was clean, like gifts from his students. At the 3 feasts and 2 birth feasts, even if these gifts were dear, and mostly from stolen silver, Li Mo could not be touched for them. But Jiang Yin smiled. The prefectural son-in-law is within this mountain, and cannot see the path. Now that Commandant Zhao Wei Tiger is taken, Li Mo will be easy. Oh, what is your way? Guard Jiang. This great Confucian loves his name. Then we will hit him where his name lives. A few days later, stories flew through East Commandery City. In the many cases of stolen silver that had been found, most of the officers taken were students of the great Confucian Li Mo. When this tale came out, many men began to doubt Li Mo's teaching, and even his own heart. How else could he teach so many thieves? Li Mo had been in Eastern Commandery for many years, and had many followers. When these tales first rose, all spoke against them, but under a hand no man could see. Their words rose no waves. Under these tales, the Wu family sent Li Mo away. Li Mo knew his name was dead, and too shamed to stay. He left Eastern Commandery a few days later. But before he left, he took all the silver he had gathered in his life. Then, he was robbed. His body was found in the hills a few days later. When found, wild beasts had eaten him to bone. Only his clothes, and some carriages left near, told that it was Li Mo. A mark was painted on the carriages. The mark of Wind Sand Stockade. How bold! Wind Sand Stockade. A gang of men hunted by the court, hiding in the hills. And yet they are this wild. Twice they tried to kill an officer of the court, and now they have killed a great Confucian, and stolen many carriages of books. These are no common bandits. They must be torn down. Yes, if these villains are not cut, the people's hearts will not rest. Prefect, do you not agree? The assistant prefect's words are very true. The prefect nodded. His eyes moved around Qi Shudao. He could now see. This top scholar had been playing a part all along. A man of no worth. Could not have cut out the greatest rod of East Commandery City. In only a few months. A man of 20 years. So deep. So dark. To fool. To strike at this old prefect. And now, with Li Mo's death, he stands so tall. So full of right. It is not only to hunt Feng Tianxing, but for something more. To fight bandits. Could it be? He wants the power of soldiers. This must not be. When Colonel Zhao still held power, with his soldiers, and the wide web of the Li-Mo faction. He had pushed the prefect to the side. Now this top scholar holds silver, and has the hand of the emperor, and the prince of Nanjun. If he also holds the power of soldiers, will he push me to the side again? Before the Li-Mo faction fell, I was only a name. Now this faction is broken. Am I still only a name? Then what is the use of being prefect? The prefect held back, and said, but the commandery is still not at peace. The silver books are not yet all counted, and His Majesty's call is also there. Prefect. Chi Shudao held his hands tight, his face red. Are you saying that wind sand stockade should not be hunted? Not that they should not be hunted, but hunt them slow, step by step, with order. The prefect spoke slow. Our first work now is to do what His Majesty has called, and with the commandant sent away, we must also choose a new commandant. The commandant's house. Chapter 19. Acquaintances fall away. First attempt at the Qi residence instance. That afternoon, Zhou Ming went back to his small yard. He saw the 2 trees he had planted there. They had withered and turned yellow. The ground was full of fallen leaves. He could not help but sigh. Acquaintances fall away one after another, like leaves scattered in the wind. Second brother, you truly live up to your name as a gifted scholar. A simple word from you is like poetry. Zhou Ming looked back and saw a man standing outside the door. It was his eldest brother, Zhou Guang. Eldest brother, what brings you here? Have you not been busy with work lately? Zhou Guang smiled. I came to see second brother. Not long ago, the Zhou family used the new counting method to check the money books and found trouble with fourth uncle and second uncle. One was set aside at home. The other was sent down to the casino. But in this check, Zhou Guang was not found to have taken any silver or done any wrong. Because of this, Zhou Chongping praised him and gave him some of Zhou Chongqing's work. Zhou Ming had kept himself in his yard, training in martial arts. Now, with the great Confucian Li Mo's name in the dirt, all of Li Mo's students were touched, and Zhou Ming was no different. So Zhou Guang came on purpose to mock him. I heard second brother went to the execution ground today. Yes, Zhou Ming nodded. Before this, the check of East Commandery City had found many officers who took silver, including Colonel Zhao Weihu, and many high and mid officers. The case was too big, and the men caught were not low in rank. So even the commandery governor could not judge them. He could only send word to the royal court. After the full work was done, only now were men like Colonel Zhao Weihu sentenced. But taking silver, in great Qi, seldom brought the death mark. So only the 3 with the worst crimes were to lose their heads. Most others had their goods taken, were sent far away, or put in jail. And today was the day of the beheading. Zhou Ming had only gone to watch. Acquaintances fall away one after another, like leaves scattered in the wind. Second brother, your words tell well how things are now. Think back. When great Confucian Li Mo had students like a forest, now Li Mo is killed by bandits, and many of his students are caught. No wonder second brother is so sad today. As Zhou Guang spoke, the joy in his words was hard to hide. Zhou Ming said nothing. Sad. I am so sad, thinking of it. Until today, Zhou Ming had only seen Colonel Zhao Weihu once, at the execution ground, and he had not met Li Mo even once. And he died. So in that way, it was a small loss. But to say he was sad, that was too much. Leaves scattered in the wind. Hee. Why not ask where this wind came from? Oh, because of the Li Mo matter. Many of his students have been spoken against. Father wants you to stay low for a time. Do not go out much these days. Yes, I heard you once wrote down Li Mo's teaching ways, and had third brother study them. Now second mother knows of the Li Mo matter, and she thinks this way of study is bad, so she stopped it. I even heard she curses you in secret. Oh, second brother, you meant well? Truly, how could one's own family hurt one's own family? Huh. Zhou Ming was surprised. He did not think the Li Mo matter would bring such a turn. If third brother is free, then what of Wu Zizhong? Oh no, to think these 2 men spent only a few months in hell, and now they are let out. Zhou Ming's heart was a little sad. After Zhou Guang left, Zhou Ming picked up his long sword and began to train in his yard. The perfection-level fierce wind saber technique wove a net of blade light, sharp and full of power. Huh, why do I feel my body moves better than before? Zhou Ming saw that his steps and strikes were more sure. Could it be that the old owner still held some hurt inside? And it left because I helped him deal with Liamo. Zhou Ming thought, but he knew he would find no answer. So he let it go. He was a man from another life, and had lived in this body for over 10 years. His mind had only been sleeping. The old owner had trapped himself in his thoughts, and died of a sad heart. So he, the second mind in this body, took his place. If there is a turning of lives, he must have walked the right road. He only forgot to drink the soup. That makes a man forget his past. Men of the way speak of cause and end. So by sending Liamo to his death, I have settled the old owner's cause. Night came. Zhou Ming thought on which dungeon to enter. The casino dungeon drops no bone strengthening pills. Its only worth to me is the move skills. But now, Nine Palace's movement technique is farmed to perfection. And though one word quick sword drops less, it is now at major achievement. When all is counted, only Jade Essence Grass and Cloud Flow Internal Cultivation are left. Jade Essence Grass is a medicine herb that can only be taken after inner cultivation, and Cloud Flow Internal Cultivation is for that rank. This dungeon is now of no use to me. So, it is time to try the Flying Eagle Gang dungeon. Zhou Ming set his mind at last. But before that, he chose to try the Qi Residence dungeon once, because he wished to farm a kind of drop there that was not easy to find in the world. Armor. At the gate of the Qi house, 2 teams of guards stood in line. Zhou Ming's eyes moved over the armor that covered these guards. With so many monsters, surely I can get at least 1 set of armor to drop. Men say, 1 set of armor can stop 3 crossbows. 3 sets of armor send you to meet death. In his past life, and in this world of great Qi, to keep armor for oneself was a great crime, and met with hard pay. This shows, in the age of cold steel, how much fear armor brings. Blade light flashed, and Zhou Ming ran at the mansion soldiers. Seeing this, the 2 teams of soldiers raised their long spears and thrust at him. Zhou Ming moved his feet, using the perfection level 9 Palace's movement technique. He slipped the thrust with ease, then turned his sword and drove it into a guard's throat. Assassin! Someone! The assassin is here! The other guards saw and shouted and struck at him. At once, the mansion gate opened wide. 2 more teams of guards poured out, dozens of men in all, who chased and struck at Zhou Ming. In this time, Zhou Ming killed another guard and saw the trouble. Armor truly changes cold steel fights. In the same time, he could kill 5 or 6 casino thugs. But against these guards, he could only kill 2. The reason? All these guards wore armor that covered most of their bodies. So Zhou Ming could only kill them by striking the soft spot of the throat. He saw more enemies come and knew he must not be closed in. If these dozens of soldiers formed 2 rings, 1 inner, 1 outer, and thrust their long spears at once, even the perfection level 9 Palace's movement technique could not save him. He fell back at once, pulling away, so they could not circle him. Then he used a hidden runway. Strike, then move. Strike, then move. Using the speed of his perfection realm footwork, the place before the Qi house, made by the dungeon, was not large, but it was big enough for Zhou Ming's plan. With this way, Zhou Ming killed 2 more guards. But on the wall of the Qi house, a man in white robes appeared. Perfection sword skill. Perfection footwork. Truly a gift, but a thief. Zhang Yun pulled his sword, a blinding blade light, then rose. Zhou Ming turned his head. He only saw a stream of sword qi flying at him, filling all his sight. Chapter 20. The Flying Eagle Dungeon. The 4 Hall Masters. Your current adventure dropped. Elite Spear. Leather Armor. Leather Armor. Blood Slaughter Spear Technique. First layer. They have been put into your storage. You can take them out at any time. The second swordsman of Great Qi is truly strong. I wonder what kind of power the Prince of Nanjun holds. He who is called the first swordsman. Zhou Ming wished for that sword qi for a time, then began to take his spoils. 1 spear. Its make was good. 2 sets of leather armor. These were what Zhou Ming had come for. As for the blood slaughter spear technique, it was a secret teaching of the Great Qi army, split into 3 layers. The first layer could only be learned by soldiers with 2 years of service. It matched the external training realm. The second layer could only be learned by men of centurion rank. It matched the inner training realm. The third layer needed a man to be commander of 10,000 and to have reached the true Qi realm. This spear skill was a pillar of the Great Qi army. and among all moves of its rank, it was counted as high. But no matter how high a martial art, if you have only one copy, you can only reach the start. After learning it, Zhou Ming set it aside and fell into deep sleep. The next day, Zhou Ming trained as he always did, and when he finished, he put on the leather armor to grow used to the feel of wearing armor. Night came. Flying Eagle Conspiracy. Start. At the gate of a great house, two strong men stood guard. When they saw Zhou Ming, they spoke sharp at once. Stop. You are not to come near here. Zhou Ming did not stop. He walked on. The two men showed cruel faces, pulled their swords at once, and ran to kill him. As expected of underworld men, they are wild and have no fear. Zhou Ming now wore the standard leather armor of the Qi army, yet these two dared to run at him. It showed their cruel hearts. But in fights between martial men, wild courage is not enough. Both men were at lesser accomplishment of external training, the same as Zhou Ming. But Zhou Ming was near major achievement and had trained many martial arts to perfection, so his fighting power was far above the external training realm. In less than 3 moves, he killed both men. Then he pushed through the gate and was stopped still. Inside the house were more than 20 Flying Eagle gang men, and even more were pouring out from the inner yard. At a quick count, no fewer than 40 men. This number was close to the guards at Qi Shudao's house. After he was hunted, no matter how rich the Flying Eagle gang was, they could not keep such a force in this house all year. There must be a cause. Zhou Ming thought of the Dongyi envoy, written in the dungeons telling, and he had a guess. Before the enemy could close in, he moved at once to a corner, using the walls to guard his back, so he need only face enemies from 2 sides. And unlike before at the casino, Zhou Ming now wore leather armor. He only needed to guard his throat and his life spots. This took much weight from his guard, so his long sword flew wild. He gave up most of his guard and struck with all his fire. Fools, form a formation. A sharp call came from not far. Zhou Ming looked and saw 3 men and 1 woman. Their clothes and air were not of common men. Walking out from the inner yard, one of them shouted loud. Zhou Ming knew at once. This was one of the 4 hall masters of the Flying Eagle gang. The Flying Eagle gang was built by 3 brothers. The gang leader was the oldest of the 3, called Carrier Pigeon. The Flying Eagle gang has 4 halls. The Wild Goose Hall teaches students and trains martial arts. It is held by the second brother, Wild Goose. The Cloud Falcon Hall has few men, but all are its best. It is held by the third brother, Cloud Falcon. The Spirit Sparrow Hall runs the biggest flower house in East Commandery City and gathers word from the streets. It is held by Spirit Sparrow, the only woman among the 4 hall masters. And last, the Raven Hall keeps the gang's inner work and deals out pay. The one shouting loud now was Wild Goose. The moment he spoke, the many Flying Eagle men around Zhou Ming moved as if by one call. They fell back at once, then formed ranks, 3 in front, 4 behind, and ran at him again. The 3 in front bent low and struck at Zhou Ming's lower body, while the 4 behind struck at his head. A simple battle formation, rose in a breath. Zhou Ming used the leaping technique at once and jumped onto the wall. The many Flying Eagle men struck at his legs. From below the wall, Zhou Ming had the perfection level 9 palaces movement technique. But facing so many strikes, his skin crawled. He looked at the land, and his heart moved. He took great strides and ran straight at the inner yard. Stop him. You look for death. When the hall masters saw this, they were shaken. They knew well that in the inner yard at this time, a noble person spoke with the gang leader. To let a man break into the yard was shame enough. If this man reached the noble person, they would lose all face. All of them moved at once and rushed over. Cloud Falcon was fastest. He cut through the crowd and leaped to jump onto the top of the wall. Now, Zhou Ming chose this instant with great care and threw a ball of quicklime from his hand. He had trained his dart skills to perfection, so his quicklime throw was sure, and the timing was perfect, just as Cloud Falcon, in his hurry to stop Zhou Ming, had jumped to the wall top. But Cloud Falcon had grown up in underworld fights and had seen many low tricks, so his fight sense was deep. Zhou Ming struck at this instant, because the man had just landed, and his form was not steady. A sudden strike could catch him off guard, but Cloud Falcon used his unsteady form. A normal man would surely try to set his feet and stand firm on the wall top, But this would let Zhou Ming's quicklime hit him. Cloud Falcon let his body fall. Instead of fighting to stay, he let himself drop from the wall top. At a look, it seemed his skill failed, and he could not make the jump, but it was done on purpose, so he could miss the quicklime. He had used this move himself when he was young, and knew its power better than most. Once quicklime hits the eyes, even an inner training master is as good as blind. Zhou Ming did not think that his fine quicklime throw would be dodged by this man. He missed this chance. How could he kill an inner training master? With many flying eagle men closing in, and other masters set on him. He looked at Cloud Falcon as he fell, and a thought rose. He held his steel blade and lunged straight down. Cloud Falcon had lost his hold and dropped to the ground. Before he could feel glad, he saw Zhou Ming lunge at him from the wall. He forgot all face and rolled on the ground. Zhou Ming was a beat too slow, and Cloud Falcon slipped the strike. He himself fell flat on the ground. When he turned, the many flying eagle men had closed in. Zhou Ming set his teeth. He knew his small paws on the wall, as he looked for a way, had given Cloud Falcon the time to dodge his lunge. You slipped this time, but not next time. There was no gain in fighting on. It would only hurt the armor. So Zhou Ming set his blade to his neck and took his own life, ending the dungeon. Chapter 21. Dropping the Tiger Strength Pill. Cultivation Cheat Device. Zhou Ming flicked his finger and shot a ball of quicklime straight at Cloud Falcon's eyes. Cloud Falcon had just rushed to the wall top. His feet were not steady, but he used this unsteady fall to drop himself backward and dodge the quicklime. Zhou Ming was not surprised. He held his steel sword and lunged straight down. The time between them was almost nothing. So when Cloud Falcon hit the ground, Zhou Ming was already falling from the wall, his sword in hand, right above him. This move was so fast. Cloud Falcon saw it coming, but he had no time, no room to move away. The sword went through his heart. Third brother, Hall Master. Sad cries rose all around. But Zhou Ming rolled on the ground, calm and sure, and dodged the flying eagle men who rushed at him, then swung his sword and cut them down. Wild Goose, his heart lost to grief, had no mind to call the ranks. In his rage, he ran at Zhou Ming. With the other two Hall Masters at his side, the Flying Eagle Hall said to the world, they had only 3 inner cultivation fighters, the 3 Hall Master brothers. But in truth, Hall Master Spirit Sparrow was also an inner cultivation fighter. Only Hall Master Crow was still at the peak of external training, stuck at the breakthrough bottleneck. The 3 came at him together, all old wolves of the underworld, and all wary of Zhou Ming's low tricks. With this, even with his perfection martial arts and his leather armor, Zhou Ming could not stand against them. Soon, he was pushed back, and Wild Goose, burning with fury, caught his throat with his claw and crushed it. Your current adventure dropped. Eagle Claw Hand, Bone Strengthening Pill, and Tiger Strength Pill, they have been put into your storage. You can take them out at any time. 3 drops. Not bad. The Tiger Strength Pill. When Zhou Ming saw the last drop, joy lit up his face. It has been more than half a month. Except for the first time, I have killed Cloud Falcon almost every run. But I only got drops like Bone Strengthening Pill, Flying Eagle Steps, and Eagle Claw Hand. I thought the Tiger Strength Pill only dropped from the Flying Eagle Gang leader. But wait, is the Flying Eagle Gang so rich that they can give a divine medicine like the Tiger Strength Pill to Cloud Falcon? For half a month, Zhou Ming had been farming the Flying Eagle Gang dungeon because he saw this Flying Eagle Gang dungeon was truly rich. Normal gang members only dropped some weapons, some silver, and some external training martial arts. But elite gang members dropped the Bone Strengthening Pill and the 2 famous skills of the Flying Eagle Gang, Flying Eagle Steps, and Eagle Claw Hand. Both of these are inner skill moves, and their power is as great as the 9 Palaces movement technique and the one-word quick sword. But the most important drop was the Bone Strengthening Pill. It took much weight from Zhou Ming's silver worries and kept him from losing all his money. And then there was Cloud Falcon. Zhou Ming saw that Cloud Falcon's drop rate was not as high as a boss's, 50 in 100, but it was higher than a normal monster's, 20 in 100. It sat near 30 in 100. So Zhou Ming called this kind of monster an elite mob. As an elite mob, Cloud Falcon dropped many things, besides the martial arts and the Bone Strengthening Pill. He also dropped the whirlwind sweeping leg, an inner training move, and the xianxia internal cultivation technique. And then, there was the tiger strength pill that Zhou Ming had only now farmed. Cloud Falcon drops the tiger strength pill. This is great news. Otherwise, I do not know when I would ever hold this thing. And most of Cloud Falcon's drops are skills. If I train these skills to max rank, the drop rate for the tiger strength pill will rise. Maybe it will not be long before I can eat 10 tiger strength pills and change my body whole. The tiger strength pill, it is made from the heart blood of a profound tiger. Only one profound tiger is born for every 100 common tigers. So the find is rare. But those who can make this pill are even rarer. So this medicine has no price and cannot be found in any market. Whether one finds it is all a matter of chance. This pill is eaten. After it is taken, one must train in stance skills and inner skills to pull the medicine's power into the body and grow strong. Zhou Ming ate it and began the Hunyuan post. Soon, he felt a ball of fire rise from his belly and run through his arms, his legs, his bones. The heat burned his whole body. It burned so hot, he felt his muscles, his bones, would soon catch fire. Only by moving the Hunyuan post could the heat ease. So he pushed himself to train the Hunyuan post faster and finished one full round in short time. Before this, at this point, his muscles would feel tired and he would need to rest and take a bone-strengthening pill before he could train again. But now, Zhou Ming felt endless strength flood his body. He was not tired at all. He did not stop. He began the Hunyuan post again and again. He trained for a whole day. At evening, Zhou Ming did not know how many times he had done the Hunyuan post that day. Not until the fire in his body slowly died. Not until he felt the weight of tiredness again did he finally stop. This power. Zhou Ming picked up a sword and swung it twice. This sword used to feel so right in my hand. Now it feels a little light, and my body moves much smoother. And my martial rank, I have reached major achievement in external training. Zhou Ming had known that the tiger strength pill would bring growth, but to digest one pill and at once reach major achievement in external training, this he did not see coming. From his first thought, to reach major achievement would take at least half a month, maybe a whole month. So, this one tiger strength pill cut my training time by a full half month. This sounds strange, but if you think on it, it makes sense. Because external training is about eating well and training hard. If you eat well and train more, you grow faster. But the body has its limits. You can only train so many times a day, so growth takes time. But after taking the tiger strength pill, Zhou Ming seemed to have endless strength. He trained without stop. In that one day, he did as many external training rounds as would take half a month. So reaching major achievement was only right. Wait, if this is so, then the tiger strength pill is a push cart for external training. 1 day is half a month. 10 days is 5 months. It takes 3 years of external training to reach perfection. But if I keep taking the tiger strength pill, it would only take 2 months. This is a cultivation cheat device. But common men could never dream of such a thing. The tiger strength pill has no price. A treasure that cannot be bought, even with a call of 100,000 taels of silver. Even a man with the power of the Prince of Nanjun could only eat 3 pills. To use this thing, just to speed up external training, is truly to waste a gift from heaven. And no other man could find so many tiger strength pills. But now, Zhou Ming could. But that was for later. Right now, Zhou Ming wished for an enemy to test this new power. Instructor Shun, I have come for you again. This time, I may take the casino's first clear. Chapter 22. First clear of the casino. Medicinal pills refined by cultivators. Casino dungeon. The long sword in Zhou Ming's hand moved fast as a storm. 3 strikes, in a breath, with his great strength and his perfection level moves. The speed of these 3 sword strikes was no slower than Instructor Shun's one-word quick sword. Instructor Shun's long sword was also fast, but a sword is made for quick cuts. Common sword skills do not lean on power. But the sword in Zhou Ming's hand carried great weight, and the fierce wind saber technique held the fine way of stacking power, each strike stronger than the last. After these 3 strikes, Instructor Shun could hardly hold, and after the third, He was pushed back 2 steps, his arm gone numb. Instructor Shen's face was full of wonder. Zhou Ming was full of fire. This is great. This is great. I did not think, even without quicklime, I could fight Instructor Shen and have the upper hand. The joy of growing strong was truly sweet. Zhou Ming gave Instructor Shen no time. He raised his sword and struck again, wild and fierce. The stacking power of the fierce wind saber technique now showed its full worth. This way of stacking let the user's sword strikes build power with each swing, but the build was slow and easy to break, so the sword must move fast, like a storm, to speed the build and not be stopped. And now, Instructor Shen could not stop Zhou Ming's stack. So under the storm of sword strikes, the blade in Zhou Ming's hand grew stronger with each layer, and Instructor Shen felt the enemy's sword grow heavier. With each strike, he fought with all he had and blocked 15 strikes. Then he tried to lift his arm and found he could not. His arm had gone dead from the many hard blocks. Then a sword strike swept past. Instructor Shen fell before he could even use his hidden trick, the jade belt sword. Then Zhou Ming turned and killed the other casino thugs. The tiger strength pill truly lives up to its name, a divine medicine that cannot be bought, even with a call of 100,000 taels of silver. It feeds the body's root, strength, agility, reaction, toughness, stamina limit, and stamina return. All have grown much. Before, after I killed Instructor Shen, my strength would be too low to kill the other casino thugs. But now, even as they run and hide, I chase them and cut them down and only feel a little tired. Not long after, the casino was filled with bodies. Zhou Ming breathed hard, but nothing more. Then a light of many colors rose. This told Zhou Ming he had cleared the second dungeon. For the first time, back in his room, Zhou Ming rested a while. The fire in his heart slowly died, and thoughts rose in its place. What kind of man can make a divine medicine like the tiger strength pill? It must be a cultivator, and that profound tiger, only 1 in 100 tigers. Could it be a tiger demon? If this is so, then the great power of the tiger strength pill can be told. Does the human body have limits? Sorry, cultivation is about breaking limits. This also tells why a divine medicine that even the Prince of Nanjun could only find 3 of. A small gang like the Flying Eagle gang could also have, and even give it to the 3rd brother, Cloud Falcon. It is likely the Flying Eagle gang is held up by the Dongi tribe. This tribe has fought the Great Qi Kingdom for many years. They must also have cultivators. If this is so, the Dongi tribe gives tiger strength pills to buy the Flying Eagle gang. They must have big wants. But this is not for a man of only external training to worry about. Train hard, grow strong. That is what matters. Then, Zhou Ming began to farm the Flying Eagle gang dungeon. 10 days later, he got his 2nd tiger strength pill. 7 more days passed. He got his 3rd tiger strength pill. He ate these 3 pills, and his strength grew much. He felt, even without moves, only with his raw power, he could fight peak external training martial artists. But this dungeon had hit a wall. Each time, after killing Cloud Falcon, he faced the 3 Hall Masters and dozens of Flying Eagle men. His strength grew, but in this fight, he still could not find a way. Perhaps, I need higher martial arts, or better weapons, and better armor, and these could only be found in the Qi Residence dungeon. Men say, an inch longer, an inch stronger. If I train the blood slaughter spear technique to max rank, and use a long spear in the Flying Eagle dungeon, maybe the gain will be greater. So Zhou Ming turned and threw himself into the Qi Residence dungeon again. But from time to time, he went back to the Flying Eagle dungeon because he still needed bone-strengthening pills and tiger strength pills. In this hunt for dungeons and martial arts, the days grew cold and winter came deep. Snow fell in flakes and covered the East Commandery City office. Inside the office, many high and mid officers stood together. Zhou Chongning stood among them, still as a doll, not moving. The fall of the Li Mo faction had nearly touched him because he was lifted up by Colonel Zhao Weihu. But in that time, so many officers were caught that the office would have fallen still. So some men were let go. Even so, Zhou Chongning was sent down. But in these days, he swore himself to Qi Shu Dao. And a few months later, He was back as head of the household office. As for Qi Shudao, now, all officers of Eastern Commandery, big and small, knew that this top scholar was no man of no worth. He had only been playing a part. After he took down Colonel Zhao Weihu, he showed his true face. Now, he had grown a great force in Eastern Commandery. The other great force was, of course, the prefect. This prefect had been pushed down by Zhao Weihu, almost a doll, but he had served for many years. And now that he rose, he showed the strength he had kept and became the other great force. And the bone between these two forces was the empty seat of commandant. Of course, neither man could name the head of a border army. They must wait for the emperor's word. But they could speak a name. The prefect spoke his own man. Agricultural commandant Xiao Fei. Qi Shudao spoke Jiang Yun. Yes, Jiang Yun held an officer's seat. Some years ago, his mother died, and he left his post to mourn for 3 years. Now he was a waiting officer. If a seat opened, he could take it. Both sides had sent their words to the capital city. A month ago, today, the emperor's word would come to East Commandery City. Worthy men, the paper has come. Good. Bring it to me. The prefect stepped forward first, took the paper, and read. Now promoting. His face changed, and he looked unhappy. Qi Shudao stepped forward. Promoting. Could it be that agricultural commandant is being raised above his rank? Then I give you joy, Lord Prefect. The prefect gave a cold snort. See for yourself. Qi Shudao knew from his face that this was not so, but the word promoting also told him it was not Jiang Yun. So he was ready. But when he read the paper, promoting cavalry commandant Song Dong to hold the seat of Eastern Commandery commandant, to be made firm after 3 years. Joy to you, Commander Song. In the crowd, a tall man with dark skin was still. Me. Chapter 23. The new commandant's ambition and the teacher's grace charity. Inside the prefectural governor's house, many officers had already left. The prefectural governor sat alone at his table, holding a cup of hot tea, waiting for a man. After a time, agricultural commandant Xiao Fei came in. Sir, the prefectural governor looked at him. The seat of commandant did not fall to you. Are you unhappy with me? How would this subordinate dare? Though he said this, Xiao Fei's eyes told the truth. The prefectural governor had spoken his name. But before this, the two had no tie. It was only because the prefectural governor had no men in the Eastern Commandery army. So he went to Xiao Fei. When Xiao Fei heard the prefectural governor wanted to push him to be commandant, he swore himself at once. So their tie was built on the cleanest trade. Now that he did not get the commandant's seat, Xiao Fei was of course unhappy. The prefectural governor saw this in his eyes and called him a fool in his heart. No wonder he worked under Colonel Zhao Weihu for so many years and never rose, still stuck with farm work, which was much and heavy. This man simply did not know how to move in the officer world. But for now, the prefectural governor still needed him. So he said, this time, His Majesty raised Song Dong to be commandant. Do you see the hidden work? Xiao Fei looked lost. His Majesty, what hidden work? The prefectural governor told him. Such a great matter has come to Eastern Commandery. Not only Colonel Zhao Weihu, but many high officers were taken, and the army is full of fear. So His Majesty raised a man, who was once of the Eastern Commandery army, to be this commandant, to still the soldiers. And the Prince of Nanjun's name is great. His power is not small. Nanjun is his land. If Jiang Yun took the seat of Eastern Commandery commandant, would this not let the Prince of Nanjun reach his hand into Eastern Commandery? Xiao Fei saw at once. So His Majesty had this in mind. The prefectural governor said, if this is so, to use you, or to use Song Dong, is the same. You were only not picked by His Majesty. Then, what should I do? Do not fear. Song Dong's seat is not yet firm. Whether he keeps it in the end, no man knows. Do not forget, there is still a sharp matter waiting to be cut. This subordinate sees. Thank you for your teaching. Sir. Yes. The prefectural governor nodded and waved his hand. Go back and read more. In the cold, the tea grew cold fast. The prefectural governor did not wait for the man he wished to see. That man was not Xiao Fei. It was Song Dong. To push an agricultural commandant to the seat of commandant. What trouble that would bring. If he put that work elsewhere. Better to bring the new commandant to his side. At this time, the man the prefectural governor waited for was the newly named commandant, Song Dong. But he did not wait long enough. He did not come to me. Could he have gone to Qi Shudao? Or does he have other wants? A day later, the prefectural governor heard news. The good news was that Song Dong had not gone to Qi Shudao. The bad news was that he had held a feast. For many army generals, it was clear this new commandant was not going to join any force in East Commandery City. He meant to build his own force. The prefectural governor smiled cold, then set a call to send soldiers to hunt bandits. Before soldiers move, food must go first. Every time soldiers are sent, the matter of food comes up. So this call was of course sent to Assistant Prefect Qi Shudao, who held the silver books. Qi Shudao saw the prefectural governor's work at once. This young man, who had fought the prefectural governor for months, agreed to the call at once. Then the call was sent to the new commandant, Song Dong. Song Dong had taken the seat of commandant, and fire grew in his heart. But he could not yet see the full game. But he was not a fool. To hunt bandits is not wrong. But who sends soldiers to hunt in the deep cold of winter? He said no at once. Both the prefectural governor and Qi Shudao agreed, and did not fight him on this. But when this tale spread among the people, the words changed. Teachers grace charity. Yes, this is a great gathering, and our Zhou family must be there. And Liamo was your teacher in name for 10 years. You cannot miss this giving meet. Zhou Ming scratched his head. Father, what has this to do with Liamo? Zhou Chongping was still, then said with heat, you stay in your yard all day, training in martial arts. But how do you not know of this matter? But father, you told me to stay low, and not go out much. Zhou Chongping had no words. He let out a sigh, and had no choice but to tell him. Liamo, though he wanted silver, and wanted a good name, when he was young, he still had some good in him. And he was in Eastern Commandery for so many years. His students are everywhere. Not long after his death, men began to miss him, and little by little, they began to clean his name. Zhou Ming nodded. This old trick, from the play world of his past life. He knew well, even when big stars, and small stars, do great wrongs, and are sent away, men still miss them. If they die, men lift them to the sky. Liamo was dead now. The dead are held high, so no man speaks of past wrongs. There is only care and loss, and Li Mo's name was tied to the gain of many men. Zhou Ming himself was touched by it, and had to stay low, because in that time, Liamo was a man all Eastern Commandery spoke against, and the best way to quiet this was to clean Li Mo's name. If Liamo was cleaned, all men touched by his name were cleaned too. So in only a few months, Li Mo's name in Eastern Commandery had turned on its head. Yang Xingyuan, head of the Yang family, who is holding this teacher's grace charity, was once Li Mo's student. Before this, he was touched by Li Mo's name, and his seat as family head was near lost. After Liamo died, he worked hard to clean Li Mo's name, and this brought many others with him. Now, he is the face of Li Mo's countless students. Then why is he holding this give meet? Some time ago, the new commandant Song Dong said no to hunting the Wind Sand Stockade. When this tale reached the people, it changed. Men said he held an old hurt against Liamo, and had no wish to avenge him. This brought great noise. Under the people's push, Song Dong had no choice but to say. He did not say no, only that deep winter was not the time to send soldiers. He would send them when the ice melted, and spring came. But because there had been no commandant, and no high officers, for many months, the prefectural troops had grown loose this year, so that the soldiers could move in spring, and hunt the Wind Sand Stockade. Song Dong chose to begin military training at once. Winter military training. Zhou Ming was surprised. That is not a good thought. In the deep cold, can he truly make soldiers train in the snow? And when training starts, the soldiers must eat more each day. Where will the winter clothes and the food come from? Is this not it? Zhou Chongping pointed to the invite for the teacher's grace charity and smiled. Chapter 24. Returned in full. Split 70-30. The teacher's grace charity was held on a clear day. All senior brothers and junior brothers, I know that some things have come to pass. Many of our fellow disciples fell into wrong. They held officer seats, yet took silver, and brought shame to Master Li. Yang Xingyuan, head of the Yang family, was a thin man of middle years. He carried the air of a scholar and the sharpness of a trader. His face was full of loss. Tears stood in his eyes. That Colonel Zhao Weihu, and those others, they are low men, beasts, swine, and blood feeders. But what wrong did Master Li do? Why should he carry this shame? Below the stage, the crowd also showed loss, and hate, and regret. Their play was fine and true. Those who could not play so well stood at the back, heads low, hiding their faces. Wu Zizhong leaned close to Zhou Ming and spoke low. Brother Zhou, how much silver did your Zhou family set aside? Zhou Ming asked back. What of your Wu family? Wu Zizhong said. My father gave me 25,000 taels of silver. We will see how much to give. We are of the 4 great families. We must keep our face. We will watch who gives most, and give a little more. Zhou Ming said. I am about the same. What of the other 2 families? They will be near this price. We all know this. As Wu Zizhong spoke, he cursed under his breath. That old thief. Even in death, he still pulls silver from my Wu family. Zhou Ming said. Brother Wu, stop your grumbling. The Wu family only kept Li Mo for a year, and that year is not yet done. My Zhou family kept him for 10 years. Wu Zizhong thought on this, and said, that is true. Zhou Ming shook his head. He would not speak. That though the Zhou family spent great sums, over 10 years, they also grew, by using Li Mo's ties. In the officer world, they pushed his third uncle, Zhou Changning, into the high seat of household head, and in other ways, they also gained much. They spent much, but they earned more. If this were not so, why would the Wu family, who felt the weight, bother to hire Li Mo? So the Wu family truly took the loss. They spent the silver, gained little, and then Li Mo's name fell. The wind sand stockade. It must be hunted, at all times. Not to hunt it is wrong. A new man took the stage, dressed in full armor. His form was great and strong. Men said this was the newly named commandant, Song Dong. He called out loud, think on this. You take your lady out of the city, for a spring walk, and then you are set upon, by the wind sand stockade. So days without the wind sand stockade are good days. Some say the wind sand stockade has hidden the hills for so many years. It will not be easy to tear down. But I say, that is because I was not here. Now that I am here, the days of the wind sand stockade are counting down. Good. Yang Xingyuan led the clap, and at once, a wave of hand sound rose. Then came the great work, the giving of silver. Yang Xingyuan called out, Master Li's grace is higher than the sky. To take pay for Master Li, and for the peace of East Commandery City, I will give 30,000 taels. Curse it. Wu Zizhong's brows rose high. He is mad. Zhou Ming looked at Song Dong, who stood by Yang Xingyuan, with a small smile. He is not mad. He is making a great throw, throwing on a chance, throwing on Song Dong's rise. If he loses this throw, the loss will be heavy. But if he wins, he may be the next Li Mo. As Wu Zizhong said, the 4 great families must keep their face. If Yang Xingyuan could give 30,000 taels, the 4 great families could not give less. So the men of the 4 great families, who came to the meet, all gave more than 30,000. Zhou Ming gave 33,000, and this moved the other givers to give more. In the end, all the silver given was more than 300,000 taels. This was a great sum. When the giving was done, the smile on Song Dong's face had grown wide. His joy and his fire were plain to see, but as he was glad, the givers were not. Wu Zizhong cursed low all Yang Xingyuan's work. Zhou Ming shook his head. He did not feel loss for this silver, because there was a way unspoken. In such give meets, the silver of the great houses is returned in full. The silver of the common folk is split. 70, 30. Song Dong, a newly named commandant, would not dare take silver from the 4 great families of East Commandery City. And yes, as soon as Zhou Ming went back to the Zhou family, Zhou Chongping got a call from the commandant's office. The call was for winter clothes, wine, and grain to feed the commandant's winter training. The full price was more than 70,000 taels, half paid first. That was 33,000 taels. Song Dong was raised above his rank to be commandant, but before this, he held the seat of cavalry commandant, a mid-officer post. A man who could reach this rank is no fool, but Song Dong would surely need silver for the winter training. If he gave back the silver of the 4 great families, where would the silver for this training come from? The common folk. This give meet was held in Li Mo's name, and all who came Whirly Mo's students, common folk, could not even pass the gate. So those who truly spent silver were the many small houses, rich traders, and common scholars, below the four great families. But these men were not the kind to take a loss. They moved at once, and said the winter snow made it hard to move goods, so they raised the prices of all they sold. This move was done with one mind, so the common folk of the city could not find low-priced winter clothes or grain. They only stopped when the assistant prefect sent men to warn them. By then, they had earned back most of the silver they gave, and so the common folk of East Commandery City took part in the give meet, a meet they could not have joined. In a way they did not know, this matter cut East Commandery City into three. The top, the four great families, gave the most silver, but got it all back, and even won trade. So in the end, they gained. The middle, the small houses, rich traders, and common scholars, gave some silver, then earned it back by their own ways. So they paid only a little. The bottom, the common folk, gave no silver, but they paid for this meat. They bore the weight of the giving. All this was hidden under the winter snow. Those who knew did not speak, and those who did not know knew nothing. Inside the small yard, heavy snow fell. Zhou Ming held a long spear and danced wild in the white. Dressed in plain brocade, he seemed to be one with the snow. The long spear in his hand moved without stop. Hard to see, only the red tassel on the spear head shone bright against the white. The spear tip, sharp and cold, rose and fell under Zhou Ming's hand. Stabbing, turning, lifting, simple moves, yet full of a cold wish to kill. The blood slaughter spear technique, true to its name, a secret of the army, now trained to perfection. It is 3 parts stronger than the fierce wind saber technique. This spear skill has no way to stack power, but it can pull in killing intent and weave it into the move. The stronger the killing intent, the stronger the spear. I have never killed a man with my own hands, but in the dungeons, my kills are without number. In killing intent, I fear no man in the world. For near a year, he had moved between the dungeons. The men Zhou Ming had killed could not be counted. This killing intent, now in his spear, made his long spear cut ever sharper. As the red tassel flew, it seemed the blood color had stained the whole spear. With my strength now, and this spear skill, how many more men can I kill in the Flying Eagle Gang dungeon? Chapter 25. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Soul bewitching bell. The Flying Eagle Gang house was watched with care. A man came to bring them war. With 2 sword strikes, he killed the 2 elite guards at the gate. Zhou Ming felt the change at once. Before, to kill these 2 men took many moves, and they would cry out as they fell, and warn the other Flying Eagle men in the house. But now, Zhou Ming had reached major achievement in external training. He had not yet eaten 10 tiger strength pills to change his body whole, but he had taken 8. So his strength was now far above peak external training fighters, and close to inner cultivation men. So with 2 sword strikes, he killed them. The 2 had no time, no breath, to call out. If this is so, this may be a chance. Zhou Ming thought a moment, and did not push open the great gate. Instead, he jumped onto the wall, moved light and quick, without sound, and reached the middle of the front yard. Then he was seen. A Flying Eagle man called out, and drew the eyes of others. Zhou Ming dropped from the wall at once, and killed the man with 1 sword stroke. There were many Flying Eagle men in the house, but they were spread out, at their posts, not crowded together as before. This spread gave Zhou Ming his chance. He used his Perfection Realm 9 Palaces movement technique, and his major achievement realm, Flying Eagle Steps. He moved through the house, quick as a bird. His speed was great, so he was rarely closed in. His strength was great, so killing common men was like cutting greens. After he killed more than 10 Flying Eagle men, the 4 hall masters came out from the inner yard. Zhou Ming used his old trick. He leaped onto the high wall, then moved along it, going deeper in, as if he would break into the inner yard. The 4 hall masters' faces changed at once, and they ran at him together to block his path. The fastest was of course Cloud Falcon. So as he landed on the wall, Zhou Ming threw a ball of quicklime, and as he thought, Cloud Falcon used the move Zhou Ming knew well. He dropped from the wall to miss the quicklime. At that moment, Zhou Ming let go of his steel sword and took out a long spear from the system's storage, then lunged straight down. He drove the spear at Cloud Falcon. Cloud Falcon had no time to move, and the Perfection Realm blood slaughter spear technique struck him true in the throat, and he fell dead because he used a long spear, a long-handled weapon. Zhou Ming did not leap down as before, but killed Cloud Falcon from above. This change of stance was a great gain, and this time, he killed more flying eagle men than before, so fewer men closed in on him. Only 4 or 5 flying eagle men ran at him. Zhou Ming raised his long spear. The red tassel danced, and in a breath, 3 spear shadows flew out and killed 3 men. Then the other 3 hall masters came. You dare kill my third brother? I will tear you to pieces. If you have the will, come. Zhou Ming leveled his long spear and ran at the 3, facing his fierce spear. The 3 were pushed back. Among the 3 hall masters, Wild Goose and Spirit Sparrow both used Eagle Claw Hand. Only Raven used a long sword, and he was the weakest. Not even an inner cultivation fighter. An inch longer, an inch stronger. This is not an empty word. To fight Zhou Ming with his long spear, they must first cross the space between. Before they could reach him, why say, reach him? Because Zhou Ming also wore leather armor. Their strength was close, but in their gear, Zhou Ming was far above them. The 3 hall masters came with great rage, but in barely a dozen moves, Zhou Ming's spear beat the rage from them. In this time, other flying eagle men tried to help, but Zhou Ming cut them down with ease. This made the power gap between the 2 sides grow wider, and as Zhou Ming used the blood slaughter spear technique, the way of this spear slowly woke. The red tassel flew. A touch of blood slowly came to the spearhead. The 3 hall masters could not help but shake, and dark fears rose in their minds. Hall Master Raven was the weakest, so his sword move was a beat slow, and a hole opened. Zhou Ming, now old in war, saw this hole at once, drove his spear, and killed him, pushed to this state by an external training man. You are all trash. From the inner yard, 2 more men came out. One wore a black robe. His face was proud. He was the Dongi envoy. The other wore a green brocade robe. His eyes were heavy and full of the wish to kill. He was the Flying Eagle gang leader. Blood slaughter spear technique. And this soldier's armor. Who are you? Who am I? I am the man who came to cut you down. Men who trade with the enemy and turn on your own land. All faces changed at these words. The Flying Eagle gang leader said, this man wears soldier's armor and soldier's weapon and knows the blood slaughter spear technique. He is no common man. Envoy, take this man, so we may ask him all. Yes. The envoy did not say no. He took a bell from his coat. He shook it, and the bell's sound spread through the whole house. The Flying Eagle men's faces went lost for a breath, then came back. But Zhou Ming felt his mind grow heavy. His whole body went soft and weak. He could not hold his long spear, and it fell to the ground. This man is lost in my call. You may take him. Lost. Soul bewitching bell. Zhou Ming thought at once of the drop, written in the dungeon's first clear reward. The bronze bell the envoy shook. Must be that soul bewitching bell. The state he was in now was from this bell, but Zhou Ming could feel he was now like a man who had not slept for 2 days, and this state was slowly fading. It seems this soul bewitching bell has some strange power, but it is not so great. As the men closed in to take him, his mind slowly cleared. He looked around and set his eyes on Wild Goose. As the man came near, a steel sword came into Zhou Ming's hand. The blade light was fast as a storm. One strike cut Wild Goose's neck. He fell dead. What? This cannot be. This man was caught by my soul bewitching bell. All were shaken. The Flying Eagle gang leader and the Dongi envoy. Their faces changed. Zhou Ming did not care. He held his steel sword and began to kill again. But he had killed only 1 Flying Eagle man. When the bell sounded again, then, ring, ring, ring. The Dongi envoy shook the soul-bewitching bell. Over and over. Bell sounds came one after another. Zhou Ming felt his mind sink. His sight, his hearing, all grew dim. And as the bell sounds went on, this state grew deeper, until all went dark. When he opened his eyes, Zhou Ming was back in his room. The heavy feeling in his head and his body was all gone. So, I died. But from how the Flying Eagle gang leader and the Dongi envoy moved before, they would not have killed me so fast. Could it be that because I lost myself, I was also counted as dead? What? Chapter 26. 10 Tiger Strength Pills. The Unexpected. Your adventure dropped. Eagle Claw Hand. Azure Steel Sword. Tiger Strength Pill. Tiger Strength Pill. And more. They have been put into your storage. You can take them out at any time. Detected that the skill Eagle Claw Hand has reached max rank. Drops of this item have stopped, and the drop rate of other items has increased. 2 Tiger Strength Pills. At once. One must have dropped from Cloud Falcon. The other was from killing Wild Goose. The Flying Eagle Gang is truly rich. I thought this before. Now it seems. All 3 brothers of the Flying Eagle Gang leader have taken the Tiger Strength Pill. This was good news for Zhou Ming. It meant the drop rate for the Tiger Strength Pill would grow much higher. With these 2, that makes 10. Men say, 10 Tiger Strength Pills. Let a man shed his mortal skin and trade his bones, making a common man's body, like those born with great martial gifts. And there was also the push that the Tiger Strength Pill gave to external training. 1 pill cut training time by half a month. 2 pills, a full month. The next day, Zhou Ming took a Tiger Strength Pill and felt once more the fire of endless strength. In this state, he trained the Hunyuan post. Another whole day, the 3rd day. This is the 10th Tiger Strength Pill. Zhou Ming held the pill, swallowed it whole, and at once began the Hunyuan post. Soon, a burning fire rose from his belly and ran through his arms, his legs, his bones. Zhou Ming thought he knew this feeling, but then, streams of heat rose from all parts of his body, calling to the pill he had just taken. In a breath, Zhou Ming became a man of fire. The power of the Tiger Strength Pills taken before had not been fully used. It had stayed in his body, waiting. Now, the 10th pill woke all that hidden medicine. This day was long for Zhou Ming. He trained the Hunyuan post until the moon rose high in the sky. Only then did the fire in his body die. This power, I am sure now, even without martial arts moves. Only this strength. I can crush Instructor Shun. Zhou Ming was full of trust. But to know how much his strength had grown, he still needed to test it in war. The dungeon refresh was near. Zhou Ming made himself ready, and when midnight came, he went at once into the Flying Eagle Gang dungeon. He held his steel sword and cut his way in. Easy, too easy. Common gangmen, elite gangmen, all fell in one sword stroke. Then the 4 hall masters ran out. Zhou Ming thought a moment and used his old way, climb the wall, throw quicklime, and drive his spear through Cloud Falcon. The Tiger Strength Pill was worth this work. Then, facing the 3 hall masters, he killed Wild Goose. Even more at ease, the 2 hall masters left, were pushed down by him. Then, the Flying Eagle Gang leader and the Donnie envoy came out. The bell sounded, and Zhou Ming's mind grew heavy. But he could feel his state was better than before, and his mind cleared faster. The Donnie envoy rang the bell only once, sure of his work, and told the others to take Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming was ready to strike at Wild Goose. But then he thought, what if he played lost? With this thought, he held back and let Wild Goose and Spirit Sparrow take him. Zhou Ming's heart moved. The move the 2 used to hold him was Eagle Claw Hand. This was good. Zhou Ming's own Eagle Claw Hand was at max rank. In this martial art, he was likely better than these 2. Then the 2 brought him before the Flying Eagle Gang leader and the Donnie envoy. The Flying Eagle Gang leader asked, who are you? How do you know the Flying Eagle Gang trades with the Donnie tribe? I am from East Commandery City. As Zhou Ming spoke, his arms shook with his great strength and his max rank Eagle Claw Hand. He broke free from Wild Goose and Spirit Sparrow. A steel sword came into his hand, and he struck hard at the Flying Eagle Gang leader. The Flying Eagle Gang leader's face changed, but he did not fear. A power unseen rose from his body and held the strike. He struck back with his palm. From a meter away, a great palm wind threw Zhou Ming through the air. He gave a cold laugh. Envoy, is your soul-bewitching bell growing old? Why does it not work? The Donnie envoy's face grew dark. He said, this cannot be. He shook the bronze bell in his hand. Again and again. Ring, ring, ring. Zhou Ming's mind grew slow. His sight, his hearing, all dimmed. Then all went dark. He was back in his room. Another failed clear. I did not think. The Flying Eagle Gang leader was a true Qi realm martial artist. He hid his strength deep. From what Zhou Tu had found, Before Qi Shudao came, there were no true Qi realm martial artists. In East Commandery City, not even the four great families. Eastern Commandery was taken from the Dongyi tribe. Only 50 years ago, the common folk all came from other lands. The powers here had roots too shallow. But the Flying Eagle Gang, below the four great families, hid a true Qi realm martial artist. If the Flying Eagle Gang leader is a true Qi fighter, then the Dongyi envoy, whose name in the dungeon list comes after the gang leader, is he also a true Qi fighter? Zhou Ming thought hard. Then he saw something. When he struck at the Flying Eagle Gang leader, the Dongyi envoy, who stood near, seemed to let out a sound of fear. It may have been a dream. He had been hit by the soul-bewitching bell, and his mind was on the gang leader. But, dream or truth? I will see if I try. Zhou Ming stilled his thoughts and lay down to sleep. The next night, the dungeon refreshed. Zhou Ming went again into the Flying Eagle Gang dungeon. He did all as before. The bell sounded. He played Lost and was brought before the Flying Eagle Gang leader. As the gang leader asked his questions, Zhou Ming pulled out the fine steel sword, a drop from before, and used the one-word quick sword. The long sword in his hand became a bolt of lightning and flew at the Dongyi envoy. The sharp tip cut his throat. How dare you? The Flying Eagle Gang leader roared in fury and struck with his palm, sending Zhou Ming through the air. His leather armor held, but pain ran through his whole body, as if his ribs were broken. Still, he laughed, then forced himself up and ran his sword at the Flying Eagle men. He killed 3 more. Then, a great wind struck him. The Flying Eagle Gang leader came again. He was full of rage. His palm wind flew without stop and pushed Zhou Ming down. Then, under the gang leader's burning fury, Zhou Ming was beaten to death. I was right. Zhou Ming, back in his room, smiled wide and laughed. Then, a strange bronze bell came into his hand. Author's note. I am the writer. Come back from 30 chapters ahead. I saw when I checked that there was a rule where monster ranks could be seen in the dungeon. But this rule was not important, so I forgot it. Seeing ranks, or not seeing ranks. Not seeing brings more turns in the tale. So I will keep the rule that ranks cannot be seen, and I will go back to change the earlier parts. Chapter 27. The Clear Spirit Jade. The person hidden deepest. I did not think that the rank 1 boss was not the Dongyi envoy, but the Flying Eagle Gang leader. The dungeon list showed the Dongyi envoy last, and the Flying Eagle Gang leader before him. But in truth, the Flying Eagle Gang leader was the true Qi realm martial artist, and the Dongyi envoy was only at inner cultivation. Of course, with the soul-bewitching bell, the Dongyi envoy was maybe stronger. One ring of the bell stunned all men near. Ring after ring could even take their minds away. If they had not wanted to bring Zhou Ming in to ask him questions, Zhou Ming would never have had the chance to get close and kill him with one sword strike. But it seems the Flying Eagle Gang dungeon is a 2-boss dungeon. The Flying Eagle Gang leader and the Dongyi envoy, both are bosses. One is strong, one is well-armed. One fights close, one fights far, one strikes, one holds. With the two together, even a true Qi realm martial artist would meet a hard end. Zhou Ming looked at the men and power in the Flying Eagle Gang dungeon and saw that this dungeon was truly deep in danger. If he played it the right way, he did not know what strength he would need to kill both bosses. But the monsters in the dungeon were just like real men. They had the minds of real men, and they had the weak spots of real men. This was Zhou Ming's chance. In the next days, Zhou Ming gave his mind to the soul-bewitching bell. He found that the soul-bewitching bell must be held and shaken to bring its bewitching power. It could take in the power of heaven and earth and hold it so that it could be used once each day and hold up to 5 uses. Other than this, there was no other way, and this way of use was only for a wide strike, not for one man. But the Dongyi envoy could ring it again and again and make the bell's power skip all others and hit Zhou Ming alone. So Zhou Ming thought it was likely that the soul-bewitching bell had a higher way of use, but only the Dongyi envoy knew it. This was like the old tales of immortal treasures. If any man could pick it up and use it, how could it be an immortal treasure? It took 3 days to learn how to use the soul-bewitching bell, and 5 more days to build up its uses. In these 8 days, Zhou Ming went into the Flying Eagle Gang dungeon. Again and again. Each time, he killed the Donny Envoy. In those 8 runs, he got another soul-bewitching bell, and the Donny Envoy also dropped bone-strengthening pills and tiger strength pills. But the other treasure, the clear spirit jade, which was also from a cultivator, he had not seen. The first soul-bewitching bell had 5 uses saved. The second had 3, 8 uses in all. Zhou Ming put the 2 bells in his robe and stepped again into the Flying Eagle Gang dungeon. All went as before, until he killed the Donny Envoy with 1 strike and was thrown back by the Flying Eagle Gang leader's palm. Then Zhou Ming put his hand in his robe and pulled out a soul-bewitching bell. He shook it. Ring. The sound flew through the whole house. The many Flying Eagle men were frozen in place, their minds lost. Many fell to the ground, but one man was not touched at all. How do you have a soul-bewitching bell? The Flying Eagle Gang leader was full of wonder. Could it be you were also sent by the Dongy tribe? No, that is not right. The Flying Eagle Gang leader was not hit by the bell, but Zhou Ming thought, he is a true Qi realm fighter. Maybe he can stand against this bewitching power. He shook the bell again. Ring, ring, ring. In a breath, he used all 5 saved uses. The bell's sound fell again and again, and all the men near fell to the ground, their minds gone. But the Flying Eagle Gang leader was still not touched. That cannot be. Zhou Ming was lost. Are true Qi realm fighters this strong? He stood against 5 rings, one after another. This was not right. Does an immortal treasure have so little power? Or is there something wrong with the Flying Eagle Gang leader himself? Then, a thought came to Zhou Ming, and he saw the truth. The clear spirit jade. The clear spirit jade is on you. When the Flying Eagle Gang leader heard this, his face changed at once, and the wish to kill rose in his eyes. His form moved, and he crossed the space of several zhang in a breath, and was before Zhou Ming. He struck his palm hard at Zhou Ming's chest. Zhou Ming fell. Pain ran through his whole body. His ribs. He did not know how many were broken. No matter how you learn this secret, dead men keep secrets best. The Flying Eagle Gang leader's voice was cold. Then he struck again, but this time, not at the chest, at the head, 1 palm, and Zhou Ming died at once. Back in his room, Zhou Ming let out a long sigh. I did not think that in this dungeon, the Flying Eagle Gang leader was the strongest and the most hidden. Not only was he at the true Qi realm, but he had also taken the clear spirit jade. When he first saw this thing's name, Zhou Ming thought it was made to fight the soul-bewitching bell. And now he saw it was true. The Flying Eagle Gang leader worked deep with the Dongy tribe. Or more true, he was only used by them. But he was not happy with this. So he took the clear spirit jade in secret to fight the power of the soul-bewitching bell. The Dongy tribe is a great power that can stand against the Qi state. So it is no wonder they have cultivator treasures. But where did the Flying Eagle Gang leader get the clear spirit jade? This made Zhou Ming wonder. But to ask the Flying Eagle Gang leader in the dungeon, he would need to be stronger than him. At least, he must take the clear spirit jade from him. So, the most important thing is still strength. So Zhou Ming kept farming the Flying Eagle Gang dungeon. His wish now was not for immortal treasures, like the soul-bewitching bell or the clear spirit jade, but for the tiger strength pill. 1 tiger strength pill. Let him do half a month's training in 1 day. To go from major achievement of external training to the peak takes near 3 years. But with 50 or 60 tiger strength pills and 2 or 3 months, he could skip this whole road and stand at the peak of external training. In the Flying Eagle Gang dungeon, Cloud Falcon, Wild Goose, and the Donny Envoy all drop tiger strength pills. Cloud Falcon and Wild Goose are elite monsters. Their drop rate is near 30 in 100. The Donny Envoy is a boss. His drop rate is 50 in 100. Even if they carry other things that may lower the tiger strength pill drop. Still, he could get 1 pill every 2 days. If his luck is good, 1 pill a day, or even 2, is not a dream. With the push of these tiger strength pills, the time Zhou Ming needed to reach the peak of external training, even if not the least time of 2 months, would surely be less than 4 months. Chapter 28. Essentials of Internal Training. A new realm. This world also has the custom to say goodbye to the old year and welcome the new. But in this same feast, there were none of the old year's ways that Zhou Ming knew from his past life. Zhou Ming felt the new year joy and the noise of men, but deep in his heart, he also felt a strange loneliness. Only by training his skills, without stop, could he push this loneliness away. With this hard work, by the middle of February, Zhou Ming had reached the peak of external training. 1 month to entry level, 2 months to minor achievement, 5.5 months to major achievement, then 3 more months to peak. All this in less than a year. Now, it is time for internal training. The peak of external training is not the end. It is a new start. From here, a martial artist may walk one of 2 roads. One road is internal training, to grow internal energy. The other road is to keep on with external training. But no matter the road, he must first find a cultivation technique. Without it, even a heaven-defying genius would waste much time. Before internal energy rose on its own, Zhou Ming had many internal skills to pick from. The Zhou family kept a few, but only one could be called high grade. After much thought, Zhou Ming chose the xianxia internal cultivation technique that dropped from the Flying Eagle Gang dungeon. This cultivation technique was also high grade, but it was one of the lower high grade ways. The internal energy it grew was plain and had no special mark. It could not match those internal skills that made a man stronger or faster. But this cultivation technique was still high grade because it had its own good points. More internal energy and faster return. This was what Zhou Ming valued most, because he saw that to clear a dungeon, he needed not only power to strike, but most of all, stamina. In the casino dungeon, his strength was enough, but for a long time, he could not clear it because his body grew tired. The xianxia internal cultivation technique could fix this. And after so long in the Flying Eagle Gang dungeon, Zhou Ming had trained this skill to max rank. Stance skills are simple. They are only moves of the body. Internal skills are deep. Many men need months or years to learn one and see all its ways. To have a max rank internal skill means Zhou Ming knows it through and through. When he turns to train it, internal energy will rise at once, and his internal energy will grow far faster than other men. With his mind set, Zhou Ming began the xianxia internal cultivation technique. As he thought, the max rank skill let him reach entry level in a few breaths and draw his first wisp of internal energy. Then he moved this wisp through his body and grew more. A perfection realm internal skill makes internal energy grow 8 times faster than an entry-level skill. If I can open the 12 main meridians, this speed will rise again. The 12 main meridians are the most important paths in the body. To open them does not mean they are shut. To open them means to move internal energy through them again and again, so they grow used to the flow. It is like a man driving a cart on a new road. He must be slow and careful, but if he drives the same road every day, every month, he knows it well, and he does not need to be so slow. So his speed grows. Internal energy is the cart. The martial artist is the driver. And the 12 main meridians are the 12 great roads. When the martial artist knows these roads well, the speed of his internal energy can grow by 1 whole time. This is on top of the skill zone speed. Zhou Ming's max rank xianxia internal cultivation technique is 8 times faster than entry level. If he opens his meridians, he can reach 16 times the speed. A common man with an entry-level internal skill grows 1 day's worth of internal energy in 1 day, but Zhou Ming can grow 8 days' worth in 1 day. If he opens the 12 main meridians, he can grow 16 days' worth in 1 day. The strength of an inner cultivation martial artist is measured by the amount of internal energy he holds. Less than 5 years is entry level. 15 years is minor achievement. 30 years is major achievement. 60 years is peak. Only when a man holds 60 years worth, a full jiazi cycle, can he step into the true qi realm. So the speed of internal energy growth is of great weight. In external training, there are pills to make training faster. In inner cultivation, there are also such things. Internal energy does not come from nothing. It is born when the body takes in food and turns it into essence qi. So the pills of inner cultivation are of 2 kinds. One kind is rich meat and fish, or tonics full of power and feed. These are taken in, then turned to internal energy by the internal skill. So pills like bone strengthening pill and tiger strength pill can still be used in inner cultivation. The other kind is rarer and more dear. These can grow internal energy at once. The jade essence grass, dropped by instructor Shun, is this kind. Where instructor Shun found it, no man knows. The bone strengthening pill takes a quarter hour to use and grows half a day's internal energy. The jade essence grass takes 2 days to use and grows a full month's internal energy. The tiger strength pill takes half an hour to use and grows half a month's internal energy. Why is the tiger strength pill still the best? Even in inner cultivation, Zhou Ming tested the pills and herbs he held and saw that the tiger strength pill was still the strongest. But on this thought, it was only right. This was a pill made by a cultivator, so its power was not of common things. In truth, the way Zhou Ming used it was a great waste. The first work of the tiger strength pill is to let a common man shed his mortal skin and trade his bones, to use it as Zhou Ming did. A pushcart for external training and a pill for internal energy. This is to take gold and use it as stone. A great waste. If external training is 3 parts work and 7 parts eating, then inner cultivation is 1 part work and 99 parts eating. Zhou Ming saw the truth of inner cultivation and let out a long sigh. If he opens the 12 main meridians, his training speed could reach 16 times. In 1 day, he could grow 16 days worth of internal energy, and in 4 or 5 years, he could hold 60 years worth. But this is only in thought. If he eats no pills and no herbs, can common food, even rich meat and wine, give Zhou Ming 16 days worth of internal energy. 3 meals a day may grow 1 or 2 hours of internal energy. That is already good. If there is not enough feed, no matter how fast the training speed, it is of no use. If this is true for him, how much more for common men, genius, or fool? Any man who wishes to step into true qi must take medicine. Only the power of medicine can give enough essence qi to be turned to internal energy. Men of the Jianghu love wine, because wine is the heart of grain. The essence qi from wine is greater than from common rice and meat. So in inner cultivation, eating is still the key. Jade essence grass, tiger strength pill, and the pills in the qi residence dungeon, and the brothel dungeon, yellow dragon pill, spirit boosting pill, divine power pill, essence and spirit pill. These pills, written in the dungeon lists. I wonder what power they hold. If used for inner cultivation, how much internal energy will they grow? Chapter 29. Step by step. The mad Yangxing Yuan. Ice melted, snow thawed, and spring came. The weather grew warm. Men slowly began to walk out again. East Commandery City slowly found its old noise. And another great matter was soon put to hand. Hunt the bandits. It had been near half a year since Liamo was set upon by the Wind Sand Stockade, and a man first spoke of sending soldiers to hunt the Wind Sand Stockade. Before, this could not be done, because the commander seat was empty. After the new commander was named, the matter was pushed back by the winter cold. Now the ice had melted, the weather had warmed, and this matter was brought up again. This time, Song Dong could not find a good word to say no. He could only begin his work. After waiting 5 or 6 days, he had no choice but to leave, leading an army of 3,000 men to hunt the bandits. And in this time, he also called many Jianghu fighters and hunters who knew the hills. In his work, he was very full. This matter was the greatest noise in East Commandery City and drew the eyes of countless men. Even Zhou Ming, who trained hard in his own yard, heard of it from Zhou too. Young master, do you think Commander Song can hunt the Wind Sand Stockade? What do you think? I think, maybe. Commander Song began training his men last year, and he worked so long, and he took 3,000 soldiers, so many fighters, and hunters who live in the woods all year. Zhou Ming did not say yes or no. From how things stood, Song Dong had worked well, but the Wind Sand Stockade had stood for many years, and had seen many hunts, and was still not torn down. There was cause for this, and the head of Wind Sand Stockade, Feng Tianxing, was now under Qi Shu Dao. If Qi Shu Dao put his hand in, and with the Wind Sand Stockade's own strength, Song Dong might even be turned upon. A few days later, word came. Song Dong led his men into the hills, but did not rush to strike. He took his hunters and fighters, and searched the land, and had his soldiers set camp. For days, he did nothing. When this word reached East Commandery City, it raised a great noise. In the small yard, Zhou too spoke with heat. I thought Commander Song was a great hero, but he is only a coward. With over 3,000 men, facing one small stockade, he does not even dare to strike. Zhou Ming smiled, and said, maybe, this is the wise move. War needs time, and land, and men. Song Dong had only men. As for time, it was only early spring. There was no snow in the city, but in the hills, white snow may still sit on the trees. And the land, there was no need to speak. The stockade had been in the hills for over 10 years. They must know the land well, and had made it their own. But the army was new to the hills, and knew nothing. In such a place, to move slow was the wise move. But how did word, from deep in the hills, spread so fast through all East Commandery City? Zhou Ming did not think that no man was pushing this tale. He did not know who it was. The prefect, Qi Shudao, or maybe both. To do this was to put weight on Song Dong, to make him begin the war. Maybe they would even hold back his feed. In the days after, word of Song Dong's hunt came to East Commandery City every few days, on time and true. But Song Dong's moves were step by step. He did not hurry, and his walk was very slow. This made many men unhappy. But Song Dong seemed to know nothing of the city, and still walked his own road. In a breath, Song Dong's hunt had run 2 months. He fought from spring into summer. If the first work was counted, it was near half a year, and the end of such long work was the Wind Sand Stockade is hunted down. Zhou Ming was much surprised. Yes, young master, the word is already in every mouth. Commander Song also sent word that he will come back in 3 days. A great win. The whole city speaks of this. Zhou Ming nodded and thought, this Song Dong was once a cavalry commander. He led men on horses. Now he leads an army in the hills. And is this strong? The step-by-step way was right. But to find this way, in a land he did not know, and keep to it, with men working against him from behind. Does this man have such skill? Could it be that he was a great man, held down by Zhao Weihu? Zhou Ming shook his head. Whether this man had skill was not his work. He must keep to his own work and grow his strength. But this matter would touch him. With the hunt done, Song Dong's seat as commander was now firm. And for Song Dong to win, one man had done work that could not be missed. That man was the Yang family head, Yang Xingyuan. It was he who called many of Li Mo's students to the teacher's grace charity and gave Song Dong the silver for his winter training. And after word came that the Wind Sand Stockade was hunted, it was soon told that in Song Dong's 2 months of war, his feed ran low. Many times, the reason Song Dong could hold was because Yang Xingyuan put his hand in and sent much feed. It could be said, he was not only Song Dong's early giver, but also one of the men who made this hunt a win. Now the hunt was won, and Song Dong's seat was firm. All the Yang families put in silver would bring great gain. Yang Xingyuan was not shy. He soon set a day to hold a call for Li Mo, to tell his teacher in the sky that his great pay was taken. All students who came to the teacher's grace charity got an invite from Yang Xingyuan, and of these men was Zhou Ming. When Zhou Ming saw the invite, he thought of what Wu Zizhong said at the give meet. Yang Xingyuan may truly be mad. The give meet before could be told as a gift to Song Dong, but this call for Li Mo was not right. Yang Xingyuan called so many of Li Mo's students and was close to Commander Song Dong. What did he want to do? Could it be he wants to be the next Li Mo? If Yang Xingyuan had this wish, or did not, men would think so, and from his moves, he seemed to have this wish. But even the true Li Mo was dead, and the prefect, who was pushed down by him, and Qi Shudao, who tore the Li Mo faction apart, would never let another Li Mo rise. Heaven kills a man by first sending him mad. This Yang family head is already mad. His fall will surely come. Zhou Ming shook his head and put the invite away. Send word to the Yang family. I will not come. Chapter 30. Disregarding martial ethics. Cultivator Qi Gaolon. At the gate of the Qi house, 2 teams of resident soldiers stood on high watch. Zhou Ming wore a full set of leather armor and held a long spear. At a quick look, he seemed one of the resident soldiers, but he held his spear tight and stepped forward, running at the many soldiers. Here is a truth that is not easy to see. A martial artist who has just stepped into inner training is not much stronger than a man at the peak of external training, because the internal energy in his body is too small. One move, and it is gone. Without internal energy, a so-called inner training martial artist has the same strength as a man at the peak of external training. So Zhou Ming waited. For many months, he took in many pills and many spirit herbs, and grew over 2 years, near 3 years, of internal energy. Only when he felt his strength grow much did he step into this chi residence dungeon. Red tassels flew and stained the long spear with a deep, unbending blood color. For many months, Zhou Ming had farmed the Flying Eagle Gang dungeon without stop. Each time, he killed 20 or 30 men. His killing intent was thicker than before, so the power of his blood slaughter spear technique was many times greater. The 2 teams of resident soldiers were good men, but under this killing intent, they all felt fear. Their minds shook, and Zhou Ming took their lives with ease. But there were many of them, and they bought time, so the men in the house knew something was wrong. As Zhou Ming killed both teams of resident soldiers, the gate of the Qi house opened wide, and many soldiers poured out again. A man in white also came to the wall. At the set time, what fearful killing intent! The ground was full of bodies. Jiang Yun's face changed, but the deep, unbending blood color on the long spear in Zhou Ming's hand made his eyes pull in, and his face filled with fear. A man like you cannot be left to live. Sword light flashed, and sword chi flew out. Zhou Ming smiled a little, moved his feet, and dodged the sword chi. Quick and easy. What? Jiang Yun was shaken again. Zhou Ming was pleased. In these past months, he had given his mind to opening 2 meridians in his legs. This let his internal energy flow to his legs at once and give them power. With his perfection Realm 9 Palace's movement technique, and the many times he had died to Jiang Yun's sword chi, he made this easy dodge. After his first shock, the killing intent in Jiang Yun's eyes grew deeper. A flash of white. He crossed the space between them and was before Zhou Ming. Sword light moved. Zhou Ming dodged fast, but the strike still cut his shoulder armor. He is the second best swordsman of great chi. No wonder. But I do not care for martial honor. Zhou Ming took out a bronze bell from his coat, held it in his hand, and shook it twice. Ring, ring. The clean bell sound held a deep, bewitching power. Jiang Yun's face froze. His eyes grew lost. Zhou Ming took this chance and drove his spear through his throat. This great master of the true Qi realm was killed. Yes, even a true Qi realm fighter cannot stand against the soul-bewitching bell. The other resident soldiers near fell to the ground under these 2 bell rings. Their minds lost. Zhou Ming walked to them and killed them one by one. Then he stepped through the great gate of the Qi house. He was met by a deep guard. At the front were 20 soldiers in black iron armor, holding long spears, their killing intent plain. These were the best. They were the Prince of Nanjuan's own guard, the Black Eagle Guards. Around them were 10 men in leather armor, holding long swords, their power hidden. These were the hidden spy guards. And behind these soldiers, at the door of the front hall, stood a group of noble men. On each side stood 2 tall, wide men. In the middle were Qi Shudao and a woman in a green robe. Her face was fair and held a touch of high birth, pride, and the far air of immortal Qi. The twin dragons of Nanjun, and a cultivator, Qi Gaolan, other than Feng Tianxing, who could not show his face. All the power in this house was here. Qi Gaolan called out, her voice sharp. Kill him. The 20 Black Eagle Guards raised their spears and roared, kill. A great wave of killing intent washed over to a common inner training martial artist. This roar would bring deep fear, but Zhou Ming's blood slaughter spear technique was at perfection. His killing intent was more than all 20 of them. He showed no fear. He raised the soul-bewitching bell in his hand and shook it 3 times. 3 bell rings fell one on another. But at the same time, Qi Gaolan made a hand seal with her left hand and spoke soft, purify. A green light rose from her body and washed through the whole yard. The many soldiers' minds grew sharp, and with this light upon them, they stood against the bell's power with ease. What? It was blocked. Just like that. Zhou Ming's face was full of wonder. Qi Gaolan said cold. I do not care if you were sent by the Dongi tribe, or a man of luck, who found a soul-bewitching bell. But if you think, with a thing, not even a low-grade spirit tool, you may do as you wish, then you think too little of my great Qi royal court. The 20 Black Eagle Guards and the 10 hidden spy guards ran at Zhou Ming. The Black Eagle Guards were true to their name, the Prince of Nanjuan's own. Most of them were at the peak of external training. Some were at inner training. Their 2 captains were both at minor achievement of inner training, men with at least 15 years of internal energy, and the 10 hidden spy guards were more to fear. All 10 were inner training fighters against such enemies, better in count and better in power. Zhou Ming's only way seemed to be the soul-bewitching bell, so he did not wait. He took out a second soul-bewitching bell and shook it again and again. All 5 saved bell rings were set loose in that breath. The many Black Eagle Guards and hidden spy guards fell into a lost state. Even the twin dragons of Nanjun and Qi Shudao, who stood at the front hall door, were touched. Only Qi Gaolan, a green light on her body, blocked the bewitching power of these 5 bell rings. But her face also showed surprise. A soul-bewitching bell. You have a second one. Not just a second. I have a third here. Zhou Ming took out another soul-bewitching bell, and 5 bell rings burst out at once. Then, all the men in the yard fell to the ground. Thud, thud, their minds lost. Even Qi Gaolan was lost for a breath. But she took out a yellow talisman and put it on her body. The yellow talisman gave out a white light that mixed with the green light on her and pushed the bell's power away. Zhou Ming saw this and knew he could not kill Qi Gaolan this day. He had only brought 3 soul-bewitching bells. These things were not small. To carry more would slow his moves. He raised his long spear at once and ran at the lost Black Eagle Guards and hidden spy guards. When Qi Gaolan saw that Zhou Ming did not take out more bells, she let out a small breath. Then her face grew cold. With a wish to kill, she made a hand seal and shot out a green light. Zhou Ming felt something wrong and moved fast to dodge, but the green light was not set on him. It fell to the ground. Then, a few weeds on the earth grew wild and turned to living vines, like snakes, that coiled around Zhou Ming's legs and rose up. In a few breaths, he was bound, like a zongzi. Zhou Ming pulled with all his power. He had eaten 10 tiger strength pills and changed his body whole. His strength was more than 3 times that of a peak external training martial artist. But against these few weeds, he had no power at all. He could not break free. Qi Gaolan struck her waist, and a green long sword, seemingly cut from bamboo, came into her hand. She swung it, and a green sword Qi flew from the blade and came to Zhou Ming in a breath. The leather armor on Zhou Ming's body gave no guard. It was cut open by the sword Qi, and then himself. Chapter 31. Yellow Dragon Pill. Immortal medicinal pills, divine efficacy. Your current adventure dropped. Leather armor. Yellow Dragon Pill. Blood slaughter spear technique. Second layer. Concealment art. And more. They have been put into your storage. You can take them out at any time. Ha ha ha. Back in his room, Zhou Ming thought of what he saw just before he died in the dungeon, and he could not hold back his laugh. It seems that so-called cultivators, at least the low-rank cultivators, do not hold such strange powers. They are nothing special at all. That green sword Qi was far stronger than the sword Qi Jiangyun used. But a cultivator's best way to kill was to hold a long sword and send out sword Qi. This broke all of Zhou Ming's dreams of what cultivators were. But he also knew that these rank 2 or rank 3 cultivators were surely the lowest in the cultivation world. If rank 2 cultivators only have such ways, then maybe I can try the brothel dungeon that I once feared like a tiger. Zhou Ming thought to himself. He put this thought away and began to look at his gains. The drops from the resident soldiers before were only gear, like long spears, and leather armor, with 2 or 3 bone-strengthening pills. Zhou Ming took out the bone-strengthening pills and kept the other things in storage. This was a new power he had found. As long as the dropped items were not taken out, they could stay in the system space for as long as he wished. The blood slaughter spear technique. Second layer. Must have dropped from the Black Eagle Guards. The concealment art. Dropped from the hidden spy guards. It is an internal skill to hide a man's air. And last, the yellow dragon pill. Zhou Ming took out a pill, about the size of a fingernail. Its skin was yellow-brown, and it gave a faint glow. This pill must have dropped from Jiangyun. But what power does it hold? And how should it be taken? The bone-strengthening pill and the tiger strength pill that dropped before. Zhou Ming had heard of them, or found books on them, and learned their ways. But the name yellow dragon pill, Zhou Ming had never heard, let alone its power, and how to take it. So, to take it, or not, became a question. What if this pill is for breaking a bottleneck? What if this pill is not to be eaten? What if its power is too great, and his body cannot hold it? All these were questions. But these questions were easy to fix. Just go into a dungeon. The next day, Zhou Ming, for once, entered the casino dungeon. He killed Instructor Shun with ease, then kept one thug, tied him tight, and went into the casino's kitchen. He had only one yellow dragon pill, so he could not waste it. He ground it to powder, split it into 10 parts, and tested them. First, he mixed 1 part in water, and drank it. A great wave of power rose inside him. Zhou Ming moved his internal skill at once, but his body could not hold this power. When he pulled it into his meridians, the meridians burst. Bang! The power is still too strong. I must split it further. But to mix it in water and drink it, that seems right. And from the pill's power, it seems to be a pill for growing cultivation. In the days after, Zhou Ming kept testing. He found that if he split the yellow dragon pill into more than 60 parts, the power of each part was within his hold. Even so, 1 part took Zhou Ming 3 or 4 hours to take in whole, and the gain from 1 such part was 2 months, more than 60 days. 6 times 60 is 360, so 1 whole yellow dragon pill would grow his internal energy by 10 full years. If he could get 6 such pills, he would hold 60 years of power and step at once into the true qi realm, and 1 part of the powder took 3 or 4 hours to take in. So without sleep and without meals, he could take 2 parts a day. 1 pill would take him 1 month. So, if he had enough yellow dragon pills, the time he needed to reach the true qi realm was 6 months. Zhou Ming looked at the paper in his hand. With the sum he had written, his eyes pulled in, and his heart was full of wonder. The road from inner training to true qi is a path that common martial artists may walk for tens of years and still not reach. But he needed only 6 months. No, I should say, it can be even faster. Zhou Ming saw that he had not yet opened his 12 main meridians. If he opened all 12 main meridians, his energy flow would double, and his speed in taking the pill would double. 6 months. No, 3 months. Yes, to open the 12 main meridians still needs time, but he thought the full time would still be 4 or 5 months. That is still a very short time, and the matter of the yellow dragon pill was not a problem. 1 yellow dragon pill kept Zhou Ming taking it for 1 month. In that month, across 30 dungeons, he would surely get another yellow dragon pill. Cultivation, next to mortals, or even martial artists, is truly a crushing thing. Just from the feed, the space between them is like sky and earth. The bone-strengthening pill that sold for 150 taels in East Commandery City and could not be bought by common men was nothing next to the tiger strength pill. And the tiger strength pill's first work is to change a common man and grow his training. So to use it as Zhou Ming did was a great waste. And this yellow dragon pill, its power, could only be called fear. 1 pill grows 10 years of internal energy. 6 pills make a true qi realm martial artist. I do not know what worth the yellow dragon pill has in the cultivator world, but it dropped from Jiangyun. Maybe he got 1 as pay for his work while in Nan Commandery. If this is so, it is likely not a very dear pill. Zhou Ming thought this, and his wish for the cultivator world grew deeper. Sooner or later, I will have my chance. Zhou Ming said to himself, if I have the strength to hold down the whole dungeon, whether it is Qi Gaolon, in the Qi Residence dungeon, or the Demoness, in the brothel dungeon, I can take them and ask them all. Then, maybe I will know where those famed cultivators meet. With this hope, Zhou Ming went back to his hard training. At the same time, East Commandery City, Song Dong led his great army. Back in victory, high officers, the prefect, and the assistant prefect all came to greet him. The common folk spoke of this matter, but their fire was not as great as when Qi Shu Dao, the top scholar, first came to his post. It was then that Yang Yuan, with a great crowd of Limo's students, whom he had called together, spent silver to hire many common folk to gather at the city gate and watch and greet Song Dong's win. The scene looked full of noise. Song Dong saw this and was clearly glad, but as he stood tall and full of pride, a streak of sword light flew from the crowd straight at Song Dong. This old scene brought men back to last year, and the man who struck this time was the same man as last year. Chapter 32. The reappearance of Feng Tianqing. The ferocity of Wen San Stockade. Song Dong was only at the inner training realm, and he did not have a guard like Jiang Yun by his side. Facing this sudden sword strike from a true Qi realm fighter, Song Dong had no time, no breath, to move. But that sword Qi was not meant to kill him. It flew past the top of his head and cut the plume from his helmet. Who is it? How dare you? Feng Tianqing, it is you again. Feng Tianqing leaped from the crowd. His eyes burned at Song Dong. His voice was cold, without heat. You tore down my stockade, killed my brothers, broke all I built. Song Dong, I will not kill you today, but as long as you live, you will watch your family, your friends, fall one by my hand. You dare? Jiang Yun rushed out and pulled his sword. Feng Tianqing turned at once and ran, but his voice, full of dark hate, came back on the wind. And all the men of East Commandery City, who paid silver to feed Song Dong's hunt, I will not spare one. Wait for me. When Zhou Ming heard of this, it was already the morning of the next day, but he did not hear it from Zhou Tu. He heard it from Zhou Chongping, and with him, listening to the tale, were all the core men of the Zhou family, second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle, who had sat idle in the Zhou home for many months. When he heard this, fourth uncle Zhou Chonglong stretched, leaned back in his chair, and said with no care, "What is this?" Only words of a madman. The men who gave silver at that meet were the four great families, and half the houses and rich traders of East Commandery City. Do they truly dare to strike back? Do you think Wen San Stockade is only a pack of small thieves in the city, who talk big, but have no bite? Zhou Chongping spoke low. They are wild men, who raised a stockade in the hills, fought the royal court, and dared to stop men on the great road, to rob them, dare not strike back. Heh, last night, the Yang family was torn down. What? All were shaken. Zhou Chongqing pushed at once. The Yang family. Which Yang family? Who else? The Yang family, whose head was Yang Yuan, he who held the give meat. Zhou Chongping said. The whole house was killed, all but a few kin, who were not in East Commandery City. Even 2 children, hiding in a cellar, were found and killed in a breath. That wild. Zhou Ming's eyes pulled in, because only he knew that Feng Tianqing was Qi Shudao's man, to tear down a whole house, and one with weight in East Commandery City, was not a move Feng Tianqing would dare, unless Qi Shudao called him to it. But was Qi Shudao truly such a dark man? Zhou Ming thought of the times he had seen Qi Shudao. He had not met him many times. Once in the capital city, once when Qi Shudao entered the city, and once in the dungeon. But from these times, he did not think Qi Shudao was a man of such cruel heart. He asked, did Feng Tianqing do it? Zhou Chongping shook his head. No, it was White Wolf, Gun King, and Black Widow, 3 of Wen San Stockade's 8 great Vajras. Not him. Zhou Ming felt sure. Zhou Chongqing slammed the table in anger. Song Dong is trash. He said he tore down Wen San Stockade. How did 3 of the 8 great Vajras get away? Not 3. At least a third of the stockade got away. Near 100 men. Zhou Chongping's face was dark. This includes second chief Sha Qingyong, and all of the 8 great Vajras. What? 100 men. Is Song Dong a fool? With so many men loose, how does he dare to call his hun a win? The main hall burst into noise. All faces were hard, and all cursed Song Dong. In truth, Wen San Stockade had over 1,000 men, and many of them were skilled fighters. Second chief Sha Qingyong was also in the true Qi realm, and the 8 great Vajras were all inner training fighters. With such strength, it was not strange that some men got away. No man would blame Song Dong for this. But Feng Tianqing's try on Song Dong, and the fall of the Yang family, were the deep and dark pay of Wind Sand Stockade. This was now a matter that could touch the Zhou family. So all were in fear. And of course, they cursed. Stop. This talk is of no use. Zhou Chongping cut the noise with one word. I called you here today to tell you. Stay low for a time. Do not go out. And the Zhou family must take in another batch of manor guards. To take in manor guards meant more silver. But at this time, no man spoke against it. No matter how much silver a man has, he must be alive to spend it. And the other 3 families sent word. They asked me to go with them to the Yang house, to pay respect, and to speak on how to meet this blow. Who among you will go with me? Go to the Yang house. Now, all the men pulled back. The Yang family was torn down. Only last night. Today, the killers of Wind Sand Stockade may still be near. To go there was to walk into danger. And the 4 great families had given the most silver at that meet. Though in truth, all that silver was given back. But the men of Wind Sand Stockade did not know this. If they knew, they would hate the 4 great families even more. All the men were full of fear. Second brother, fourth brother, will you come with me? Seeing no man speak, Zhou Chongping called them out. Zhou Chongxing held back. But in the end, he shook his head. Big brother, count me out. Zhou Chonglong only gave a cold snort and said no word. Then Zhou Guang raised his hand. Father, I will go with you. Zhou Ming also said, Father, I will go too. Zhou Chongping nodded, then looked at his third son, Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen did not know his father's mind, but second mother pulled him close and hid him from Zhou Chongping's eyes. Zhou Chongping said no more. Only, good, you 2 brothers will come with me. He took the lead and walked out of the main hall. Zhou Guang followed close, and as he passed Zhou Ming, he gave him a hard look. Zhou Ming was still and did not know why. Just then, Madame Zhou came to him and patted his shoulder. Ming, do not let the weight grow between you and your big brother. She sighed and walked away, her face full of care. Zhou Ming scratched his head, thought of what had just passed, and saw the truth. Zhou Chongping's call, who would go with him, was a test. In this time of danger, the men who would go to the Yang house with him were the men he could trust. And in the end, only Zhou Guang and Zhou Ming stepped forward. Zhou Ming saw this and had no words. He had been thinking of Qi Shu Dao, Feng Tianxing, and Wind Sand Stockade, and had not seen the deep work. He had spoken only because this trip was truly full of danger, and with him there, he could keep his father safe. Chapter 33, Dividing the Yang Family, and a dog that triggered a new dungeon. Once they were in the carriage, Zhou Chongping began to speak of many things, mostly about how there were no good men around him, and how the family would have to lean on them in the days to come. Zhou Guang listened. His face was red with hope. He wished he could start working that very breath. Zhou Ming kept his head low and said nothing in his heart. He walked the path of the immortals and had already seen the light. So, of course, he did not care for the small things of the Zhou family. Now that father has his eyes on me, he may begin to push on my training. This will not do. I must find a way to turn his eyes away from me. As for the family heir, Zhou Ming looked at Zhou Guang. Yes, he is not bad. In the days to come, Zhou Guang would take the family and make it grow, and Zhou Ming would step onto the immortal path and live forever. Both had bright roads. The carriage rolled slow and came to the Yang family house. At the Yang family house, many men were washing blood from the walls and floor. The bodies were already laid out, waiting for burial. The other 3 great families came, one after another, and began to speak with the 2 men who were left of the Yang family. Before this, Zhou Ming had wondered, what tie did the Yang family have with the 4 great families? That all 4 must come, even if they had things to speak of, like how to meet the Wind Sand Stockade. They could have met in a closed room. To come to the Yang house so soon after the killing was too full of danger. But when he saw what was done, he saw the truth. They had come to split the Yang family's goods. Of course, this was not the 4 great families' own work. No matter how cold the 4 great families were, they would not sit in a dead man's house and talk of taking his things. And true families know one rule: never take the last coin. If you push a man to the wall, he will bite back until you both fall. This work was begun by the 2 men of the Yang family. They asked that the 4 great families keep them safe until the Yang family burial was done and send them to another city. And the 4 great families must find a way to pay the Yang family back. They did not need to win, only to show the will. The first ask was one thing. The second was a clean trap. The wild heart of Wind Sand Stockade, and its wish to pay back, was now clear to all. If the four great families showed the will to pay the Yang family back, they would surely be marked by Wind Sand Stockade. Then, like it or not, the two sides would be enemies. Even if the four great families did not wish it, they would have to help pay the Yang family back. And to come to the Yang house together this day was one of the asks. In truth, the Yang family's goods alone were not enough to pull the four great families. But the Yang family held one thing of great weight, hard proof. That Commander Song Dong had taken silver. Yang Xingyuan was no fool. He pulled close to a man, sent him silver, and built him up. How could he not guard against a turn? Only by holding a weight could the trade hold true. This was the Yang family's last card. This was why they did not go to Song Dong, but came to the four great families. And as he thought, the four great families saw the weight of this thing, and their heads came in person. This was a weight to hold against the new commander. If used well, the gain would be without measure. So, in a house where more than half the blood had just been spilled, the two men left of the Yang family spoke of how to trade their house's goods, and the heads of the four great families tried every way to hold the proof of the city's highest soldier's wrongs, so they could hold him in their hand. A fine sight. Zhou Ming's heart moved, and he saw this could be his chance to turn his father's eyes from him and put them on Zhou Guang. Father, I will walk out for a time. Zhou Chongping was still, but Zhou Ming had already stepped from the room. Zhou Guang's face lit up at once. Zhou Chongping thought of what had just passed in the room, let out a long sigh, said no word, and went on with the other three great families, splitting the Yang family's goods. He must think now that I have read too many books and grown too soft, so I left, because I could not bear to see such things. Softness is not wrong, but one must know the time to miss a good turn, to hold great weight over the new commander. Because of softness is not softness, it is small thinking. Zhou Ming left the room and walked through the Yang family house. The Yang family was only a mid-sized house. Its grounds were far smaller than the Zhou family's. Zhou Ming had not walked long before he went from the front gate to the back door. There was a small lane by the back door, quiet and still. A white dog lay by the gate. It heard his step, raised its head, and looked at Zhou Ming. Dungeon material found. Scanning. Scan done. Dungeon made. Dungeon. Killing intent in the lane. Rank. Rank 0 to 1. Monsters. White Wolf. Gun King. Black Widow. Night Ghost. Sha Qingyong. Drops. Wolf King's Howl. 3 Beasts Sutra. Blood Slaughter Spear Technique. Second layer. Little Dragon Pill. Thousand Silk Hand. Widow Needle. Ghost Shadow Steps. Breath Concealment Art. Reward for first clear. Blood Slaughter Spear Technique. Third layer. Black Sand Spear. Killing Aura Art. Zhou Ming. So the Wind Sand Stockade men had not left. They were watching. From near this lane, it was still day, and the Yang house was not a shut and empty place. If they moved, they would be seen at once. So they stayed hid, and the place where they hid was very close. Zhou Ming's eyes moved over the lane, and he saw a few houses across. One of them may hold the 4 great Vidras, and the second chief. Speaking of which, he had only found this new dungeon because he saw this white dog. So, this white dog, could it be the dog of White Wolf? White Wolf, one of the 8 great Vidras, was said to have raised a great white wolf that could fight an inner cultivation martial artist. And this was how he got his name. But the thing before him was a dog. Wolves and dogs look much the same, but there is still a space between them. Wolf or dog. Zhou Ming had no wish to face the Wind Sand Stockade now. He looked once over the lane, then turned and walked away. The 4 great families finished their talk and went back to their own houses. What was set and how they would move, only they knew. Zhou Ming had left early and did not hear the end. Zhou Chongping did not speak of it. In the carriage, the smile on Zhou Guang's face was plain for all to see. He seemed to already see his bright road. Zhou Ming's face was still, as if he did not know what he had lost. Back at the Zhou family house, before he stepped from the carriage, Zhou Ming thought a moment, then spoke to warn his father. Father, if the Wind Sand Stockade men are hiding near the Yang house, then our coming today has put us in their eyes. We must be watchful from now on. Zhou Chongping nodded. I know this, Zhou Ming said. When I walked through the Yang house, I saw a white dog, lying by the back door. A white dog. Are you sure it was a dog? I only looked at it once, then left. I am not sure. Zhou Chongping's face grew dark. He nodded. Stay home in this time. Do not run about. He knew that Zhou Ming had kept to his yard since he came back from the big test. But still, he said it. Zhou Ming saw that his father understood. He nodded and said no more. Chapter 34. Slaughtering the Dungeon. Soul Bewitching Interrogation. The new dungeon has few feed drops, mostly martial arts and such. There is only one pill, the little dragon pill. I remember it is made from a special snake's gall to grow internal energy. But xianxia and that gun king can drop the second and third layers of the blood slaughter spear technique. So it is still worth farming. Zhou Ming thought a moment and chose to enter this dungeon tonight and clear it in one go. He went back to his training. When midnight came and the dungeon runs refreshed, he pulled out a box from under his bed. From the more than 10 soul-bewitching bells inside, he took 3, all fully charged. Then he put on his leather armor and took his long spear. With these things ready, he stepped into the new dungeon. A small lane sat between the Yang family house and a few other houses. Zhou Ming found himself still standing behind the Yang house. But when he looked back, there was nothing behind him, only the back door of the Yang house. The white dog still lay on the ground, but when it saw Zhou Ming, it stood up at once. Its eyes burned with wild light. The whole dog changed. It grew fierce and fell, not like a dog at all. Now, any man who saw this dog would call it wolf, not dog. Is this right? The white dog's turn shook Zhou Ming. Then his eyes grew hot. Such a strange change in a dog could only mean this dog was not of common kind. Maybe this was a dog with a tie to cultivation. Zhou Ming drove his spear at the white dog at once. The dog moved fast and dodged the spear. Good dog, Zhou Ming praised in his heart. The tales of the Jianghu were true. This dog had strength like an inner cultivation martial artist. Then, a few men leaped out from the house across the lane. 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was Black Widow. The one with a long spear was Gun King, and the one with a short sword was Night Ghost. The last man held no weapon, but the white dog walked to his side. This man was surely White Wolf. 4 of the 8 great Vajras of Wind Sand Stockade were all here, in this small lane. Sha Qingyong, the second stockade master, also came. He was a dark man, of common face, but a faint wish to kill hung on him. That made men fear to look. In his hand, he held a black long spear that seemed cut whole from metal. A dark blood light shone within its black. This was surely a great weapon. This boy seems to be the son of the Zhou family head, since he brings himself to us. How can we let him go? White Wolf smiled and stroked the white dog. Sha Qingyong's voice was cold. I have long heard that these 4 great families each gave tens of thousands of taels to feed Song Dong's winter training. He, they are all men of death. Killing the Yang family was not enough to feed our hate. Since he brings himself to us, the next will be the Zhou family. Move. At his call, the 4 men struck at once. Zhou Ming took out his soul-bewitching bell with no rush and shook it twice. 2 bell rings fell one on another. In a breath, all the men were caught, their minds lost. Even second stockade master Sha Qingyong. Zhou Ming drove his spear at once and put it through Sha Qingyong's throat. Then, 3 more spear strikes, and 3 of the 4 great Vajras fell. He was about to raise his spear to kill White Wolf and clear the dungeon. Then the white dog woke. It showed its teeth and threw itself at Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming struck back with his spear. He did not hold back. Even if this white dog had strength like an inner cultivation martial artist, it fell in one spear strike. Now, only White Wolf was left. Zhou Ming put his spear to White Wolf's shoulder and tapped his face. White Wolf woke. He saw what was before him. His eyes grew wide with wonder. What happened? Then he saw the white dog's body. Xiao Bai, you killed them. And my Xiao Bai, is this not plain? Zhou Ming said. I have a few questions for you. You will let me go if I speak. Do you think I am a fool? I have played this trick many times. If you want to kill me, then kill. But White Wolf seemed to have a hard heart. As he spoke, tears rose in his eyes. And you killed my Xiao Bai? What is left for me? Zhou Ming raised the soul-bewitching bell and shook it. White Wolf's eyes went lost. His face grew empty. I ask you, why are you few men here? 2. To see which family was closest to the Yang house. And then, kill them all. Zhou Ming nodded. He had thought that the soul-bewitching bell could make a man speak true when his mind was caught in the Flying Eagle Gang dungeon. The Flying Eagle Gang leader seemed to want this same way, to ask Zhou Ming. Now, he had tested it, and it was so. Then Zhou Ming asked other things. How they got away, and if the fall of the Yang family was Feng Tianqing's call. After a round of asking, he put the answers together. Feng Tianqing, the great stockade master, was lost a year ago, and all in Wind Sand Stockade were in fear, because Feng Tianqing was not only the stockade master, but a great thief. With fine light body skill, he often took dear things from the houses of high men and sold them for silver to feed the stockade. So all the men of the stockade looked up to the great stockade master. Even Xianxia, the second stockade master, who had some quarrel with Feng Tianqing, never thought to take his place, because he could not get silver. Wind Sand Stockade would not starve without Feng Tianqing, but they would have to eat less. So Xianxia called for more robberies. In a way, Zhou Ming meeting Wind Sand Stockade bandits on the Great Road last year, when he went back to Eastern Commandery, was all because of Feng Tianqing. Many months later, Feng Tianqing sent word at last. He said he had great work to do and could not come back, but he sent a man with a load of dear things. But he did not say what this work was. Zhou Ming knew it was because Feng Tianqing had begun to work under Qi Shu Dao. He also asked of Liamo, as he thought Wind Sand Stockade had no part in this. Another man had worn his name. Then came the hunt. Song Dong moved step by step with 3,000 men and cleared the land around Wind Sand Stockade, taking the high ground from them, and broke them at last. But before the great fight, a man sent word to Wind Sand Stockade, telling them to run at once. This was why the second stockade master and the 8 great Vajras and hundreds of men got away, and that man was surely Feng Tianqing. They had long thought that Feng Tianqing may be hiding in East Commandery City. So after they found a place to hide, the second stockade master and the 4 great Vajras came to East Commandery City to find Feng Tianqing. Then they saw Feng Tianqing try to kill Song Dong, but Feng Tianqing was chased by Jiang Yun, so the few men did not dare to seek him out. They chose to answer the great stockade master's call and take hard pay from all men who fed Song Dong's hunt. And first, the Yang family. Chapter 35. One-time clearance. Cultivation technique. The matter of killing the whole family was your own doing, Zhou Ming said. White Wolf stared. What do you mean, our own doing? It was the great stockade master's order. We only paid back the Yang family, as the great stockade master told us. You are so true to him. Does Feng Tianqing even know? Zhou Ming had no words. Never mind how Feng Tianqing was before. The Feng Tianqing now surely does not have the heart for this. Forget it. I have learned enough. Let me ask you one more thing. Just kill me. I will tell you nothing. White Wolf showed a hard face. Ring. Where did your dog come from? This is a bloodline passed down in my family. White Wolf's family had a way of raising dogs, passed down for many years. Their secret was a wolf dog. That was changed. It was fiercer than a common wolf, and very smart. Even the young of this wolf dog were better than normal dogs, and those with purer blood were the best. With the secret dog-raising way of the White family, the wolf dogs they raised were very wild. It was said that their elders raised wolf dogs as strong as true Qi realm fighters. But by White Wolf's time, the family had fallen. To get silver, White Wolf took his dogs to fight for money. At first, dog against dog, then dog against man. At last, a man who lost too much silver told the royal court, and White Wolf became a wanted man. Is that all? Zhou Ming was let down. He had hoped to find something of cultivation on White Wolf, but the thing tied to cultivation was not White Wolf. It was that dog. The white dog's blood was not common. Its elders were likely of the demon path. Zhou Ming then asked of the other 8 great Vajras. Each had their own tale, but none of them were good men. Xianxia, the second stockade master, was once a soldier leader, but something happened. He left the army and became a man wanted by the court. Gun King was a man Sha Qinyong raised. In that time, he was true to Sha Qinyong, and when he heard his old leader was in the hills, he left the army on his own to follow him. Zhou Ming then asked of Feng Tianqing. Feng Tianqing was once a great thief. He stole something he should not have and became a wanted man. After he had heard all he wished, Zhou Ming drove his spear through White Wolf. A light of 7 colors rose. Zhou Ming had cleared this dungeon. Your adventure this time dropped. Wolf King's Howl. 3 Beasts Scripture. Blood Slaughter Spear Technique. Second layer. Ghost Shadow Steps. Widow's Needle. And Little Dragon Pill. They have been put into your storage. You can take them out at any time. First clear. You got the rewards. Blood Slaughter Spear Technique. Third layer. Black Sand Spear. And Killing Aura Art. This was the first time Zhou Ming had cleared a dungeon. In his first try, 9 drops and rewards sat in the system space, waiting for him. Wait, why are there 9 things? Zhou Ming was surprised. He counted and saw that the white dog had also dropped an item. It was a battle dog, but it was its own being. So a drop was right. Zhou Ming thought this, then took all the rewards at once. The first, Wolf King's Howl, was a skill from the white dog. With a howl, a man could frighten wild beasts. But Zhou Ming saw that this skill did not fit the human body well. He could use it, but its power would be less. Next was the drop from White Wolf. 3 Beasts Scripture. This was not a skill. It was a book. It told how to train 3 kinds of beasts. Wolf dogs, carrier pigeons, and poison snakes. Only the wolf dog way was from White Wolf's own family. The other 2 were taken from other families and written in this book to be their own. Ghost Shadow Steps, dropped from Night Ghost. He was Feng Tianqing's true man, so he learned Feng Tianqing's real skill. Widow's Needle was a poison needle made by Black Widow herself. It was best used with her martial art. 1,000 Silk Hands. That was a way to kill men with silk thread, but this time, it did not drop. Little Dragon Pill was a pill for inner training. Blood Slaughter Spear Technique. This time he got the second layer and the third layer. The full book was now his. And last were the 2 rewards from the first clear. The Black Sand Spear was Sha Qinyong's weapon. It looked as if it was made whole from iron. Zhou Ming took it out and tested it. He was shocked to find it was truly all iron, and it was not common iron. The whole spear weighed 50 or 60 jin. Sha Qinyong can use a spear this heavy. A weapon is not only for picking up, it must be held and moved for a long time, so it cannot be too heavy. Common long spears have iron heads and with shafts. They look big, but weigh only 2 or 3 jin. The elite long spear Zhou Ming used was a soldier's weapon for the best of the army. These men had stepped into the martial Tao, but their long spears weighed only 5 jin. So many long spears were sometimes lighter than short weapons. Swords and sabers were often all metal and weighed more. Long spears only had metal at the tip, and sword ways were mostly about speed, so swords were often lighter than sabers. The 4 long swords Jiang Yun dropped, that Zhou Ming kept, weighed only 8 jin, and Jiang Yun was a true Qi realm fighter. The Jade Belt sword from Instructor Shun was a soft sword, even lighter, less than 1 jin. So, long or short, weapons are held by men. How heavy a weapon can be is held back by the man's own power. Zhou Ming thought that true Qi realm generals in some armies used long weapons that weighed 12 jin at most. But Sha Qinyong's Black Sand Spear weighed 50 or 60 jin. This was not right. Tales of cultivators are far and faint, but they never truly left this world. Zhou Ming thought, from the Dongyi tribe of the Great Qi Kingdom to the Flying Eagle Gang and the Wind Sand Stockade. In this 1 year, he had met 5 or 6 things tied to the immortals. These tales were faint, only to common men, but to royal blood, to nobles, to true Qi fighters, cultivators, maybe a higher kind of power that many men knew well. Zhou Ming put these thoughts away and took his last loot. A great stream of knowing rushed into his mind. Zhou Ming was surprised at first, then grew still. After a long time, he opened his eyes. A small touch of blood flashed past, then was gone. I did not think that my first cultivation technique would come from Wind Sand Stockade. Yes, the last first clear reward killing aura art, was a true cultivation technique. For immortals, more true, it was a demonic path cultivation technique. Because, as its name says, this way of power is fed by killing, and it grows a great, unbending, killing intent. Chapter 36. Demonic Path Methods. Brothers turn against each other. Inside the small yard, Zhou Ming held the black sand spear and trained the blood slaughter spear technique. Each thrust of the spear was sharp and full of endless killing intent. The black sand spear, weighing 50 or 60 jin, felt light in Zhou Ming's hand and gave off a faint, dark red light. His spear moves grew smoother the more he used them. Then, he thrust the spear, and the black-red light on the spear flew to the tip in a breath and shot out. Zhou Ming moved fast. He pulled the long spear down and aimed at the ground. The black-red light hit the ground. The ground was paved with hard stone, but the light tore a hole in it. What great power! Zhou Ming looked down. The hole was as thick as a man's wrist, and more than 10 fingers deep. This was stone, hard ground, paved with blue stone. If it was a man's body, it would pierce through tens of men. The power was truly fear. But Zhou Ming could feel that when he used the spear, a dark call pulled at him. He held himself back and stopped his training. I only began this a few days ago, a small taste, and this is the end. No wonder xianxia fell so far. In these days, Zhou Ming left the Qi residence dungeon and put his mind on the small lane dungeon. 1. To farm skills. 2. To ask xianxia of the cultivators. But xianxia knew little. He had only found the killing aura art and the black sand spear. By luck, in a war, when his men hit a small tribe of the Dongi, the killing aura art was a true demonic path cultivation technique. It was split into 3 levels. The first level was the true Qi realm, or, for cultivators, Qi refining level 1. The second level was Qi refining level 2. The third level was Qi refining level 3. But xianxia could not learn even the first step. Still, he had studied this way for many years and found some power in it. 1 was a way to grow killing intent by killing. The other was a way to wake the black sand spear with his killing intent. The great Qi kingdom and the Dongi tribe had fought for years. Xianxia, a soldier on the edge, used this to grow his killing intent and reached the true Qi realm. But this demonic path could not be without cost. As his killing intent grew, day by day, he was often pulled by it. One time, while training the blood slaughter spear technique, his deep killing intent was woken, and he lost himself and killed men in the soldier camp. There were many strong men in the camp, and they held him down for his years of war work. The army did not kill him. They took his martial power and sent him out. But xianxia would not take this. He found a way to run and became a man wanted by the great Qi court. Xianxia's tale made Zhou Ming fear the killing aura art. He chose not to learn it. He only took the way to wake the black sand spear. But even this pulled at him. I have the dungeon, so my road is long. Why should I learn this demonic path that eats at the mind? In time, I will find a true cultivation way. But if I use it inside the dungeon, Zhou Ming thought, and chose to try it that night. In the Qi residence dungeon, try and die. The truth showed that a man should not use power he cannot hold. In a fight of life and death, he had not learned the killing aura art, and his own killing intent was not clean. So to wake the black sand spear, he must first wait. In this wait, with the 50 or 60 jin spear in his hand, he could not move, and was nearly killed by the resident soldiers. But he still had the soul-bewitching bell. In the end, he passed the gate, killed Jiang Yun, and went into the Qi house. But Qi Gaolan was at level 2, Qi refining level 2. Zhou Ming was not even at the true Qi realm. To use 2 strange, immortal treasures against a Qi refining level 2 cultivator, who held many such treasures, was only a dream. In the end, under that green sword Qi, he died again. But there was good news. The pull of the black sand spear and the wild kill inside the dungeon left him when he came out of the dungeon. Yes, all gain from the dungeon cannot be taken out, and all hurt also cannot be taken out. This way, Zhou Ming could not use the time pull between the dungeon and the world to train, but he could use the dungeon to learn skills that would hurt him. such as waking killing intent, or growing used to the black sand spear. These ways had dark cost, but they held great power. He may not use them in the day, but they could be his hidden hand. In times of fear, at the same time, word of the Yang family's fall spread through all East Commandery City, from great houses to common folk. All spoke of this matter and feared the wild heart of Wind Sand Stockade. Song Dong was full of shock and rage. He called for the whole city to be locked, swearing to find all the men of Wind Sand Stockade, and the prefect and the assistant prefect, who often stood against him, now stood with him, and the four great families had already set their trade with the two men of the Yang house. So the hunt for Wind Sand Stockade was called good by all men of East Commandery City. Teams of resident soldiers went into every house and searched with great care, even the four great families and the high officers of the city. The prefect's house, the assistant prefect's house, had no high ground. All were searched. Night came. The Yun Lion was shut. A dark form came quiet into the inn's front room. It was Feng Tianxing. Second brother, why did you call me out in this time of hunt, when you should be hid behind the inn's counter? Sat a man. I have a question that will not leave me. I must have your answer. Sha Qingyong said. Boss, why? Why did you turn to the royal court? You. How do you know? Tell me the truth. In the dark, Sha Qingyong's eyes burned red. His fierce killing intent shook Feng Tianxing. Second brother, you cannot hold your killing intent again. Answer me. Feng Tianxing looked shamed. I only wanted to live. Live. A good reason. So you gave up all of Wind Sand Stockade. To live? How could that be? Ring. A clean bell sound came to Feng Tianxing's ears alone. Sha Qingyong, in the same room, did not hear it. Outside the inn, a man in black robes stood. None knew when he came. Jiang Yun is here. Run. Jiang Yun. The wish to kill in Sha Qingyong's eyes grew deeper, but he held his hands tight, and in the end, let his plan go. Boss. No. Feng Tianxing. The next time we meet, I will kill you. Chapter 37. Commandery Prefecture Turmoil. Inner Cultivation Peak. The hunt in East Commandery City did not go well. After half a month of search, no sign of the Wind Sand Stockade was found, but the city was locked, and men were searched over and over, day after day. This weighed hard on the common folk. For a time, complaints filled every street. Song Dong would not give up, so the hunt went on. What? They are caught. Song Dong was full of joy, but when he saw the three men taken, his face went dark. The 8 great Vudras of Wind Sand Stockade are all inner cultivation fighters. Why do you bring me 3 common men? Enough. Commander Song. The prefect walked out slow and said, to catch these bandits is good, but to keep the peace of East Commandery City is more good. We have these 3 men. Behead them in the open and in the hunt. Song Dong's face was hard. What does the prefect mean by this? And what does the commander mean? You caught 3 men and made the people of this city suffer, all for your own gain. My own gain. I do this for the safety of the city. Safety is good, but is food not good? If this city stays locked, you will seal every man inside. The prefect spoke cold. From now, the hunt is over. He did not wait for Song Dong to speak. He threw his sleeve and left. Song Dong held his hands tight. A day later, word spread through East Commandery City that the resident soldiers had caught the men who killed the Yang family. These 3 would lose their heads 5 days from now. But at the same time, another tale was told that the 3 men caught were not the Vudras of Wind Sand Stockade. They were only common men that Commander Song Dong had hired to wear the name. No man knew if this tale was true, but it spread far and wide, and the city buzzed with talk. That old thief. How dare he work against me like this? Song Dong struck his fist on the table. Fire burned in his heart. Across from him, Qi Shudao smiled and said, our prefect has worked many years and still sits on the edge. A Dahlin name. He knows only these low tricks. Commander, do not fear. These tales are only wind. In time, men will forget. And if the commander can catch the other men of Wind Sand Stockade, no man will speak of today. The assistant prefect speaks true. Song Dong seemed to take this and said, what should we do now? And those 3 men, set by the prefect. Qi Shudao shook his head. The prefect is no fool. He would not leave such a mark. I have asked. Those 3 men were men of death from the jail. He spoke again. Commander, do not rush. To strike at the prefect fast is to bring more wrong. Move step by step. Take his power slow. As you hunted the wind sand stockade. Why did the prefect set on Song Dong? It was simple. Song Dong had turned to Qi Shu Dao. Song Dong, newly named commander, had fire in his heart and wished to be a new power in East Commandery City. But he was pushed down by the prefect and the assistant prefect. Together, he had silver from Yangxing Yuan, but behind him, there were always hands that set traps in his way. And in the hunt of Wind Sand Stockade, he walked in deep fear. Many times, men came to kill him, but he lived. Only the tribe by Feng Tianxing, when he came back to the city, shook him to the bone. If that sword Qi had not hit his plume, but his head, he, the commander, would be dead. And in all East Commandery City, only one man could hold Feng Tianxing back. So Song Dong turned to Assistant Prefect Qi Shu Dao. When the prefect learned this, he was full of rage, and at once began to work against Song Dong. But as Qi Shu Dao said, these were only low tricks. Tales do little to a high officer of a commandery, unless a man of his own rank, or higher, pushed the tale. With Qi Shu Dao's words, Song Dong did not strike back at the prefect, but began to work close with Qi Shu Dao. Qi Shu Dao gave Song Dong all the feed his army needed, and Song Dong's name in the army grew day by day. In return, Song Dong spoke for Jiang Yun to be commander assistant, the second seat of the city's soldiers. With the 2 men working hand in hand, their power grew, and other officers saw this and came to them. In a short time, though the 2 did not strike at the prefect's own power was pulled from him. Little by little, a storm was rising. In the commandery prefecture and in the Zhou family, water was also moving. Zhou Ming had left the Yang family work, and Zhou Chongping was let down in him. So Zhou Guang was given more weight. In these days, Zhou Guang was kept by his father's side, taught and led. He stood tall, like the air, and Zhou Guang, full of pride, came to Zhou Ming's yard to show his win. But Madame Zhou was glad. She had feared that her 2 sons would fight over the family's goods. Endless. But this did not come. This gave her peace, and she felt pity for Zhou Ming, and in this time, often came to see him. But none of this touched Zhou Ming's training. Wealth and high name are only clouds. A life of 100 years is only a cup of earth. To walk the path of the immortals and live forever, this is the way I seek. Zhou Ming took out a packet of pill dust, sealed in craft paper, and poured it into water. After I take this, my internal energy will be more than 60 years. The road of inner cultivation was ending faster than Zhou Ming had thought. As his strength grew, he could take more of the yellow dragon pill. At first, he could only take 1 part in 60. Now, he could take 1 part in 10. This made his climb to 60 years of internal energy many times faster. He drank the cup of warm water with the pill dust mixed in, then sat cross-legged and moved his internal skill. The great wave of internal energy flowed through his 12 main meridians, all open and clear. The power of the yellow dragon pill sent out a great force. Under the push of his skill, this force was turned to new internal energy and joined the great sea within him. The sea, already near 60 years, grew, and in one breath, passed the mark. Zhou Ming's face was still. He kept his skill. When all the pill's power was taken in, his internal energy had reached 60.5 years. As with external training, when a man reaches the peak, he may take another road, or stay on the old road. If he has the way, inner training is the same. At the peak, he may keep on growing his internal energy, or use this deep sea to make true qi, and step at once into the true qi realm. Zhou Ming had no wish to stay here. He opened his eyes. His look was firm. Next, True Qi. Chapter 38. First kill of the Flying Eagle gang leader, and the ambition of the Flying Eagle 3 brothers. The True Qi realm needs a man to open the Ren and Du meridians, and the Dantian Qi Sea to open the Ren and Du meridians is like opening the 12 main meridians with internal energy. But to find and open the Dantian Qi Sea, a man must have a true Qi cultivation technique. Zhou Ming already held true qi cultivation techniques, but he did not have as many to choose from as when he stepped into inner training. He had only two. One was the Jiang clan sword qi art from Jiang Yun. It seemed to be a skill passed down in his family. The true qi it grew was sharp and quick and fed sword qi moves. The other was from Sha Qinyong. He used the killing aura art to step into true qi, but after he rose, he found a true qi cultivation technique called the battle qi art. This was a common skill in the army, but it was not great. If the Jiang clan sword qi art was first-rate, high rank, then the battle qi art, at best, was third-rate. Neither of these skills fits what I want, Zhou Ming thought. One feeds sword qi, one feeds war, but what I need is a skill that grows my true qi store and my return speed. For him, attack power was not the problem. He had many perfection rank skills that gave him great power. The 14 flying slash swords from Jiang Yun was a strong sword skill made for sword qi, but Jiang Yun himself had only trained it to major achievement. Zhou Ming had raised it to perfection. With this gap, even if Zhou Ming did not take the Jiang clan sword qi art, he could still fight him with sword qi. In the Flying Eagle Gang dungeon, there is also a true qi cultivation technique, Heavenly One qi art, but it is not dropped yet, so it must only drop from the Flying Eagle Gang leader. I do not know what this skill does. If it fits my need, that is good. If not, I will take the Jiang clan sword qi art. Zhou Ming counted in his heart. True qi cultivation techniques were only a stop for him. If he could not find the best, that was fine. It was not worth wasting time to open the Run and Do meridians, and to open the Dantian Qi Si. Both take time. So Zhou Ming's next move was to try to clear the Flying Eagle Gang dungeon. I am now at the peak of inner training. With the power of the Black Sand Spear, I wonder if I can beat the Flying Eagle Gang leader. That night, Zhou Ming took the Black Sand Spear and went into the Flying Eagle Gang dungeon. In this dungeon, the Donnie envoy must die first, because Zhou Ming still had no way to stand against the soul-bewitching bell. If the Flying Eagle Gang leader and the Donnie envoy fought together, one to hold, one to strike, Zhou Ming could not win. As soon as he stepped into the dungeon, he put down the Black Sand Spear and took out a sword, killing the two Flying Eagle elites at the gate. The road after was as before. He killed the Donnie envoy with one sword strike. The Flying Eagle Gang leader struck at him in rage and sent him flying with his palm. But Zhou Ming was not the man he was months ago. A great sea of internal energy filled his chest. With his leather armor, he was still thrown back, but he took no hurt. He set his body in the air and landed clean. Then he took out a soul-bewitching bell and shook it 5 times at once. 5 bell rings twined together and fell as one. All the men in the house, other than the Flying Eagle Gang leader, were caught by the bell's power and fell to the ground, their minds lost. A soul-bewitching bell. How do you have this thing? How are you not caught? Could it be the clear spirit jade? Zhou Ming showed surprise, as if he did not know. Then he turned at once and ran. The Flying Eagle Gang leader chased after him. He was a true Qi realm fighter. His strength was greater, but Zhou Ming was at the peak of inner training and had trained many footwork skills to perfection. His speed now was not slower than the Flying Eagle Gang leader, but a little faster. The two ran and chased, and in a breath came to the gate. Zhou Ming reached out and took the Black Sand Spear. He lifted the long spear and held it tight. He had killed tens of men and used Sha Qinyong's killing intent way to grow his own. The moment he held the Black Sand Spear, he used this killing intent to wake the spear's power. The heavy spear, 50 or 60 jin, felt to him as light as 10 jin. With his great strength, he could move it at will. He turned the spear and drove it at the Flying Eagle Gang leader. The Flying Eagle Gang leader was shaken and sent out a palm of true qi, but a dark red light rose on the Black Sand Spear and flew from the tip. It cut through his true qi and pierced his chest. The wall behind him was also torn by this light, and a hole was made. The Flying Eagle Gang leader's face was full of fear. He looked at the black long spear, and in the end, full of unwillingness, fell. This spear's power did not let me down. The Flying Eagle Gang leader and the Donnie envoy were both dead, but many men in the house were still alive, only lost from the soul-bewitching bell's call. So Zhou Ming had not yet cleared the dungeon. He put down the black sand spear, went back into the house, and killed all the gang men. Then he woke Wild Goose and Spirit Sparrow, took out the soul-bewitching bell, and asked them. The Flying Eagle three brothers were of low birth, but they had skill in martial arts and a wild will to rise, and they made a name for themselves. Then they were seen by the Dongi envoy and fed by the Dongi tribe, and came to East Commandery City to build the Flying Eagle gang. So in truth, they did not trade with the Dongi tribe. They were men of the Dongi tribe. From the start, the Eagle Claw Hand, Flying Eagle Steps, Yuan Qi Internal Cultivation Technique, and Heavenly One Qi Art were all given by the Dongi tribe. But when the Flying Eagle gang grew, and the three brothers had much silver, none of them wished to work for the Dongi tribe, so they set their will to fight back. The Flying Eagle gang leader was a man of care. He did not move himself, but sent a killer to take the Dongi envoy. But the Dongi envoy only took out the soul-bewitching bell and killed all the killers with ease. This showed the Flying Eagle gang leader that the Dongi tribe was deep beyond his sight. On the face, they stood still, but in the dark, the ambition of the three brothers never died. They saw that the far tale of immortal cultivation was not a dream, to be the immortals of tale, or to break from the Dongi tribe. The three brothers used the Flying Eagle gang to hunt for things tied to immortal cultivation. So, did you find it? We found it. Wild Goose spoke, his face empty, like a doll. Chapter 39. Jingyu, the Immortal Seeker. Spiritual Root and Spiritual Vein. What did you find? We found a man. What? You found a cultivator. Zhou Ming was shaken and stepped close to ask. Wild Goose said, no, he is only a true Qi realm martial artist who could not find the immortal path and came back home. The man the Flying Eagle gang found was named Jingyu. In his youth, he was a tale in the great Qi kingdom. He found a chance, and in his 30s, stepped into the true Qi realm. But he did not seek power. In the great Qi martial world, he set his will to find the far, hidden, immortals. In those years, many men saw him in the lands of the Dongi and the great Qi. Then, he was lost, and no man saw him. 30 years passed in a breath, and no man spoke his name. Then the Flying Eagle gang found him. He had come back to the great Qi kingdom. He was now 70 or 80 years old and weak. When the Flying Eagle brothers came to him and told him their wish, he did not hold back. He told them all, your adventure this time dropped. Makeup art, soul-bewitching bell, Heavenly One Qi art, steel saber, and more. They have been put into your storage. You can take them out at any time. First clear, you got the rewards. Heavenly One Qi art, soul-bewitching bell, clear spirit jade. Back in his room, Zhou Ming's heart was still full of waves. He did not even look at the drops and the first clear rewards. He opened the window. The full moon shone bright in the sky. I thought I would have to clear the Qi residence dungeon to learn of the immortal world. But here, in the Flying Eagle gang dungeon, I found the truth I sought. From Wild Goose's words, Zhou Ming learned some things of the immortal world. Between sky and earth, there is a power called spiritual Qi. It is wide and without end, but it does not sit the same. This power is the root of cultivators. Cultivation is to pull spiritual Qi into the body, turn it to spiritual power, and grow strong. So cultivators gather in lands where spiritual Qi is thick. But the great Qi kingdom, the Dongi tribe, and the many countries and tribes around them all have thin spiritual Qi. So there are few cultivators. If there are, they are only low-rank cultivators who found a legacy by luck. And these men, though called cultivators, have only stepped onto the great way, not yet walked half a step. Their power is not much more than mortals. In the Jianghu, a true Qi realm martial artist may have killed a cultivator and not known it. So, cultivators are rare, but not so rare that a whole land has none. They are only weak and do not match the common dream of what immortals are. So men see them only as true Qi fighters or showmen with tricks. Jingyu was a true Qi realm martial artist. He walked with high men of the great Qi kingdom and learned that cultivators were not a dream. They were true. Even the royal house of Great Qi and the golden family of the Dongyi tribe were born of cultivator blood and held immortal legacies. But they held these legacies tight and never showed them. Still, in the Great Qi kingdom, there were some loose cultivators, gathered in lands where spiritual qi sat thick. Jingyu found word and went there, but when he met true cultivators, he learned a hard truth. Cultivation calls for gift. This gift is what cultivators call spiritual root. All men under the sky have a spiritual root, but some are strong and some are weak. The base skill of the immortal world. 5 elements spirit absorption art. If a man can pull one strand of spiritual qi into his body in one day, this is 1 point of spiritual root. Below 5 points, a man is called mortal. Even in a land of thick spiritual qi, he would train a lifetime, and at most, reach the first layer of qi condensation, only to grow his body a little. If he is in a land of thin spiritual qi, like the Great Qi Kingdom or the Dongyi tribe, he should not dream of cultivation. 5 to 20 points is ordinary grade. Ordinary. This word sets a man's road. He has a spiritual root, but in his life, he is no different from a mortal. 20 to 40 points is low grade. He may walk the immortal path. 40 to 60 points is medium grade. With hard work, he may hope for foundation establishment. 60 to 80 points is high grade. He will surely reach foundation establishment and has one chance in 2 for a golden core. 80 to 100 points is excellent grade. He may reach for the golden core realm. As for more than 100 points, the 5 elements spirit absorption art cannot see it. A man who has not stepped into the immortal path cannot hold more than 100 strands of spiritual qi in his body. If he tries, he will burst and die. So even a man with more than 100 points must in his early days take in 100 strands each day with care, unless he wishes to know what it is to explode. And when a man steps into the immortal path, spiritual qi is already in his body. His power to take in spiritual qi grows, and the 5 elements spirit absorption art will no longer tell the truth. So in the immortal world, some powers will not take men who have already trained, because the spiritual root of such a man can no longer be seen by this base skill. But it is said that great powers in the immortal world hold better, more sure ways to see a man's gift. Jingyu never saw such powers. In his tens of years of seeking immortals, he had only been to 2 lands where cultivators gathered. One was Tiger Roar Mountain, inside the Great Qi Kingdom. There, Jingyu learned of spiritual roots. He even bought a copy of the 5 elements spirit absorption art to test his own gift. 3 points. When he saw this, Jingyu was near lost. But he soon learned that there is always a way. There was another road that could let a common man step onto the immortal path. The spiritual vein method. A man's body holds many meridians. If he lives long in a land of spiritual qi, breathes spiritual qi, eats food fed by spiritual qi, and uses true qi cultivation techniques to turn the spiritual qi within, he can then use this spiritual qi to feed his own meridians and turn them to spiritual veins. The 12 main meridians and the 8 strange meridians. These 20 are the most important in a man's body. Each one turned grows 1 point of spiritual root. If all the other small meridians turn, this grows 8 more points of spiritual root. So if a man trains the spiritual vein method to its end, he can grow 28 points of spiritual root. Common mortals have at least 1 point. With these 28, they have 29 points and pass the mark for low-grade spiritual roots. Hope for cultivation. But this way, for a common man, is a heaven-defying road. It is very hard and needs much time and many spirit goods. Jingyu stayed at Tiger Roar Mountain for 5 or 6 years and turned not one spiritual vein. Then he walked for years across many lands to a great place of thick spiritual qi, Xianxia Mountain. There, he worked for tens of years. In the end, he turned only 2 spiritual veins. With his first 3 points, he had 5. He worked for tens of years, gave his whole life, and still, he was only a mortal. His heart broke. Jingyu came back to the Great Qi Kingdom. Leaves fall to their roots. He had walked for tens of years, and now he would be buried in his homeland. Jingyu saw men come to him, seeking the path of cultivation, and saw his own young self in them. And in his life, he had done little. He wished that after his death, men would still speak his name. So he did not hold back, and told all the days of his life. But the Flying Eagle brothers did not have his will. They heard his tale, and were filled with fear. They used the 5 elements spirit absorption art, and saw that they were only mortals. So they chose to take their silver, and live their days. In this land of thin spiritual chi, they went only once, to Tiger Roar Mountain, and traded much gold and silver, with a cultivator, for a piece of clear spirit jade. Then, they spoke no more, of the path of cultivation. Chapter 40. Life choices. True chi realm. Setbacks, and the unknown, can truly wear away a man's will. When the 3 brothers of the Flying Eagle gang first learned of cultivation, they were full of fire, and wished with all their hearts to find the signs of cultivators, and become the immortals of tale. But when they heard Jingyu's life, and saw that they were only mortals, fear of the far, faint, immortal world rose in them. In the end, they gave up the search. Jingyu, at 30, was a true chi realm martial artist. If he had not given his life to seek immortals, he could have had at least 40 years of wealth and high name, but he did not. He sought immortals in a land of cultivators, a true chi realm martial artist, whose power is only as great as a chi condensation first layer man, is the lowest of the low. Jingyu took tens of years of pain, and in the end, turned only 2 meridians. He never saw the gate of cultivation, and fled back to the great chi kingdom. In shame, the 3 brothers of the Flying Eagle gang, the second and the third, were only at inner training. The eldest was in the true chi realm, but he only broke through in the last few years. He traded with cultivators at Tiger Roar Mountain for some cultivator pills, and then rose. At this time, the Flying Eagle gang leader was over 40. He could not even match Jingyu. How could he step into the immortal gate? I do not have this fear, Zhou Ming thought. The first clear rewards of the Chi Residence Dungeon and the Brothel Dungeon both hold spiritual root. So if he can clear these 2 dungeons, he can have at once the spiritual root that Jingyu, the 3 Flying Eagle brothers, and countless mortals dreamed of. He can step onto the immortal path. So whether he was born with a spiritual root or not does not matter. And the spiritual vein method, this way, turns meridians into spiritual veins. When all meridians are turned, it grows a man's spiritual root by 28 whole points. And this gain does not fight with a man's born spiritual root. So even a man born with an excellent grade spiritual root of 90 points can still train the spiritual vein method and grow another 28 points. In the early days of cultivation, the body cannot hold all this power, so not all the gain can be used. But when a man reaches a higher rank, this problem is gone. The earlier a man trains this way, the better. As for things that hold spiritual chi, the yellow dragon pill fits. Zhou Ming said his thoughts, and turned to the now. He took the rewards from this dungeon clear, other than the clear spirit jade, which could stand against the soul-bewitching bell. The most important thing was the cultivation technique, Heavenly One Chi art. This skill was what the 3 Flying Eagle brothers got from Jingyu. It is not only a high true chi cultivation technique, it also holds the spiritual vein method, because the spiritual vein method is a way to use a true chi cultivation technique to take spiritual chi from spirit goods and feed the meridians, so they turn in the immortal world. All true chi cultivation techniques hold the spiritual vein method. This alone was enough for Zhou Ming to take the Heavenly One Chi art as his true chi cultivation technique, and the Heavenly One Chi art itself grows a man's true chi store and his return speed. In truth, most true chi cultivation techniques in the immortal world are of this kind, because in the immortal world, true chi cultivation techniques are made for the spiritual vein method. Full true chi and quick return make the turning of spiritual veins go faster, but true chi cultivation techniques that grow combat power are made for mortals. 2 copies of Heavenly One Chi art may be enough for entry level. A great stream of knowing rushed into Zhou Ming's mind, and he took it in fast. But the Heavenly One Chi art did not reach entry level. It seems I still need more. Maybe one more copy. Is it because it holds the spiritual vein method? Or is the skill itself deep? Yes, the higher the skill, the more books are needed. To reach max rank, the Heavenly One Chi art is only at the true Chi level, the lowest skill in the immortal world. Yet it needs 3 copies just to reach entry level. Then, for higher cultivation techniques and higher skills, in the days to come, how many copies will be needed? Zhou Ming was not let down. He had seen this coming. Many of the martial arts he had were already at max rank, but the number of books needed for external training, for inner training, and for true Chi martial arts was not the same. The stronger the martial art, the more books it needed. If martial arts are like this, how much more? The ways of cultivation. So he was ready. Now, I must step into the true Chi realm, and the spiritual vein method takes time. So in the days to come, I will keep farming the Flying Eagle Gang dungeon. If I can train the Heavenly One Chi art to perfection realm, then in true Chi training and in growing spiritual veins, all will be faster. Zhou Ming set his goal. In the next days, he ran the Flying Eagle Gang dungeon. Again and again, the Flying Eagle Gang leader, as a boss, had a drop rate of 50 in 100. Zhou Ming soon got another Heavenly One Chi art and raised the skill to entry level. He also got a true Chi move from the Flying Eagle Gang leader, called Void Splitting Palm. It was a true Chi martial art, but it was of the lowest rank, far below the 14 flying slash swords. The entry-level cultivation technique was much weaker than the Yuan Chi internal cultivation technique, which he had trained to perfection. With this skill, Zhou Ming took 5 or 6 days to turn his internal energy into a wisp of true Chi. Then he took 10 full days to turn all 60 years of internal energy into only 20 years of true Chi. The space between internal energy and true Chi is this great. No wonder, when I faced the Flying Eagle Gang leader's true Chi strikes, I was always thrown back and never met him face to face. Zhou Ming held his hand and felt the great power rise in him. But now, all has changed. This time, I will crush them with pure strength. I will clear the whole Flying Eagle Gang dungeon, open and true. And most of all, I will take the Donnie Envoy alive to learn the higher way of the Soul Bewitching Bell. One Soul Bewitching Bell can only be used 5 times. Each time Zhou Ming entered the Chi residence dungeon, he had to bring 3 bells. It was heavy and slow. He thought that the higher way, which sends the bell's call to one man, would use much less power. Maybe a fully charged Soul Bewitching Bell could be used tens of times. At the gate of the Flying Eagle Gang, Zhou Ming flicked his finger. 2 streams of true Chi flew out, and in a breath, broke the skulls of the 2 Flying Eagle elites at the door. He put down the black sand spear and took out a fine steel longsword. Then he walked slow into the manor. No walls, no tricks, only open and true. The many Flying Eagle men ran at him. Zhou Ming waved his hand, and sword Chi burst out. Among the 14 flying slash swords, 8 of them are sword Chi moves. Very fierce. Where the sword Chi passed, blood flew. Common gang men, elite men, who had reached external training, all fell in a breath. Chapter 41. Sword Chi clears the dungeon. Sound transmission into secrecy. 10 kills, 20 kills, 30 kills. Zhou Ming fought with wild fire inside the dungeon, killing all before him. Great. Too great. Men who play games love to test hard dungeons and hard bosses to grow their skill and build their power by fighting again and again. When a dungeon that was near impossible to clear is now cut through with ease, this change shows a man's power has grown. Zhou Ming was no different. At the start, he worked with all his mind to kill a few more monsters, or played lost under the Soul Bewitching Bell to be taken before the Donnie Envoy. Now, he waves his hand, and sword Chi flies, killing without care. This was the proof of Zhou Ming's growing strength. When the 4 hall masters came out from the inner residence, they saw that most of the Flying Eagle men under them were already dead. Only 2 or 3, by luck, still lived, shaking in the corner. True Chi realm. With this sword Chi, who are you? The man who sends you to your death. Zhou Ming spoke cold. His sword Chi burst out, and in a flash, killed Raven, the weakest hall master. The other three saw this, turned at once, and ran into the inner residence. Zhou Ming walked slow, following them. The Flying Eagle gang leader and the Donnie envoy saw the enemy had come to their door and could not stay still. They walked out from their rooms and saw a fierce sword chi fly at Wild Goose. The Flying Eagle gang leader struck out his palm. The void-splitting palm wind met the sword chi, and they killed each other. A true chi realm martial artist who can send such fierce sword chi. Sir, could you be Jiang, the second swordsman of great chi? This dungeon was set in a time before Jiang Yun followed Qi Shu Dao to East Commandery City, so the Flying Eagle gang leader did not know Jiang Yun's face. He had only heard his name. Zhou Ming did not answer. He looked at the Donnie envoy and spoke cold. Trading with the Eastern E. He. The whole Flying Eagle gang has walked itself to death. All the men's faces changed. The Donnie envoy did not wait. He pulled out the soul-bewitching bell and called, "Kill him." He shook the bronze bell, and a ring flew straight to Zhou Ming's ear. Wild Goose and the other three hall masters had their eyes go lost for a breath, then woke. The Flying Eagle gang leader was not touched at all. He waved his palm, and a void-splitting palm wind struck at Zhou Ming. The ring came to his ear. Zhou Ming felt nothing like before. A stream of spiritual chi rose from his chest and wrapped his mind, blocking the bewitching power. In the ring, what came to Zhou Ming's ear was only a clean bell sound. On his chest was that piece of clear spirit jade. Zhou Ming was not touched at all. He waved his hand, and a sword chi flew out to meet the void-splitting palm wind. Before this, the Flying Eagle gang leader's void-splitting palm had met Zhou Ming's sword chi, and they killed each other. But that palm wind was sent at Wild Goose Hall Master, an inner cultivation martial artist, and Zhou Ming's sword strike was only a light wave. In truth, void-splitting palm is only a low true chi martial art. The 14 flying slash swords is a secret skill of the Jiang family, the skill that won Jiang Yun his name, second swordsman of great chi. It is a high true chi martial art, and Zhou Ming had raised this sword skill to the perfection realm, above Jiang Yun. Now, he used his full power. That sword chi was fierce and very fast. It cut through the void-splitting palm wind with ease and came in a breath before the Flying Eagle gang leader. The Flying Eagle gang leader was full of fear, but he had no time, no room to dodge. He could only send out true chi to guard himself. But if he could not hold Zhou Ming's sword chi with a true chi martial art, how could this pure true chi guard hold it all? It was cut open, blood flew, and stained the ground. The fight was set in one breath. So fast, so true. Zhou Ming gave the other men no time, no breath to move. With 3 sword strikes, he killed the 3 hall masters. Only the Donnie envoy, whom Zhou Ming had kept alive, still stood. His face was full of fear. He shook the soul-bewitching bell again and again. But Zhou Ming, guarded by the clear spirit jade, felt nothing. The Donnie envoy saw that Zhou Ming showed no lost look, and knew at last that the soul-bewitching bell in his hand was of no use. He turned at once to run, but he, an inner cultivation martial artist, how could he run before a true chi realm fighter with many perfection light body skills? In a breath, Zhou Ming caught him, and with one sword strike, cut off his arm. The soul-bewitching bell fell to the ground. The sword tip pressed on his neck. Zhou Ming said, "Now, I ask, you answer." The pain of his lost arm twisted the Donnie envoy's face, but he still held his teeth and said, "I can tell you nothing." "Is that so?" Zhou Ming took out a soul-bewitching bell from his coat. As Zhou Ming had thought, the soul-bewitching bell had a higher way of use. This way was not on the bell itself, but on the ring it sent out. This way was called sound transmission into secrecy. It was a way for martial artists to send words in secret. The heart of it was to press a man's voice and send it true to one man's ear. This way could only be used by true chi realm martial artists, because only true chi can leave the body and press sound. But the Donnie tribe had changed it, so inner cultivation martial artists could also use this way, but only on the soul-bewitching bell. With this way, the the bell's power was used less. But when used by an inner cultivation martial artist, the press was not full, so some power was lost. When the Dongi envoy used it before, though he sent the ring only to Zhou Ming, the other men still felt a lost breath. This was because the envoy could not hold all the sound. With his internal energy and some power, flew to the others. For an inner cultivation martial artist, this way saved 2 parts of 3, so a full soul-bewitching bell could be used 15 times. For a true Qi martial artist, it was much stronger, saving 9 parts of 10, so a full bell could be used 50 times. The power of the soul-bewitching bell is small. It can only touch a Qi refining level 3 cultivator. A little. If the man is Qi refining 4th layer, the bell has no power. It is nothing. This word was of great weight to Zhou Ming. It meant the soul-bewitching bell in his hand could be used against Qi Gaolan. Qi Gaolan was only at Qi refining level 2. The reason she was not caught was because Zhou Ming could only bring 3 bells, and with the old way, he could only send 15 rings at her. But now, he had learned sound transmission into secrecy. 1 bell could send 50 rings. 3 bells, 150 rings. Can 150 rings, stacked one on another, touch Qi Gaolan at Qi refining level 2. I will test this. Next time, Zhou Ming thought. He had asked all he cared for, and now, he wished to know one more thing. Why did you come? To the Flying Eagle Gang. Chapter 42. The Might of a Cultivator. Boss Magnolia Fragrance. Inside the Qi house, all the other men were lost in sleep. Only Zhou Ming and Qi Gaolan still stood. Qi Gaolan spoke cold. You think a small soul-bewitching bell can touch me? You think too much of this little thing. 1 is not enough. What of 4? Zhou Ming held 2 bells in each hand and shook them without stop. The bell sounds were pressed by true Qi and sent straight to Qi Gaolan's ears. For a breath, Qi Gaolan's face showed a lost look. But then, a green light rose from her body and formed a light shield around her, holding all the bell sound out. Her face was hard. You have so many soul-bewitching bells, but in the end, they are only small things, not even low-grade spirit tools. What? Zhou Ming was still. Then, Qi Gaolan swung her long sword. A green sword Qi flew out. Zhou Ming held bells in both hands and could not guard. He could only watch as the sword Qi cut through his leather armor and killed him. Back in his room, Zhou Ming shook his head. He had no words. The soul-bewitching bell is only a low-level treasure. To a true cultivator, it is too weak. Even if Zhou Ming did not care for the weight and took 4 bells and used them all at once, he still could not touch Qi Gaolan, because the soul-bewitching bell is the lowest treasure in the immortal world. Its power must ride on the bell's sound. Sound transmission into secrecy can hold the bell's sound and send its power to one man. But cultivators can use spiritual Qi to block the bell sound and stop its power. So, men say the soul-bewitching bell can touch a Qi refining level 3 cultivator. But this is only a dream. Cultivators are not dolls. They will not sit still and let the bell's power touch them. Zhou Ming shook his head. His thought, to beat Qi Gaolan with 150 bell rings, was only a thought. Count can help, but power is more. It seems, this small way will not clear the Qi residence dungeon. If I cannot kill Qi Gaolan, this dungeon is a wall. Zhou Ming was let down, but not broken. As long as he grew his strength, he would beat her. And now, he still had many ways to grow. In the small lane dungeon, the blood slaughter spear technique and the killing aura art both drop. The first makes his war power greater. The second makes his killing intent grow, so he can wake the black sand spear. The Flying Eagle Gang dungeon drops the Heavenly One Qi art, which makes his training faster and his true Qi return quicker. The Qi residence dungeon is walled at Qi Gaolan, but Jiang Yun still drops the Yellow Dragon Pill, which grows true Qi, and Qi Shu Dao, Feng Tianqing, and the twin dragons of Nanjun. He had not yet killed. He could try them and see what skills they drop. Zhou Ming's eyes moved over each dungeon, then stopped. On the top one, this was the first dungeon he had ever found, Brothel Enchantress. As Zhou Ming learned more of this world, he saw how deep this dungeon was. The Qi residence dungeon, a level 2 dungeon, with Qi Gaolan, was enough to stop him, and this dungeon was level 4. Its boss was at level 4, a Qi refining 4th layer cultivator. But with my strength now, I may try to farm it. To clear it is not yet a dream, but to kill small monsters and take drops. I can try, and the drops from a level 4 dungeon may help me to beat Qi Gaolon. Lanxiang courtyard. As before, Zhou Ming stood at the gate. His hearing, his smell, now much stronger. He could faintly hear the sweet sounds from inside and smell the powder on the air. The two big men at the gate had eyes of dark. Last time, he did not see, but this time, Zhou Ming saw that these two big men were of strange size. Where did this boy come from? Daring to make noise at my Lanxiang courtyard. One big man spoke and moved to pull his sword. Zhou Ming pulled his sword first and sent out a fierce sword chi. The big man's face changed. He raised his arms to guard himself. The sword chi flew and cut 2 wounds on his arms. Blood ran. You look for death. The big man did not care for his hurts. He roared and stepped forward to strike. The other big man did the same. They can hold my sword chi with their bodies, and when they strike, they do not send out sword chi or saber chi, but try to come close to me. Are these two external training fighters with power like true chi? To reach such power through external training is much harder than to step into the true chi realm. But these two were trained by a cultivator, and from their name, human fiend, they may not even be men. If this is so, it is not strange, but it is trouble. External training with power like true chi has no far strikes, like saber chi or sword chi, but their bodies and their bones are very strong. Just now, under Zhou Ming's sword chi, this big man held with his arms and stopped it. Only 2 blood marks on his arms. Not even his bones were cut. With such guard, if a man was an inner cultivation martial artist, even at the peak, he could not break through. He may even be able to walk through the void-splitting palm of the flying eagle gang leader. Then I must try this. Zhou Ming took out the soul-bewitching bell and shook it. The bell sound spread, but the 2 big men felt nothing. They swung their swords at him. Zhou Ming moved fast and dodged. He called out, "The soul-bewitching bell has no power on them." Hee. A sweet voice, full of pull, came from the air. "Little one, you are a strange one, trying to use a soul-bewitching thing on 2 puppets." Zhou Ming's heart shook. He called himself a fool. Human fiend. Their names were above their heads. They were dolls, held by the final boss of this dungeon. Dolls have no minds. How can they be bewitched? This did not help. It only woke the boss. Zhou Ming looked up. On the 5th floor of Lanxiang courtyard, the highest floor, a window was open. By the window, a woman of peerless face. Her look was not as sweet as her voice. She seemed pure, only 16 or 17. Like the girl next door, when a man saw her face, he thought at once of the first love of his youth. This was the great boss of this dungeon, a Qi refining 4th layer cultivator, Magnolia Fragrance. She looked down at the fight between Zhou Ming and the 2 human fiends. Her eyes were full of play, as if watching 3 ants. A faint light moved in her eyes. The 2 human fiends struck 3 parts faster and 5 parts stronger. Zhou Ming was not ready for the sudden speed and the sudden power. He could not hold them. In 10 moves, his long sword was struck away by their great swords. Then, a flash of sword light. Dungeon cleared. Chapter 43. Powerful Boss. New dungeon. Bewitching night meeting. Magnolia Fragrance's power is stronger than I thought. Back in his room, Zhou Ming let out a long sigh. From what Jingyu said, the Qi refinement stage has 9 levels. Every 3 levels is 1 stage. Early, middle, late. Qi Gaolon. At Qi refining level 2 is early stage. Magnolia Fragrance. At Qi refining level 4 is middle stage. The space between them is wide. Magnolia Fragrance can run a flower house in the capital of Great Qi. The royal house may know, and let her be, because Jingyu's word said that the head of Tiger Roar Mountain, wandering Immortal Yanghu, is at Qi refining level 6, and Tiger Roar Mountain trades with the Great Qi Royal House. So the strongest man in the Great Qi Royal House may only be at Qi refining level 6. Else, they would not let Tiger Roar Mountain sit. Qi refining level 6 is middle stage. Qi refining level 4 is also middle stage. Though there is a space of 2 levels, they are in the same stage, so the gap in power may not be too great. All this shows that magnolia fragrance is an enemy, far above Zhou Ming's knowing. Of course, Zhou Ming never thought to beat magnolia fragrance. He only wished to kill a few small monsters in the brothel dungeon and see if he could get immortal treasures. But even the small gate guards were puppets held by magnolia fragrance. The soul-bewitching bell had no power on them, and their strength was great. When magnolia fragrance came, the 2 small monsters grew much stronger. Zhou Ming felt these 2 small monsters were harder to fight than Qi Gaolon. It seems, for now, my thought to get cultivator feed and gear from the brothel dungeon is lost. Now, I must grow my strength from the old dungeons, or find new dungeons. But with my strength now to grow, I need a dungeon with cultivators, or many true Qi martial artists who have taken immortal feed. True Qi martial artists have true Qi cultivation techniques and true Qi moves. Even if I cannot get immortal feed, I can still fill my skill chest. As for fighters below true Qi, unless they have found great luck, they are of no use to me. So, in all East Commandery City, no place can give Zhou Ming a new dungeon. But this is only on the face. Zhou Ming had found a chance that may make a new dungeon, but this chance must wait. Late May, the days grew warm, but at the 3rd watch of night, the wind still carried cold. A man in night-walk clothes came silent to a common house. He looked back and swept his eyes. At this hour, no man could be seen, but the night-walk man did not let down his guard. He took out a bell from his coat. The soul-bewitching bell. Ring, ring. 2 bell sounds flew out and spread through the dark. The bewitching power in these 2 rings was strong enough to make a true Qi realm fighter lose his mind. For a time, if a man was only at inner cultivation, he would fall at once. This way, no man could follow him. At the same time, the man in the house heard the bell and opened the door. He spoke low. Safe. Come in. The night-walk man pulled down his mask and showed his face. He looked once more, with hard eyes, then slipped through the door, into the house. The great door shut, without sound. Neither of these men saw that in a dark corner, not far away, a dark form also slipped away. Dungeon material found. Scanning. Scan done. Dungeon made. Dungeon. Bewitching night meeting. Rank. 0 to 1. Monsters. Soul bewitching emissary. Bewitching chief envoy. Scatterling of bewitching the heart. Drops. Soul bewitching bell. Night concealment art. Bewitching mind technique. Illusory body art. Yellow dragon pill. Spirit bewitching art. 3 delusions art. Soul strengthening pill. Reward for first clear. Heart bewitching mirror. Spirit guiding talisman method. Mortal grade gold spiritual root. From the word of the Dongi envoy. In the Flying Eagle gang, the Dongi tribe has never given up on taking back the wide land of Eastern Commandery. When this land was first taken, the Dongi tribe tried every way to bring trouble here. At that time, many men of Dongi blood still lived on this land. With the Dongi tribe's call, these men rose, one after another, fighting the Great Qi Kingdom. Then, the Great Qi Kingdom pushed them down with hard hand. This war went on for over 10 years, then slowly died. The Dongi tribe saw that this way would not win back Eastern Commandery, so they built the Soul Bewitching Organization. This group has 4 ranks. The highest is a cultivator, true to the Dongi tribe, at Qi refining level 1, called Scatterling of Bewitching the Heart. Under him are 3 bewitching chief envoys who help him. Under them are 12 soul bewitching emissaries, and at the bottom are many Dongi envoys. The work of these men is to try all ways to help the Dongi tribe take back Eastern Commandery. To feed the Flying Eagle gang was one of the Soul Bewitching Organization's moves. But the Dongi envoy, who first came to the 3 Flying Eagle brothers, was not the one now. In truth, the Dongi envoys who met the Flying Eagle gang have changed 4 times over the years. Where did the first 4 go? One was found by the Great Qi Kingdom and killed on the spot. The other 3 got enough work merit from the Flying Eagle gang and were raised in the Soul Bewitching Organization. It is said the very first one is now a bewitching chief envoy. So the Flying Eagle Gang became this bewitching chief envoy's own land, and a tool to grow his merit. Only his trusted men could take the Flying Eagle Gang work. Where there are men, there is the world of men. And this group had lived for 20 or 30 years. Zhou Ming had to thank this old way of men. If not, how could he have learned from the Dongi envoy, the half-year meet time, and the meet place of the soul-bewitching organization's high men? This was word a common Dongi envoy could never get. That Dongi envoy said, the scatterling of bewitching the heart is only at chi refining level 1. But he said this was word he had heard many years ago. So many years. The scatterling of bewitching the heart is still at chi refining level 1. This is not strange. From the first clear reward, this scatterling of bewitching the heart seems to have only a mortal grade spiritual root. Many years, and always in the thin spirit chi lands of great chi and the Dongi tribe. Slow growth is only right. A mortal grade spiritual root is better than immortal, but the word mortal before spiritual root is there for a reason. This kind of spiritual root lets a man cultivate, but his growth is very slow. He may even hit a wall. At chi refining level 1, men say he has stepped onto the immortal path, but in truth, he is not much more than a mortal. For Zhou Ming, this is good news. If the enemy is too strong, he may not be able to beat them. Chapter 44. Bewitching Soul Dungeon. Self-reflection. The night wind was cool. The soul-bewitching emissary, dressed in black night clothes, looked all around, and at once saw a man who had come from nowhere. Who was there? Zhou Ming looked. The many streets were gone. Only one house stood. He, who should have been hidden in a dark corner, now stood in the open road. His form was plain, for all to see. Are you asking me? Zhou Ming set down his black sand spear and said, I am a man of great chi. Chi dog, you found me. Then die. The soul-bewitching emissary raised the bell in his hand and shook it twice. Zhou Ming felt nothing. He moved, and in a breath, was close. His sword came out. Sword chi flew and cut the head from this inner cultivation soul-bewitching emissary. Then, the gate of the house was blown open. From inside, more than 10 men in black rushed out. These were all the high men of the soul-bewitching organization. Of the 12 soul-bewitching emissaries, 10 had come, not counting the one just killed. There were still 9, 2 of them at true chi, 7 at inner cultivation, and all 3 bewitching chief envoys had come. These 3 were all at true chi, and among the crowd stood the scatterling of bewitching the heart. He was the head man. So Zhou Ming faced 7 inner cultivation fighters, 5 true chi fighters, and 1 chi refining level 1 cultivator. But he did not fear. He ran at once at the 7 inner cultivation fighters. His long sword moved. Sword chi flew wild. These inner cultivation men could not hold Zhou Ming's sword chi, but the 5 true chi fighters were not blind. They struck at the same time. Streams of true chi flew out and wove a shield. Before them all, Zhou Ming's sword chi was sharp, but against the guard of 5 men, it had no power. Zhou Ming saw this and pulled out a soul-bewitching bell, shaking it 5 times at once. 5 bell rings twined together and filled the night. These high men of the soul-bewitching organization each held a soul-bewitching bell, but they, like Zhou Ming before, had no way to stand against its power. The bewitching call fell on them, one ring on another. Their minds were caught. Their eyes rolled back, and they fell. A soul-bewitching bell. You use our own thing against us. The scatterling of bewitching the heart spoke at last, his voice full of wonder and full of rage. The soul-bewitching bell was a treasure he made. It was not even a low-grade magical artifact, the lowest rank in the immortal world, but its power could let an inner cultivation man, or even a common man, kill a true chi fighter. For the scatterling of bewitching the heart, a man of no great gift, who took tens of years to reach only chi refining level 1. This bell was the best work of his life, and because of this work, the Dongi tribe saw his worth and fed him. Now, a man stood before him, using his own bell against him. For a breath, the scatterling of bewitching the heart did not know if he should rage or laugh. But one thing he knew, this man must die. He turned his hand and took out a mirror. Its face was dark, but smooth. A black light flew out, small in the dark night. Hard to see. Zhou Ming was ready, but the light was too fast. Before he could move, the black light was on him. He felt a clear spirit chi. Guard his mind. That was the clear spirit jade. Then, crack. Your current adventure dropped. Night concealment art. It has been put into your storage. You can take it out at any time. Zhou Ming sat on his bed, his legs crossed, his face without life. After a time, he put his hand in his coat and pulled out a broken jade. The clear spirit jade. What trash. Zhou Ming had no words. The Flying Eagle gang leader paid much to get this clear spirit jade from the cultivator at Tiger Roar Mountain to stand against the soul-bewitching bell. And this is all it can do. It can only stand against the soul-bewitching bell. The mirror the scatterling of bewitching the heart held was surely the heart-bewitching mirror that may drop in the dungeon. A treasure from a mortal-grade cultivator at Chi refining level 1. In a land of thin spirit Chi is only the lowest low-grade magical artifact. As Chi Gaolon said, and the clear spirit jade could not even hold a low-grade magical artifact. I thought this jade was a great treasure. But Zhou Ming soon calmed his heart. He got this thing from a dungeon drop. He paid no silver for it. But the Flying Eagle gang leader paid much. Not only did he smile and bow to the cultivator, he gave true silver for this clear spirit jade. And this is what he got. Zhou Ming calmed and took the drop. He killed only one man, so only one item dropped. Night concealment art, an inner training skill. It makes a man harder to see. Useless. The soul bewitching bell is low grade, but it can touch a Chi refining level 2 cultivator. Only, cultivators are not dolls. They will not sit still and let the bell's power touch them, so it is of no use. But the clear spirit jade is different. Its guard is always there. If I had more clear spirit jade and carried them with me, could I hold the scatterling of bewitching the heart's heart-bewitching mirror? This was a thought. Zhou Ming looked back. From the time the mirror's light hit him to the time the clear spirit jade broke, there were a few breaths. So, if he could carry tens of clear spirit jade, he could last a few minutes. But to kill the scatterling of bewitching the heart in those few minutes is also hard. Zhou Ming got up and opened the window. In the sky, a new moon gave a soft light. Clouds moved across the night. Such a night meant tomorrow would be a good day. He watched the clouds and the moon. Then, he smiled. I have been in a rush again. I broke into the true Chi realm. My power grew much, and I cut through the Flying Eagle gang dungeon with ease. So my heart grew large. In the Chi residence dungeon, I tried to use the soul bewitching bell on Chi Gaolon. When that failed, I wished to go to the brothel dungeon to find new gear, and now I wish with all my heart to kill the scatterling of bewitching the heart. All this shows that I am in a rush to grow my strength. But why do I rush? Zhou Ming let out a long breath, and his eyes grew clear. I have no cause to rush. The great push of power from stepping into true Chi has made my heart unstill. A meal must be eaten bite by bite. Strength must be grown little by little. What I must do now is to calm myself and train and grow my power. When my power is great enough, the monsters in these dungeons will not be able to stop me. My strength still has much room to grow. There is no need to rush. Chapter 45. Fully prepared. Re-entering the bewitching soul dungeon. You found men from the Wind Sand Stockade. Song Dong was full of joy. Are you sure? The low man spoke fast. How would I dare lie to the commander? Our men went to a village to buy some wine, but were hurt by a big man. When they thought back, they saw that this man was one of the escaped bandits from the Wind Sand Stockade. Song Dong knew that to buy wine was not the truth. These men were likely on watch and tried to take things, and they ran into the Wind Sand Stockade. But Song Dong did not care for this. He only cared for the Wind Sand Stockade. This matter had sat in his heart for months, a thorn he wished to pull out. But he knew his power was not enough. Even if they found the bandits, they would likely run. Call the soldiers. I will come soon. He left fast and went to the Chi house. The Wind Sand Stockade was a danger Chi Shu Dao wished to end. When he heard the word, he sent Zhang Yun at once to go with Song Dong. The soldiers left East Commandery City and went to that village. East Commandery City was first built as a war fort. When the war ended, it grew and grew and became East Commandery City. This city was not far from the border. This was why Commander Song, as the head of a border army, could stay in the city, and why the city soldiers must watch the lands around. The two men led the soldiers and came fast to the village. But before the village, Zhang Yun pulled his horse and pulled Song Dong back. What is wrong? Song Dong was shaken. Zhang Yun pulled his sword and struck forward. In the air, a thin rope was cut in one breath. Song Dong touched his neck. The rope was right where his neck would be. If Zhang Yun had not pulled him back, and he had ridden his fast horse, his neck would have been cut. This is Black Widow's spider silk. Song Dong spoke slow. Zhang Yun nodded. Black Widow was one of the 8 great Vajras of the Wind Sand Stockade. Spider silk was not true spider silk, but a special thread, thin and very strong. It seems the men of Wind Sand Stockade know they have been found, or they meant to be found. Else, why would they not run, but set a trap here, waiting for us? You are the second swordsman of Great Qi, much smarter than the fool at your side. A man came out, holding a black long spear. His eyes glowed red. The cold wish to kill made men feel fear in their bones. Sha Qingyong. Yes, it is me. Sha Qingyong pointed his long spear at Commander Song. Commander Song, when you sent your men to hunt my Wind Sand Stockade, did you see this day? Do not fear. I will not kill you so fast. In the village behind, a killing ground is set for you, with 1,000 cuts. For every man of my stockade you killed, I will cut that many marks on your body. You dare? Zhang Yun spoke cold. With me here, you cannot act as you wish. Second swordsman of Great Qi, I would like to test your power. But the emissary said, you are to be used elsewhere, and cannot be killed. Emissary. When Zhang Yun heard this word, his face changed. Could it be? You have traded with. Ring. A clean bell sound. Cut his words. Zhou family. 2 months. To train heavenly one Qi art. And blood slaughter spear technique. To max rank. Killing aura art. Has reached major achievement. Now, as soon as I kill, I can grow killing intent. And wake the black sand spear. I have kept 12 clear spirit jade. With this, I may try the bewitching soul dungeon again. Zhou Ming looked at the feed he held, and the thought of the bewitching soul dungeon rose in him again. This was not only because he had enough clear spirit jade, the blood slaughter spear technique, and the heavenly one Qi art were both at perfection realm, so the small lane dungeon and the flying eagle gang dungeon had no more use for him. Now, he must go to the Qi residence dungeon, or the bewitching soul dungeon. Zhou Ming set his mind. He took silk thread and wove the 12 clear spirit jade into a jade armor and put it on his chest. Then he wore leather armor over it, took a soul bewitching bell, held a precious sword at his side, and carried the black sand spear. With all this ready, he stepped into the bewitching soul dungeon. It was still that night, with the dim moon. As soon as Zhou Ming came, he used the killing aura art. In the dark, he waved his hand. A sword Qi flew out and killed the soul bewitching emissary. At the gate, he had great killing intent from all his kills, and with the killing aura art at minor achievement, his power to grow killing intent was much faster. Now, he killed another man with one sword strike. As the fresh blood flew, Zhou Ming's eyes turned red. His great killing intent was made, and at once pushed into the black sand spear. The black sand spear felt this killing intent and woke. A dark red light rose, and the spear's weight was less. The long spear, 50 or 60 jin, felt in Zhou Ming's hand, as light as 10 jin. This wave of killing intent also touched Zhou Ming's mind and made him restless. But in that same breath, 12 streams of clear spirit Qi burst from his chest and wrapped his mind, holding the killing intent's pull. Zhou Ming's mind cleared, and he was surprised. The clear spirit jade can hold back the pull of killing intent. Why did I not see this before? Was it because I had too few? This was good news. He had not wished to train the killing aura art, or use the black sand spear, in the true world, because these demonic pathways would touch his mind. But if many clear spirit jade could hold this pull, then this was good. Now, his mind was still clear, and the black sand spear in his hand was still awake. He leaped forward, holding the long spear, and struck the gate. Behind the gate, 2 men seemed to wish to open it, but Zhou Ming was faster. With one strike, The great force threw both men back. Zhou Ming stepped into the yard, took out the soul-bewitching bell, and shook it 5 times at once. The many soul-bewitching emissaries were caught by the 5 rings, and all fell. Only one man still stood in the yard, the scatterling of bewitching the heart. Soul-bewitching bell, the scatterling of bewitching the heart, was full of dark rage. He moved to take the heart-bewitching mirror, to kill this man, who used his own work against him. But Zhou Ming had seen this move in his mind 1,000 times. The moment he shook the bell, he did not wait to see the end. He threw the bell aside. He leaped forward, and the long spear in his hand was already at the scatterling's neck. This line of moves was smooth, without a breath between. If the scatterling of bewitching the heart still tried to take his mirror, his throat would be pierced by Zhou Ming's long spear. He could only jump back and miss the spear. Zhou Ming had the high ground and did not hold back. His long spear moved, and the blood slaughter spear technique was set loose. Chapter 46. Blocking the heart-bewitching mirror. First kill of a cultivator. The blood slaughter spear technique holds the power to wake killing intent and to put fear in enemies. Zhou Ming had trained it to the 3rd layer, to perfection. One thrust of his spear, with his great killing intent, was enough to shake any true Qi martial artist. And he was also using the killing aura art and the black sand spear. So the weapon, the move, and the skill worked as one. The dark red light of his killing intent ran along the long spear. As Zhou Ming moved his spear, the light sometimes flew to the tip, to cut deeper, and sometimes it flashed bright, to push fear and weight on his enemy. But the scatterling of bewitching the heart lived in mind tricks. He did not fear the killing intent. He dodged, calm, and took out the black heart-bewitching mirror. Spiritual Qi rose from him, and a black light shot from the mirror. Zhou Ming tried to dodge, but even with all his growth, in this time, his speed was still not fast enough. The black light hit him. 12 streams of clear spirit Qi moved around his mind. Under the black light, they shook, again and again, but they did not break. 12 clear spirit jade shared the power of this strike. The clear spirit jade surprised Zhou Ming again. When facing this attack, the jade did not break one by one. They shared the weight. The black light was strong, but split 12 ways. The weight on each piece was less than from the soul-bewitching bell, so not one of the 12 jade was broken. This meant Zhou Ming could stand against his enemy's heart-bewitching mirror and fight without fear. He did not need to kill this man in only a few minutes. How can this be? A common martial artist can hold my heart-bewitching mirror. The scatterling of bewitching the heart could not believe this. But Zhou Ming's long spear was already on him. Then he saw that the long spear in Zhou Ming's hand was not common. It looked like an old friend. Is that the black sand spear, the soul-bewitching bell, the black sand spear, and the killing intent on you? Is that the killing aura art and this blood slaughter spear technique? Who are you? The scatterling of bewitching the heart dodged Zhou Ming's spear, his mind lost. Why do you speak so much? Who am I? The man who will kill you. Kill me. A common mortal. The scatterling of bewitching the heart burned with rage. I do not believe you can hold my heart-bewitching mirror. He held the mirror and sent out another black light. Again, the 12 clear spirit jade shared the weight and held it. Mortal. Mortal. You call me mortal. You are only a common grade spiritual root. What space is between you and a mortal? You. The scatterling of bewitching the heart's face froze. His eyes, ready to spit fire. The space between low-grade and high-grade spiritual roots is not only in how fast a man takes in spiritual Qi. That is only a way to see a man's gift. If a man has 2 spiritual roots, one medium, one low, and uses skills for both, his speed of taking in spiritual Qi is the sum of both roots. Then this man may stand as high as a high grade, or even supreme grade. But the true worth of high-grade spiritual roots is not in speed. It is in the power to make bottlenecks weak. High-grade spiritual roots have no bottlenecks before foundation establishment, but medium-grade spiritual roots will hit a wall when breaking from Qi refining level 6 to level 7. This wall may hold a medium-grade cultivator for years or longer. High-grade spiritual roots, with hard work and time, will pass this wall. with ease. Low-grade spiritual roots will hit the wall earlier, at Qi refining level 3 to level 4. And common-grade spiritual roots, like the scatterling of bewitching the heart, are held by the wall, from Qi refining level 1 to level 2. For many years, this was the great pain of the common-grade spiritual root. He could step onto the immortal path, but he could only take one step. The gate of the immortal world was pushed open, a small space. Through this space, he could see the wide and great, beautiful world, but he could only look. The spiritual vein method gave him a small hope, but this way cost much, and it did not grow his power, only his speed. All the feed the scatterling of bewitching the heart got from the Dongi tribe. Over the years, he put into the spiritual vein method. He turned only 3 spiritual veins. This was not enough to raise his common grade root to low grade. Zhou Ming's words cut deep. In his rage, the scatterling of bewitching the heart pointed his finger at Zhou Ming. Spiritual Qi rose, and a faint light shone on his fingertip. Basic spell. Spiritual Qi finger. Basic spells have no mark. They are only the pure use of spiritual Qi. Most basic spells are for small work. In the day, only a few can be used for war and skill. These basic spells may not be as deep as many inner training or true Qi martial arts, but they are fed by spiritual Qi, so their power is often greater than most true Qi martial arts and can match the best. But for Zhou Ming, this move was weak and slow. Zhou Ming moved his feet, using ghost shadow steps. Also at perfection, he turned his body, a small move, and missed the finger strike. He saw his chance and struck back with his spear. The dark red killing intent ran on the black sand spear and gathered at the tip as Zhou Ming moved. At a quick look, it was as before, but look close. The killing intent on this spear was many times more than at the start, and when the black sand spear holds enough killing intent, it can send out that strike. The dark red killing intent at the spear tip turned to a beam of light and flew out. The scatterling of bewitching the heart was shaken. Spiritual Qi burst from his whole body and made a shield. This was also a basic spell, Spirit Qi shield, but his shield was far below Qi Gaolan's guard. The dark red light came. In a breath, it cut through the Spirit Qi shield and went through the scatterling of bewitching the heart's heart. This cannot be. Nothing is impossible. Dark red light still shone in Zhou Ming's eyes. You are dead, killed by me. Immortal. Thud. The scatterling of bewitching the heart fell, his eyes wide, still not believing. Zhou Ming pulled back his spear and turned to the other men. The scatterling of bewitching the heart was the first cultivator he had killed, but surely not the last. Chapter 47. War is approaching, revealing one's abilities. Your adventure dropped. Soul bewitching bell, illusion body art, yellow dragon pill, 3 delusions art, and more. They have been put into your storage. You can take them out at any time. First clear. You got the rewards. Heart bewitching mirror, spirit guiding talisman method, and mortal grade gold spiritual root. Back in his room, Zhou Ming did not feel joy. A small fear and worry sat in his eyes. The root of his fear was the word he had taken from the bewitching chief envoys. In the dungeon, I did not think that after so many years, the Dongi tribe would again raise an army to strike at Eastern Commandery. Eastern Commandery was once the land of the Dongi tribe. Near 50 years ago, it was taken by the Great Qi Kingdom. Of course, the Dongi tribe has always wished to take it back, but they failed again and again. The last time they raised an army was over 20 years ago. Many men thought the Dongi tribe had given up, but the Dongi tribe will raise an army at this time, and they had been getting ready for years. This meet of the soul bewitching organization was to set their work. With the great army of the Dongi tribe, farmers have few idle months. In May, men are twice as busy. June is even harder. The work only ends in July, so the Dongi tribe will surely strike in the middle of July or the start of August. The soul bewitching organization will move before this to meet the great army. Only the scatterling of bewitching the heart knew the true time. Other men were only to hear the word. After this meet began, I killed him, so I did not get the true day, but it will be near that time. The Dongi tribe is not a horse people. Far from the great Qi kingdom, they are also farmers. The name Dongi only speaks of how they are ruled. The great Qi kingdom has a full king's rule. The Dongi tribe is half tribe, half king's rule. The Jin family, called the Golden Family, rule the Dongi tribe. From Jingyu's word, this Jin family is a branch of a house. From Xianxia mountain to the Dongi tribe, they are men from outside who took rule with their own power. And this house brought the Dongi tribe the way of planting. Now, farming is the great work of the Dongi tribe. So even if they raise an army for war, it must wait until the summer planting is done. A month, at the most, or half a month, at the least. Zhou Ming held back. Should he tell the Zhou family or the East Commandery City office? He was a man from another world. He did not care much for the great Qi kingdom or East Commandery City, but he cared for the Zhou family. If war came, the Zhou family may fall, and only the great Qi kingdom and East Commandery City could stand against the Dongi tribe. But Zhou Ming had no proof. He could not say where he heard the word. But he thought again, what does it matter if I show a small part of my power? In the great Qi kingdom now, I am not the strongest, but I can surely keep myself safe. If I hide this word, and the Dongi tribe strikes, and the Zhou family is touched, this may be the great fall of the whole house. With this thought, Zhou Ming set his mind and went to Zhou Chongping. It was the hour of midnight, but Zhou Chongping and Zhou Guang were still in the study, counting the money books. At the end of each month, the Zhou family must look over their books, and the summer planting ends in June. The Zhou family holds much farmland, and many workers. All must be counted and set in order. With both tasks, the two men were busy every night until midnight, and the Zhou family had no good men to help. Second uncle was sent down for taking silver. Third uncle was in the officer world. Fourth uncle had no skill and had dark thoughts. They could not call the stewards or the shopmen to help with the books, so they could only do the work. When they saw Zhou Ming, both were surprised. Zhou Chongping yawned. Ming, why are you not asleep yet? Zhou Guang looked at Zhou Ming with hard eyes and held the money book in his hand, like a kangaroo guarding her young. Father, elder brother, I have heard word that the Dongi tribe will raise an army to strike at Eastern Commandery in the middle of July or the start of August. Huh? Both men were still. Then Zhou Guang laughed and said, Second brother, if you are not yet awake, go back to sleep. Why do you speak such dreams here? Zhou Ming smiled small and moved his feet. In a breath, he was at Zhou Chongping's desk. He flicked his finger and sent out true qi to kill a candle. The two men were still again. After a long time, Zhou Guang's voice shook, leaping 3 zhang, striking from far away. A true qi martial artist. Zhou Chongping took a deep breath. He had to say that his second son had brought him great wonder. You, Ming, I heard you only began martial arts a little over a year ago. How are you at the true qi realm? Zhou Ming said, Father, that is not the great work here. The great work is that the Dongi tribe will raise an army to strike at Eastern Commandery. Oh, Zhou Chongping saw that Zhou Ming did not wish to speak of this. The Dongi tribe will raise an army. Where did you hear this word? Is it true? Zhou Ming said, the Forget Worry restaurant on South Street. The shopkeeper is a spy, sent by the Dongi tribe. He has long traded with the Flying Eagle gang. This shopkeeper was the Dongi envoy, who fed the Flying Eagle gang. To be a shopkeeper was only his mask. The Flying Eagle gang. Dongi tribe spy? Are you saying the Flying Eagle gang also trades with the Dongi tribe? If the Dongi tribe strikes at the start of August or the middle of July, the Flying Eagle gang may be a knife from the inside. Zhou Chongping thought, but Zhou Guang was full of fear. Father, war is coming to Eastern Commandery. Should we not run? Zhou Ming had shown his true qi power. He had also spoken true of a Dongi spy tied to the Flying Eagle gang. Zhou Guang was fully won. Zhou Chongping had also believed, but he frowned. Run? Where would we run? In all Eastern Commandery, is there a safer city than East Commandery City? Zhou Guang had no words. Zhou Ming was also still. In his rush, he had not thought of this. East Commandery City was a war fort tens of years ago when it was named the head city of all Eastern Commandery. It grew and grew It has the highest walls, the thickest walls, the strongest soldiers, the most soldiers, great food stores, and many strong men. Even the forts at the border may not be as safe. And because it sits near the Dongi tribe, the city soldiers always train, always watch, so their war work is not slow. So, it is safest for us to stay in East Commandery City. Zhou Guang asked. Not sure. Zhou Chongping nodded, then shook his head. This is true. But how far will this war go? No man can say. And East Commandery City has its own troubles. The commander was changed this year, and many high and mid officers were cut out. Zhou Ming said. Then, Father, what do you wish? We can get ready. Before the war, your mother, second mother, and the rest of the family, and you two brothers, will take some goods and hide in the capital city first. As for me, Zhou Chongping looked at the money books before him and smiled. Our Zhou family came here with your great-grandfather. Then your grandfather worked his whole life, and I worked half my life. Now, we have this great house. How can I leave it? Chapter 48. Zhou Chongping's decision. 3 delusions art. So, Father, you do not wish to leave. Of course not. If I leave, what of this family's work? Then, Zhou Ming said, I will stay too. If the war comes close, with my power, I can keep you safe. Zhou Guang raised his hand fast. Father, I will not leave either. I will follow you. Zhou Chongping looked at him, his eyes sharp. Can your mind not see? What is weight? And what is light? Is this the time for you and Ming to race? Your second brother is a true Qi realm martial artist. Are you? Do as I say. Leave with the others. All right. All right. Zhou Guang sat, his face full of small hurt. Zhou Chongping said, the best way is still to wake the royal court, to hold the Dongi tribe's army. If they can be stopped at the border, East Commandery City will be safe. I will take this word to the officers, so they can clean the thieves within and be ready for war. What do you think? Zhou Ming said. This way is good. If the Dongi tribe's army can be stopped, our Zhou family will have done great work. But Father, if you go to the officers, it is best to go to the assistant prefect. Assistant prefect. Zhou Chongping nodded. That top scholar has kept his head low, but now in East Commandery City, he holds great power. To give this word to him is better than to the prefect. And you are right. This may be a great turn for our Zhou family, and the assistant prefect's roots are deep. To lean on him is surely better than that old prefect. Zhou Ming nodded, then said, I do not wish for men to know that this word came from me. Can this be done? Zhou Chongping was still, then smiled. Of course, with our Zhou family's power, at least in this East Commandery City, we can make a news route that is full and has no hole. Zhou Ming said, this is no common news. Back in his small yard, Zhou Ming let out a long breath. The Zhou family had heard the word and would move in the morning. If the Dongi tribe raised an army now, it would still take days to reach them. This was enough time for the Zhou family's great men to leave Eastern Commandery. And if the army closed on East Commandery City, Zhou Ming had the power to take his father out safe. With all this set, the Zhou family had no fear left. Zhou Ming could go back and take his dungeon rewards. The soul bewitching bell and the yellow dragon pill need no telling. The illusion body art is a true Qi martial art for hiding and wearing a false face. But the 3 delusions art brought Zhou Ming a great find. This was a cultivation technique for growing the soul. In the immortal world, the most common cultivation techniques are for spiritual Qi, to grow spiritual power. Next are body refining ways to make the body strong. Soul skills are the rarest. When Zhou Ming saw that the scatterling of bewitching the heart always used mind tricks, he thought at once that this 3 delusions art was of the demonic path or evil path. But when he read it, he saw it was a true righteous path skill for guarding the mind. The 3 delusions. 1 is the delusion of the mortal world. The mortal world is wide and full of noise. If a cultivator leaves the immortal path and takes power in the mortal world, he may have endless wealth and high name. 2 is the delusion of cultivation. The immortal path is hard and long. If a man's gift is small, to leave the path is to find peace, or to take evil path or demonic path skills for a quick rise. 3 is the delusion of time. Qi refining cultivators may live 120 years. If they are lucky and reach foundation establishment, they start at 200 years. In these years, men often cannot train. Day after day, when young, they feel time is long. A day, or half a day, for joy, is not a great loss. When old, they feel their road is done, and so, they take their days. For joy, all such lost thoughts, all such pulls, all such rest, are walls in the path. To train the three delusions art is to stand against these pulls, to push through the walls, and hold the way. This skill has 3 levels: early, middle, late, of the Qi refinement stage. To train it to perfection grows a man's soul power and makes his Tao heart strong, unmoving. It also gives a man 1 chance in 10 to break through to foundation establishment. This is a good righteous path skill. The scatterling of bewitching the heart used the great soul power from this skill for his mind tricks. What a waste. A great knife used to kill a small bird, but this skill is deep and fine. How did the scatterling of bewitching the heart find it? If I can catch him again, I must ask. The scatterling of bewitching the hearts spiritual Qi cultivation technique was very simple. 5 elements spirit absorption art. 4 great powers with deep roots. This skill is only used to test a man's gift, but for common loose cultivators, this skill is easy to find and can hold all paths. It is good enough. Then, the first clear rewards. The heart bewitching mirror is a low-grade magical artifact. The mortal-grade gold spiritual root needs no telling, but the spirit-guiding talisman method is of great worth. In the immortal world, there are many ways to help a man's path: alchemy, artifacts, talismans, formations, and 100 other trades. The talisman Tao is a great way. This spirit-guiding talisman method teaches a man to draw spirit-guiding talismans. The best use of this talisman is to call and hold spiritual Qi. If 12 spirit-guiding talismans are used at once, even in a land of thin spiritual Qi, a man can make a place fit for cultivation. When Zhou Ming saw this way, he was full of joy. After he learned of the 5 elements spirit absorption art from Wild Goose, he had tried to train it. He took in spiritual Qi for hours, but only felt it. He was far from pulling it into his body and turning it to his own. And as a mortal, after a few hours of training, Zhou Ming must eat. To eat breaks his training. When he starts again, he must find and call spiritual Qi. How hard it is to cultivate in a land of thin spiritual Qi. This also showed that Zhou Ming's own spiritual root was surely low, but Zhou Ming did not care. He could get spiritual roots from dungeons. The thin spiritual Qi that stopped his training was the true wall. But now, he had the spirit-guiding talisman method, which could make a place of cultivation in a land of thin spiritual Qi. This fixed his trouble. Zhou Ming wished at once to take the 5 elements spirit absorption art and step into the immortal path. But he held himself back. A great war is near. To change my cultivation technique, I do not know how long it will take, and I do not have enough spirit-guiding talismans. Now, I must keep farming the bewitching soul dungeon to grow my skills and watch the war as it comes. When the war is still, it will be safe to take the 5 elements spirit absorption art. But the 3 delusions art does not need much spiritual Qi. He could begin to train it. Cultivators most take the spiritual Qi path as their root, with body refining and divine soul as small trees. I never thought I would walk the other way. My first cultivation technique is this soul skill. Chapter 49. Reporting to the Qi residence. The temptation of wealth and glory. At the Qi residence, Qi Shudao said with surprise, "You are saying that your Zhou family found out the Flying Eagle gang is working with the Dongi tribe, and you decided to become inside spies after the Dongi tribe starts a war?" Zhou Chongping bowed and said, "Exactly." Qi Shudao thought for a moment. "I heard that your Zhou family sent all your family members out of the city yesterday, leaving only you behind." Zhou Chongping said, "War is coming soon. I had no choice but to keep my family safe." Haha, are you so sure this information is correct? If it is wrong, then my family just took a trip to the capital. But if it is right, then this is the hope for my Zhou family to survive. Qi Shudao smiled and asked, "What about you? Why did you not leave? Zhou Chongping said. My family is here. I cannot leave them. Also, even though I am just a merchant, I cannot do nothing when my family and my country are in danger. Qi Shudao thought for a moment and said, This sounds believable, but for such an important matter, I cannot just take your word for it. Do you have any proof of what you say? Zhou Chongping said. Most of this information was heard by chance, so there is no solid proof. However, we also found out that the Dongi spy is pretending to be the manager of the Forget Worry wine house on South Street. If we catch him, we might get more information. Oh, Qi Shudao's eyes lit up. Is this information true? True. Absolutely true. All right then. Someone, please invite family head Zhou to rest in the side hall. Qi Shudao motioned for Zhou Chongping to leave. A short time later, Qi Gaolan and the twin dragons of Nanjun arrived together. Husband, I cannot believe that the Zhou family head actually uncovered the Dongi tribe's plan to start a war. Snakes have their ways, and rats have theirs. The Zhou family is one of the 4 great families of the East Commandery Prefecture, so they surely have some methods. But finding a spy from the Dongi tribe is a bit more than I expected. Twin dragons of Nanjun, you two go and capture the manager of the Forget Worry wine house. Qi Shudao ordered. Qi Gaolan took out 2 yellow talismans. The Dongi tribe's spies mostly come from the Soul Bewitching organization. If this man is one of them, these talismans will keep you safe. Qi Shudao added. That man is pretending to be a manager. Take 2 teams of resident soldiers with you. You might trick him into coming out. The twin dragons of Nanjun accepted the order and left. Qi Shudao watched them go, his brows tightly pressed together. Husband, what is wrong? The twin dragons of Nanjun are both martial artists who reached the true Qi realm through external training, and with the talismans I gave them. Even if that manager is really a spy from the Soul Bewitching organization, they can easily defeat him. Besides, we do not even know for sure if that manager is a Dongi spy, right? Qi Gaolan still doubted that a local family could uncover a spy from the Soul Bewitching organization. I just remembered. 2 days ago, Song Dong came to find Uncle Jiang, saying he had found people from the Wind Sand Stockade. Now that I think about it, this might be a trap. Uncle Jiang might be in danger. Qi Gaolan was startled. She thought for a moment and then comforted him. Husband, do not worry. If it truly is the Soul Bewitching organization, they might actually spare Uncle Jiang. With their skills, secretly controlling Uncle Jiang would be more normal. Qi Shudao looked at the sky outside the hall. Now that you say that, I almost hope it is the Soul Bewitching organization this time. At the Zhou family, in the small courtyard, Zhou Ming took out a clear crystal-like medicinal pill. This was the soul strengthening pill. It was a medicinal pill made to boost soul power, and when used with the 3 delusions art, it helped the body soak up the medicine's effects. Zhou Ming swallowed the pill. After a moment, as the medicine took hold, he felt a warm energy rush toward his mind. He quickly sat cross-legged and cultivated the 3 delusions art. In a daze, he seemed to arrive in a dark realm. A ball of light struck him, hitting Zhou Ming directly. The next moment, he found himself in a pavilion, where many talented scholars raised their cups, recited poems, and made couplets. Zhou Ming spoke a poem much like bringing in the wine, and instantly amazed everyone there. Then, he took the imperial examinations, earned the top score as the top scholar, rode through the streets on horseback, and enjoyed great success. The emperor gave him the job of assistant prefect of Eastern Commandery. He returned to his hometown, overthrew the Li Mo faction with ease, saw through the Dongi tribe's plans early, and led troops to defeat the Dongi army. The emperor made him a marquis and married him to a princess. On their wedding night, the princess was so beautiful, she did not seem like a mortal. A consort was not allowed to hold official positions, but the emperor treasured his talent and kept giving him offices. He used clever politics to fight with officials, gained fame for words by borrowing poems, and earned praise from all officials in the world. Countless beauties threw themselves at him. Later, the emperor died, and the royal princes fought fiercely, until all of them died. With his influence, the princess took the throne and became the empress. From then on, the great Qi kingdom was just a toy in his hands. One word from him silenced the world. One burst of anger frightened the officials, and countless beautiful concubines surrounded him in the harem. Even the Empress was just a darling in his presence. Endless power, endless glory, endless luxury. But, without immortal ascension, one is still immortal. 100 years passed, and the most powerful man in the world was now old and weak. His countless beautiful women were all white-haired. Even with all his power, he always had 18 young beauties by his side, yet he could only sigh with longing. In the end, he turned into a mound of yellow dirt and faded into dust with time. None of this can tempt me. It only makes my will stronger. Since there is an immortal path in this world, I will step onto it and seek long life. The scene before him shattered completely, and Zhou Ming returned to his small room. He opened his eyes, and for a flash, a white light lit up the room. Then everything went back to how it was. Zhou Ming felt fresh, his mind completely clear. His body felt many times lighter than before. He could even feel each and every hair on his body. He could also faintly sense his inner organs, and the meridians and dantian that held true qi were now incredibly clear in his mind. This is inner vision. When Zhou Ming was in the inner cultivation realm, he could use inner vision. Otherwise, how could he move internal energy through his meridians? But his inner vision back then was not nearly as clear as it was now. At that time, it was like driving a car in the dark. Even with bright lights, he could only see a few dozen meters ahead, and had to go carefully. But now, Zhou Ming felt as if he was standing in the sky, looking down at the cars from above, able to see the whole road map clearly. According to the Three Delusions scripture, reaching this stage means I have truly started on the path of cultivation and have divine powers that set me apart from mortals. If there were also realm levels for soul cultivation, then I should be at soul refining first layer, right? Zhou Ming thought to himself. Being able to reach this realm so quickly was because, as a reincarnator, he was born with strong soul power. Besides, whether studying or practicing martial arts, both help grow a person's soul power a little. With this foundation, Zhou Ming also took the soul-strengthening pill, and in just a few days, he was able to cultivate the Three Delusions art. Soul power is very weak at the start. It is almost impossible to fight with it directly. It can only be used as a helper. The scatterling of bewitching the heart has a spirit bewitching art that can be cast with just a glance. Although it cannot attack many people at once, its effect is stronger than the soul bewitching bell. Since I have already cultivated the Three Delusions art, I can now cultivate this spell. Chapter 50. No dragons in shallow waters. Army besieges the city. Ming, you would not believe it. That assistant prefect is truly extraordinary. Everyone thought he only had Jiang Yun, a true Qi master, by his side. But who knew that even the twin dragons of Nanjun had been protecting him all along? In the morning, inside the Zhou family study, Zhou Chongping spoke with a hint of excitement. As soon as the twin dragons of Nanjun made their move, they immediately brought the Dongyi tribe spy back to the Qi residence, and quickly learned the information. The Dongyi tribe has indeed prepared to raise an army and attack Eastern Commandery. Unfortunately, the captured spy was just a low-ranking soldier. He did not know the specific plans of the Dongyi tribe. He was only told to work with the Flying Eagle gang as an inside spy after the army reached East Commandery Prefecture. Zhou Ming smiled. Inside the Qi residence, there was a cultivator at Qi refining level 2. Dealing with a mere Dongyi envoy was simple. Moreover, although the soul-bewitching bell in the Dongyi envoy hand was powerful, the envoy themselves could not withstand its effects. As for the specific battle plan, it was likely only known by those in the soul-bewitching organization who were at or above the 12 envoys' rank and had been at that night meeting. Although this Dongyi envoy, who was in contact with the Flying Eagle gang, had a somewhat special role, it was impossible for him to know such detailed information. Then, did the assistant prefect suspect where the information came from? You underestimate your father. If he could find a flaw, our Zhou family decades of work in Eastern Commandery would have been for nothing. Zhou Chongping said, I directly declared that everyone in the Zhou family, except for me, had left, and I even found someone to pretend to be you. Right now, no one in all of East Commandery Prefecture knows you are here, except for me. That is good. Zhou Ming nodded. Zhou Chongping hesitated for a moment, and said, Ming, although our Zhou family foundation is thin, over the years, we sometimes hear about some. These legendary, magical cultivators. Father, Are you asking if I have started on the path of immortal cultivation? Zhou Ming smiled and said, something like that. But the path of immortal cultivation is far from as beautiful as the legends say. It is even incredibly cruel. The roadsides are covered with bones, and every step forward comes with sacrifice. Zhou Chongping felt many things at once. He should have been excited. After all, a cultivator had come from his family, and it was his second son. But this path was surely not easy. Even harder than when the Zhou family moved to Eastern Commandery and built their business and home. As the saying goes, chivalry leads to breaking the law with martial arts. Those internal training and true qi masters can become lawless men, let alone cultivators who hold even greater power. Father, I understand this. It is good that you understand. Therefore, you must never tell anyone else about my immortal cultivation. Do not worry. Even among family members, I will not speak a single word. Having a cultivator in the family might seem glorious, but with Zhou Ming's current strength, he could not withstand even a small disturbance. This fame would only invite trouble and serve no other purpose. Zhou Ming also trusted Zhou Chongping's wisdom. He then took out 5 small booklets and handed them to Zhou Chongping. These are the basic cultivation techniques I am practicing now. Heavenly One Qi Art is not only a top-tier true qi cultivation technique, but also includes a method for spiritual vein transformation. The 5 elements spirit absorption art can not only test spiritual roots, but is also considered very good among low-level cultivation techniques. These 2 cultivation techniques are quite special for mortals, but in the immortal cultivation world, they are just common, widespread cultivation techniques. Only this third one, 3 delusions art, is quite valuable and should not be easily shown to others. The 4th one is a collection of common knowledge about the immortal cultivation world and the situation of the immortal cultivation world near the Great Qi Kingdom. Father, you can look through it. As for this last one, it holds some martial arts, basic spells, and the most important spirit guiding talisman method. Zhou Chongping looked at the booklets and said, I understand. I will treasure these books. Good. War is coming. Father, if you have nothing to do not go out carelessly. Although I have started on the path of immortal cultivation, I am only the lowest level cultivator. I do not have the power to save you from dozens of miles away. Understood. Zhou Ming then left. Zhou Chongping, meanwhile, picked up the common knowledge book from the pile and slowly began to read. The content was deep, and it took him more than half an hour to finish it completely. The path of immortal cultivation depends mainly on spiritual qi. In places where spiritual qi is thin, one cannot even cultivate and must use spirit-guiding talismans to create spiritual lands. Great Qi and Eastern E are both places with thin spiritual qi, where cultivators can reach at most qi refining level 6. He leaned back in his chair, looking at the door. Shallow waters cannot raise dragons. Ming, by giving all this to me, have you already made your choice? He recalled Zhou Ming every move over the past year or so. He suddenly realized that Zhou Ming did not make his choice now. Instead, he had made his choice long ago. This filled Zhou Chongping with sadness, yet also a quiet hint of envy. Immortal cultivation, is it that appealing? The Dongi tribe moved faster than expected. It was not even August, on a day in late July. Zhou Chongping suddenly came to Zhou Ming's small courtyard and said, the assistant prefect sent word. The Dongi tribe 50,000-strong army has bypassed the border and is heading straight toward East Commandery Prefecture. Bypassing the border and heading straight for East Commandery Prefecture. Zhou Ming was surprised. Is the Dongi tribe taking such a risk? If they cannot take East Commandery Prefecture in a short time, the border troops will turn back to help, and they will immediately be caught in a pincer attack, and this large army will be destroyed. But in that instant, he also thought of the soul bewitching organization methods. Unless they have also taken control of the border. Perhaps. Zhou Chongping pulled up a stool and sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and said, when the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Anyway, the matter has already been told to the assistant prefect. With East Commandery Prefecture high walls and strong defenses, and the garrison troops, as long as there is no trouble inside, let alone 50,000 troops, even 150,000 troops could not take it down quickly. The assistant prefect sending you a message is probably not just to inform you. Right. Oh, right. The assistant prefect also asked me to go to the Qi residence. However, at a time like this, staying at home makes me feel more at ease. Zhou Chongping leaned back in his chair. The summer sun blazed. His figure was hidden in the shadow of the pear tree, and he suddenly said, "This pear tree, your grandfather and I planted it together." He began to talk about these everyday family matters. Sometimes he spoke of his fourth uncle Zhou Changlong lack of ambition, sometimes of Zhou Ming good sense as a child, and sometimes he told stories of his struggles with a certain business enemy. He rambled on, like a frail old man, and like a woman sending her son off to war. Zhou Ming listened beside him, occasionally adding a word or two. The sky slowly darkened, but the sounds between heaven and earth grew louder. The sounds of tens of thousands of galloping horses came together, loud as thunder. "They are here." Zhou Ming looked up. Instance material detected. Scanning in progress. Scan complete. Instance formed. Instance. Army besieges the city. Rank 0 to 1. Monsters. Dongi soldiers. Squad leaders. Company commanders. Battalion commanders. Generals. Vanguard generals. Earth attribute cultivator. Fire attribute cultivator. Drops. Long sabers. Long spears. Leather armor. Iron armor. 8 forms of bloody battle. Tiger hunting strength. Cavalry tactics. Fireball technique. Earth spike spell. Bright light scripture fire spirit Qi refining chapter. Bright light scripture earth spirit Qi refining chapter. First clear reward. Bright light crimson flame wheel. Bright light heavy rock seal. Earth trap formation. Chapter 51. Soul bewitching fails. Easterny succeeds. Commandery prefecture. Qi Shudao. Your boldness has no end. The Dongi tribe is about to send troops to attack, and you did not tell me. The prefect was furious. Qi Shudao stayed very calm. Lord Prefect, this matter. I did not hide it on purpose, but rather, Lord Prefect, with your rank, you are not worthy to know about this. What? The prefect suddenly felt as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over him, soaking his whole body, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Could this be His Majesty will? What nonsense are you speaking? How could His Majesty let the soldiers of the Dongi tribe step onto the land of my great Qi? Lord Prefect, you have been in government for so many years. How can you still not understand that trouble comes from the mouth? This matter is clearly because the Dongi tribe is cunning, plotting to harm my great Qi. Yes. The prefect wiped the sweat from his forehead, nodding again and again, and said, Then, Assistant Prefect, what should I do here? Everything has already been arranged. Lord Prefect only needs to keep the people calm. Understood. Qi residence. Commandery Princess, why have you tied me up? Zhang Yun was full of shock. Qi Gaolon sneered. Scatterling of bewitching the heart. Your little tricks were discovered by my great Qi long ago. Stop pretending. The shock on Zhang Yun's face instantly turned dark. How did you notice? You should worry about yourself first. If you wanted to control him, the Real you must be nearby, right? Let me see. Qi Gaolon took out a yellow talisman, waved her hand, and it burst into flame, turning into a streak of fire that flew out. A residence. Sha Qingyong's eyes glowed red as he held his black sand spear. The killing intent pouring from him was so heavy that even the other 8 great Vajras dared not come near. Although they were in the same room, they watched him with caution and worry. I finally waited for this. Sha Qingyong gritted his teeth and said, Great Qi Kingdom, East Commandery Prefecture, and Feng Tianqing. With a loud bang, the residence main door was suddenly smashed open. 2 strong men, like iron towers, walked in and said coldly, Sha Qingyong, you are under arrest. Flying Eagle Gang. Hundreds of resident soldiers surrounded them, sealing off the whole Flying Eagle Gang so tight that not even water could leak through. Spirit Sparrow and Raven rushed out, their faces dark. A figure flashed past, and the 2 fell to the ground at once, easily defeating the 2 hall masters of the Flying Eagle Gang. Feng Tianqing did not even look back. His figure truly moved like a gust of wind as he charged deep into the Flying Eagle Gang headquarters. But just a few minutes later, he returned, grabbing Raven with a grim face, and demanded, Where is your gang leader? Where did he run off to? Raven's face was full of mixed feelings. There was sudden understanding, anger, and helplessness. The gang leader and the other 2 hall masters left several days ago. Outside the city, The 50,000-strong army stretched as far as the eye could see. At the front of the army, the great General Luo Tuma, who led this vanguard, stayed silent, quietly waiting for something. Seeing the sun slowly set, Luo Tuma understood. He would probably wait for nothing. He looked around and shouted, "Retreat 5 li," and set up camp. Having said that, he mounted his horse and turned to leave. On the horses beside him sat 2 men who wore no armor, only long robes. Between their brows, there was always a hint of arrogance. But now, it had all turned to fury. Trash. Scatterling of bewitching the heart is trash. We gave him so many resources over the years, and now, when we ask him to do one thing, he ruins it. Truly trash. What use is talking about it now? Since it failed, we will change our plan. Humph. Thankfully, we prepared a backup plan early on, and did not put all our hopes on that man. Zhou family. Has the fighting not started yet? Zhou Ming looked curiously toward the east, feeling that things had grown quiet. Fighting what? To keep their speed, the Dongi tribe vanguard is all cavalry. They did not bring any siege weapons. Asking them to attack the city is asking too much. Zhou Chongping said, 50,000 cavalry. Zhou Ming exclaimed, the Dongi tribe strength is not small. Without a doubt, the Dongi tribe plan, to skip the border pass, strike East Commandery Prefecture by surprise, and seize the biggest advantage in the war with lightning speed, had now failed. Without help from inside, taking East Commandery Prefecture in a short time was now impossible. If Zhou Ming had not stepped in, their plan would actually have had a very high chance of success. The Flying Eagle Gang strength was not enough to throw the whole East Commandery Prefecture into chaos. So, they brought in the Wind Sand Stockade. According to the first plan, the Flying Eagle Gang would cause trouble inside the city, and the Wind Sand Stockade would launch a surprise attack on high officials like the prefect and the assistant prefect. To bring in the Wind Sand Stockade, they first had to kill Song Dong. So they could only choose Jiang Yun, who was stronger, to control, but the plan could still move forward smoothly. Because Jiang Yun was the commandant assistant, the deputy commandant. He could take charge of the military if the commandant died. However, after the scatterling of bewitching the heart controlled Jiang Yun, he found the first surprise. There was actually a cultivator at Qi Refining Level 2 in the assistant prefect residence, Qi Gaolon. But the scatterling of bewitching the heart could solve this problem. As the commandant assistant, Jiang Yun no longer lived in the Qi residence. As long as Jiang Yun did not go near the Qi residence after returning to East Commandery Prefecture, there would be no issue. When the main army arrived, the Flying Eagle Gang would cause trouble in the city, the Wind Sand Stockade would kill the high officials, and Jiang Yun would control the military forces. In this way, opening the city gates and welcoming the Dongi tribe great army would naturally be easy. Then the biggest surprise happened. Zhou Ming. This led directly to the complete failure of the scatterling of bewitching the heart plan. The 50,000-strong vanguard, to keep speed and stop the great Qi kingdom from reacting, were all cavalry and did not bring any siege weapons. At this point, they could only stare at the city and sigh. But did the Dongi tribe only prepare this much? Zhou Ming felt the Dongi tribe attack would not stop because of this. According to the Soul Bewitching Organization, the Dongi tribe had prepared for this war for many years. However, the various moves inside East Commandery Prefecture, except for those with the Flying Eagle Gang, seemed to have only started this year. It was clear the Soul Bewitching Organization was not highly valued by the Dongi tribe. At least, they were not the main focus of this war. A few days later, Zhou Ming learned the answer. The border pass had fallen. 150,000 soldiers broke through the pass and entered. The Dongi tribe true trump card was actually the border pass. No one knew when, but they had secretly taken control of the border pass. As soon as the great army arrived, the border pass opened its gates on its own, letting them in. This meant that now, a full 200,000 Dongi tribe soldiers were running wild across the whole Eastern Commandery. That is right, 200,000. Including the 50,000 outside East Commandery Prefecture. No, to be exact, it should be 20,000, because that group of cavalry outside, though quiet for the past few days, merely surrounding East Commandery Prefecture, were actually setting up empty camps to fool East Commandery Prefecture. In secret, 30,000 troops had already been moved away to attack and seize nearby lands. If the assistant prefect had not sensed something wrong and sent a true Qi realm master of light body skill to scout outside, they probably would not have found this out. But finding out now was already too late. More than 10 large and small cities around East Commandery Prefecture had already been taken by those 30,000 troops. Furthermore, the 150,000-strong army that broke through the border pass had not been idle these past few days either. It could be said that although the war had only been going on for a few days, nearly half of Eastern Commandery had already fallen into the hands of the Dongyi tribe. And East Commandery Prefecture was the only city in this nearly half of Eastern Commandery that had not yet been seized by the Dongyi tribe. Chapter 52. Talisman Making with Common Materials. Testing the instance. 200,000. 200,000 troops. At the Zhou family. Zhou Chongping was also beginning to panic. After all, the number 200,000 troops sounded terribly frightening. Moreover, a small part of the entire Eastern Commandery had already fallen, and East Commandery Prefecture was completely inside that fallen region. The situation looked extremely dangerous. But Zhou Ming was very calm. Do not worry, father. If you want to leave, I can take you away at any time. Even if the enemy troops break into the city, I can keep you safe. There was no pride in his voice. The enemy siege was not tightly pressed against the city walls. Instead, they set up camp 4 or 5 li outside the city and controlled the main roads. With a gap of 4 or 5 li in between, it would be very easy for Zhou Ming to take someone away. The reason East Commandery Prefecture could still get information from other places, even though 50,000 cavalry surrounded it, was exactly this. The so-called siege was not right against the walls, but controlling the main roads. But how wide was the land around a city? Those thick forests, deep valleys, high mountains, and steep cliffs could not be guarded, allowing experts to move in and out easily through those places. Below the cultivators, Zhou Ming was the strongest expert, and taking Zhou Chongping away would be easy. And if the enemy broke into the city, and the fighting became street warfare, Zhou Ming would have even more room to use his power. So, no matter how dangerous the situation seemed, truly capable people did not worry. Of course, he still had to stay low-key. Otherwise, if he caught the attention of the enemy cultivators, running away would become truly difficult. Zhou Chongping deeply understood the way of staying hidden. Not only did he hide the fact that Zhou Ming was still in the city, but the matter of him telling Qi Shudao about the enemy movements was also carefully kept secret, known to few people. Hearing Zhou Ming words, Zhou Chongping finally felt a little relieved. Right, father. Does the family have any animal hides, cinnabar, or graphite? These things. Zhou Chongping had also read the spirit guiding talisman method and asked, "Are you going to make talismans?" "That is right. But I saw what was written in the talisman method. The materials for talisman making are all spirit materials filled with spiritual qi. Can you make talismans using only ordinary animal hides and cinnabar?" Zhou Ming laughed and said, "These are the conditions we have now. If we cannot get spirit materials, we can only use common materials instead. As for whether they can be made successfully, the chance of failure is high, but it is fine for practice. Among the 100 crafts of cultivation, the Tao of Talismans is a craft with fairly low costs. But even so, no one can start using spirit materials right away. Everyone first uses common materials to practice. However, that does not mean common materials cannot work, it just needs greater skill. And even if they succeed, the power is far less than true talismans made from spirit materials. And there is one idea I have long wanted to try." That night, Zhou Ming took the prepared materials and entered the Bewitching Soul dungeon once more. After calmly dealing with the scatterling of bewitching the heart and killing most of the soul bewitching emissaries, leaving only one alive, Zhou Ming took out the processed and cut animal hides from his pocket, along with the talisman ink, a mix of cinnabar, graphite, and water, and a good writing brush, and began talisman making. His spirit-guiding talisman method had only just reached the beginner level. Also, he was using common materials, and even the talismans that should have been drawn using spiritual qi as guidance, he could only draw using true qi when starting out. Naturally, the success rate was terribly low, but Zhou Ming did not care. Just as he said before, it was only practice. In the blink of an eye, nearly an hour had passed, and the materials Zhou Ming had prepared were almost gone. Only the last animal hide remained in his hand. Holding the brush tip, he dipped it in cinnabar ink and carefully drew on this animal hide. The true chi inside his body, following his hand movements, flowed to the brush tip and mixed completely with the cinnabar ink. As the cinnabar ink stayed on the animal hide, these wisps of true chi also sank into it. Zhou Ming's arm was steady, his wrist turned, and the brush tip moved. But just then, the flow of true chi inside his body slowed for a tiny moment. A break of 1 millimeter appeared between the true chi already on the animal hide and the true chi still flowing in. And this 1 millimeter break caused the earlier true chi to become unstable, and in an instant, it scattered completely. My control over true chi is still not fine enough. Zhou Ming sighed, set down the talisman brush, checked the time, and feeling it was nearly over, he picked up a steel saber and killed the last soul-bewitching emissary. Then he cleared the instance. Your rewards for this adventure include Yellow Dragon Pill, Bewitching Soul Mind Cultivation Technique, and Soul Strengthening Pill. They have been automatically added to your storage space and can be taken out at any time. Zhou Ming ignored the drops for now, and instead took out a stack of animal hides to examine. Dark red cinnabar marks were drawn on the surface of these animal hides. Seeing these ink marks, Zhou Ming's heart stirred. It really works. He had long understood that the instance worked two ways, regarding himself and the items he carried. No matter what effect he personally suffered inside the instance, whether harmful or helpful, everything would reset to zero when he left the instance. However, the items he carried did not get the same treatment. When Zhou Ming first tried the banded instance, he brought a simple wooden shield. It was hacked several times inside the instance, and when he came out, the hack marks were still on it. The first time he entered the Bewitching Soul dungeon, the scatterling of Bewitching the Heart used the Heart Bewitching Mirror to attack, and the only piece of clear spirit jade Zhou Ming carried shattered. When he came out, the clear spirit jade was indeed still shattered. This proved that effects caused inside the instance, when applied to items, would remain. Since those effects would remain, then the effects caused by Zhou Ming himself would also remain. Therefore, the ink marks he drew inside the instance would still be on those animal hides when he returned to reality. This also means, once I master the right skills, I can do talisman making and alchemy inside the instance. But it does not seem very useful. The joy on Zhou Ming's face faded a little. I can only stay in the instance for 1 hour at most. This time is certainly enough, even a bit long, for me now, but what about later? Thinking this way, the rule that an instance can only last 1 hour seems a bit strange. When I fight people now, I finish things in a few minutes, but if I meet a strong enemy later, and we fight for 1 or 2 hours, according to this rule, would I be judged as failing the clear halfway through the fight? The information Jing Yu provided said that high-rank cultivators have abundant spiritual power and many methods. Unless the difference in strength is very clear, they can often fight for several days. In the cultivation world, there are also tales of some golden core old ancestors who can face each other for several months without a winner. Compared to that, how short is the 1 hour inside the instance? Surely, when Zhou Ming cultivation reaches the golden core and nascent soul stages in the future, the system will not still ask him to kill the enemy within 1 hour, right? Such a rule is clearly not reasonable. Speaking of which, when I tested this rule, I only used that rank 0 banded instance. For all later instances, I always thought the time limit was 1 hour, so many times, when the hour was nearly over. I killed all the small monsters and cleared the instance early to leave. Chapter 53, The Siege Dungeon, The Jean Family Brothers. Currently, it seems that all cleared instances have a maximum time limit of 1 hour. A few days later, after several tests, Zhou Ming confirmed this point. This shows there is no clear difference yet between level 0 and level 1. As for level 2, since none have been cleared, it is hard to know. However, about whether the size of an instance and the limit on how many can enter are linked to the time limit. There is now a very good instance to test this. That night, Zhou Ming chose the newest recorded instance and entered. In a flash, the scene before him was completely changed. Zhou Ming stood inside a gatehouse, wearing leather armor, a long spear on his shoulder. I know instances are made from real events, but still have many differences. But this difference, is it not a bit too much? Zhou Ming turned and looked. The area that should have been the whole East Commandery Prefecture behind him was now completely empty. Nothing at all. The huge East Commandery Prefecture was now nothing but a single stretch of city walls. When he scanned the instance, he was clearly inside the Zhou family courtyard. Yet upon entering the instance, he appeared directly at the gatehouse of this one remaining city wall, and in front of him, a massive army was showing its strength. As the saying goes, when people number over 10,000, they are endless and without borders. And right now, the huge army that appeared outside East Commandery Prefecture was a full 50,000 strong. The people marching at the very front of this army were only about 1,000 meters away from Zhou Ming, while the people at the very back, well, with Zhou Ming eyesight, they were completely invisible. But he could see mountains and high ridges in the distance. These natural landscapes were now appearing inside this instance. At the very least, this showed that enemy cavalry still reached that far. Otherwise, these natural landscapes would surely not appear. A rough guess says it must cover 50 li. Zhou Ming thought to himself. This truly was an incredibly huge instance. If this instance still has a 1-hour time limit, then that is truly too much. As soon as Zhou Ming saw this setup, he knew it would be impossible for him to clear this instance in a short time. His goal was only to test the instance time limit. But having actually come into this instance, Zhou Ming really wanted to complain. This instance, level 1, even if it were level 10, Zhou Ming would not dare promise to clear it. Hey, great Qi Kingdom, you only sent one man like you to stop my great army. Come, let us fight a little, let me see what you can do. In front of the army, a man wearing a red robe with flame patterns shouted loudly. Only a ghost would fight you. Zhou Ming curled his lip, having no wish to fight at all, and immediately used light body skill, running toward the side outside the city. People quickly gave chase, but Zhou Ming's speed was a little faster than a galloping horse. Not only did they fail to catch Zhou Ming, they let him escape into the mountains. I have never even been to these wild mountains in real life. Yet now I have entered them inside an instance, using the thick forest and rough ground. Zhou Ming quickly shook off the cavalry. But not long after, to his surprise, someone else caught up. It was none other than the two cultivators leading the army. Both wore long robes of similar make, but one had red flame patterns and the other yellow stone patterns, clearly showing the element of their cultivation methods. The fire attribute cultivator, Jin Wenling, was quick to anger. The earth attribute cultivator, Jin Wenxuan, was a bit calmer. The natures of the two matched well with the common ideas of their elements. Damn it. He actually got away, the fire attribute cultivator. Jin Wenling said angrily. Do not worry, he will not escape. The earth attribute cultivator, Jin Wenxuan, took out a mysterious yellow square seal, about the size of a palm. As spiritual qi flowed into it, the seal immediately gave off a mysterious yellow glow that spread across the ground. Its speed was very fast. In just a few breaths, it had already spread to an area 1 li away. What is that? A cultivator method. Zhou Ming did not know what the two were doing, but seeing the glow, he knew it was a cultivator method. Although he reacted quickly and jumped onto a tree at once, trying to dodge the beam of light, the light still swept over his body. Why do those two cultivators keep chasing me? Zhou Ming was speechless, but he also knew this was the instance rule. All the instance monsters saw him as an enemy. He wanted to run farther, but soon another beam of mysterious yellow glow swept past. It seems these two cultivators have some kind of tracking spell. Getting away from them will not be easy. A fierce glint flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes. If that is so, then I can only try to kill them. Before long, the two cultivators caught up to where Zhou Ming had just been. But looking around, they found no one. This man runs quite fast. Do not worry. The earth attribute cultivator, Jin Wenxuan, took out the seal in his hand again, and just as he was about to cast a spell, a sound of wind suddenly came from behind him. The two turned their heads and saw several flying needles connected by thin threads flying toward them. Tied to those thin threads were yellow talismans. Not good. Be careful. Both men shouted warnings to each other, and at the same time, leaped backward. These flying needles were aimed right at the space between them, so when they leaped back, they moved farther apart. Looking closely now, the yellow talismans tied to the thin threads were all drawn with cinnabar patterns, but there was no trace of spiritual qi on their surface. How could they be talismans? They were clearly just a few pieces of animal hide. Even if they were talismans, they were failed talismans, completely useless. But just then, the sound of bells suddenly rang out from deep in the forest, clear and pleasant, waves of sound twisting together. The bell sounds clearly reached both men's ears. A blue light flashed on the earth attribute cultivator, Jin Wenxuan body, blocking the bell's sound. He reacted quickly, immediately putting up a spirit chi shield to block the sound, and completely avoided the effect of the soul-bewitching bell. However, the other side was a bit different. A blue light also flashed on the fire attribute cultivator, Jin Wenling body, but he looked angrily toward the direction the flying needles came from. Who is it? How dare you attack the two of us? He did not react to the bell sound at once, and so he suffered the effect. With dozens of bell sounds layering over each other, the blue light on his body could not hold at all. In just a moment, the fire attribute cultivator, Jin Wenling, was struck by the bell sounds. His eyes became cloudy, and his face was blank. Seeing this, Zhou Ming, hidden in the dark, threw away the two soul-bewitching bells in his hands, leaped out, and appeared in front of the fire attribute cultivator, Jin Wenling. A flash of sword light passed through his hand, and in an instant, he cut down this cultivator. You dare to kill my clan brother. You are finished. I will tear you into 10,000 pieces. The earth attribute cultivator, Jin Wenxuan, clearly saw this, and even though he was usually calm, he could not hold back his blazing fury. Die for me. He threw the large seal in his hand, which gave off a mysterious yellow glow in the air, forming the phantom image of a large seal about half a zhang long, which smashed down fiercely. At the same time, a feeling of heaviness came even before the seal struck. Zhou Ming's body immediately felt heavy. He wanted to use light body skill, but the heavy feeling made it far less effective. He knew he had been hit by the attack, but in a quick thought, he grabbed the corpse of the fire attribute cultivator, Jin Wenling, and held it in front of him. If you want to smash, then smash both me and the corpse of your clan brother. Chapter 54. Fierce battle in the wilderness. Killing another person, the huge seal in the air stopped at once. Seeing this, Zhou Ming laughed out loud and said, "Smash it. Why did you stop? Smash me and your clan brother together until our bodies are all mixed up. Maybe when you bury him later, you will have to put my body in your golden family great tomb too." Huh. To the earth attribute cultivator, this laughter was very hard to bear. Mortal. A spiritual light flashed in his eyes. He had cast the spirit eye spell, one of the basic spells, to look at Zhou Ming. Sure enough, he found no spiritual chi inside Zhou Ming's body. A true mortal. And yet, this mortal had killed his clan brother, the fire attribute cultivator. Without meaning to, the earth attribute cultivator met the eyes of this mortal. Those eyes were dark and bright, like a black whirlpool that pulled his mind and spirit inside. Not good. A blue light flashed, and the earth attribute cultivator knew at once something was wrong. But by then, it was already too late. Although Zhou Ming had not gathered spiritual chi into his body, he had already entered the immortal Tao in the way of the soul Tao. What he was casting now was the spirit bewitching art. Even though this Taoist magic was only at the start level, it could be cast through the eyes, making it much harder to deal with than the ringing of the soul-bewitching bell. Although the earth attribute cultivator had a treasure guarding his body, he was still caught for a moment. And this one moment was enough to change the whole fight. A cultivator at the first level of chi refining does not have many strong methods. Low-grade magical artifacts also do not have many strong powers. Their power often needs a steady flow of spiritual energy from the cultivator. The moment the earth attribute cultivator was struck, the spiritual energy in his body stopped moving. Before he could send it into the bright light heavy rock seal, the light around the huge seal pulled back. Zhou Ming felt the heavy feeling on his body leave at once. He pushed with his hand, through the fire attribute cultivator body, toward the earth attribute cultivator, then quickly used his light body skill, turned, and ran. The earth attribute cultivator reacted, and at once sent his spiritual energy again, steadying the huge seal in the air. Right after, he saw Zhou Ming throw his clan brother body over. He quickly let out spiritual chi to catch it, but he was too slow to stop Zhou Ming. "Clan brother, rest easy. I will kill this man myself and get revenge for you." In the thick forest, a chase and escape began once more. After Zhou Ming killed the fire attribute cultivator, he had already used the killing intent built by the killing aura art to wake the black sand spear. But he did not carry the spear to fight the earth attribute cultivator. Instead, he kept running through the mountains and woods. He used light body skill to open the gap and then found ways to hide. In this, he could be called quite skilled. Concealment art, chi holding technique, night concealment art, illusory body art. Although Zhou Ming had never cultivated these cultivation techniques made for hiding one aura, he had basically raised them to a fairly high rank, so he knew well the skills written in them. He now used them in this mountain forest. Even though the earth attribute cultivator was a cultivator, his own skills were not truly strong, and besides, he did not know the land and did not understand hiding methods. Often, after chasing for a while, he would lose Zhou Ming. This made him cast spells to find Zhou Ming. Half an hour passed. Zhou Ming ran to the edge of the instance, touched the air wall, and only then stopped. At once, he used his spear technique, cutting down and smashing all the big trees around. Soon, the earth attribute cultivator caught up. Zhou Ming used his long spear to lift the trees and throw them at the earth attribute cultivator. A spirit chi shield appeared on the earth attribute cultivator body. He tried hard to dodge every attack, only using the spirit chi shield to block if he could not get away. Run. Why are you not running anymore? You have been chasing me without rest. If I do not get rid of you, how can I run away in peace? You still want to get rid of me. Mortal. But I already got rid of one, did I not? You. Huh. I heard that cultivators at the first level of chi refining have only a little spiritual energy in their bodies. Honored cultivator, sir, may I ask, after chasing for so long, is the spiritual energy in your body still enough? Zhou Ming stomped the ground hard. His body shot like an arrow straight at the earth attribute cultivator. The long spear in his hand lit up with a dark red glow, thrusting right at the earth attribute cultivator chest. The earth attribute cultivator moved the huge golden seal to fly in front of him. Deep yellow light surged, turning into a shield that blocked Zhou Ming's long spear, while he himself, behind the spirit chi shield, made a hand seal. Right away, the earth rose up. Soil, carrying yellow light, formed two earth spikes that stabbed toward Zhou Ming. Mortal, do not use your small mind to guess a cultivator divine power. Zhou Ming jumped back, swung his long spear, and smashed the two earth spikes. I understand. Medicinal pills to bring back spiritual energy, right? But those medicinal pills need some time to work, do they not? Otherwise, why would you, a lofty cultivator, waste words on me? And even if the medicinal pills work, can they fill all the spiritual energy in your body? He lifted his long spear, picked up another piece of broken wood, and threw it at the earth attribute cultivator. But the earth attribute cultivator blocked it easily. He poured out spiritual energy, making the huge seal float and shine with light, forming a huge shadow of a seal half a zhang in size. It seems you know quite a bit about cultivators. But if that is so, you should know even better that a cultivator is not someone immortal like you can fight. The bright light heavy rock seal came smashing down at once. Haha, not only will I fight you, I even dare to kill you. Zhou Ming's body appeared behind the huge seal. He pushed with his hand and threw the black sand spear. At such close range, it was sure to hit. At this moment, without the huge seal to help him, the earth attribute cultivator had only the spirit chi shield left to guard himself. But, just as Zhou Ming said before, after chasing for so long and always using spells and spiritual energy, the earth attribute cultivator, whose cultivation was only at the mere first level of chi refining, could no longer hold his spiritual energy. He had already used 2 medicinal pills for bringing back spiritual energy on the way here. In the lands around Great Qi and Eastern Yi, where spiritual qi is thin, getting this kind of medicinal pill was not easy. If Zhou Ming had not killed the fire attribute cultivator and made the earth attribute cultivator blind with rage, he might not have been willing to use these 2 medicinal pills. Even though they were his treasured things, these medicinal pills were only rank 1 low grade. The speed of healing for this grade of medicinal pill was known. The earth attribute cultivator lack of spiritual energy made the attacks he sent out much weaker. The power used to slow and trap the enemy before the attack was also greatly lessened. letting Zhou Ming break free easily and run away before the huge seal struck. Also, the spirit chi shield on the earth attribute cultivator body was much weaker because he had little spiritual energy. Zhou Ming throw, almost at full power, burst with strength, and the black sand spear flew with terrible might as it stabbed hard into the spirit chi shield. This spirit chi shield, whose guard was greatly weakened, was actually pierced by this spear thrust. Half of the black sand spear tip went right through the spirit chi shield and stabbed straight into the earth attribute cultivator chest. But in the end, because the spirit chi shield blocked it, it only pierced the clothes on his chest. The earth attribute cultivator was soaked in cold sweat from the shock of the spear, almost thinking he was about to die. Only when he saw that only half the spear tip had gone through the shield did he let out a breath of relief. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, a dark red glow burst from the spear. The smile on the earth attribute cultivator face froze. I am asking everyone what you think. What kind of spiritual root do you hope the main character has? You can leave a comment after the choice you pick. Mortal, common grade, low grade, medium grade, high grade, supreme grade. Chapter 55. Bright Light Crimson Flame Wheel. 3 armies return to camp. Your adventure this time dropped long spear, iron armor, 8 forms of bloody battle, tiger hunting strength, cavalry tactics, bright light crimson flame wheel, earth hiding technique, and others. They have been automatically stored in your storage space and can be taken out at any time. Zhou Ming slowly opened his eyes, then took out a stack of animal hides from inside his clothes. The surface of the animal hides was all marked with cinnabar ink lines. These were the spirit guiding talismans he had tried to make in the instance this time. Of course, every one of them failed. As I thought, the size of an instance also affects the longest time one can stay inside. Although the siege dungeon is only level 1, because there are so many people and the space is so large, the longest stay time can actually be a full day, and the time outside is still just 1 minute. After Zhou Ming killed the 2 cultivators, he kept hiding in the mountains and forests. This was the final result of his tests. During that day, the Dongi army also kept sending men to hunt Zhou Ming. But Zhou Ming did not fear these men as much as he did the 2 cultivators before. So he simply stayed in one place to practice talisman spells. And when someone found him, he killed them all. He also gained many first kill drop rewards from this. 8 forms of bloody battle is a saber technique, taught in the Dongi tribe army, much like the Great Qi Kingdom bloodslaughter spear technique. Tiger hunting strength is a very rare archery skill, but sadly, it is only at the internal training level. Cavalry tactics are skills for fighting on horseback. These were all mortal methods, and not very useful to Zhou Ming anymore. What truly mattered were the items dropped by the 2 cultivators. The earth attribute cultivator, whom Zhou Ming had fought so hard to kill, only dropped an earth hiding technique, a spell that lets one sink into the earth and hide underground. It is a first-rank low-grade spell. When cultivated to perfection realm, one can enter the ground in an instant, but can hide no deeper than 3 zhang. On the other hand, the fire attribute cultivator, whom Zhou Ming had killed with ease, dropped his most valuable treasure, low-grade magical artifact, bright light crimson flame wheel. Even though it was also a low-grade magical artifact, its power was clearly stronger than the black sand spear and the heart bewitching mirror. Because the Jin family disciples practiced their ancestral cultivation technique, the bright light scripture, and this bright light crimson flame wheel, along with the bright light heavy rock seal that did not drop, were magical artifacts tied to this legacy cultivation technique. Their quality was naturally reliable. Among the many crafts in the immortal cultivation world, there is a method called engraving, which can carve a certain effect onto a finished item, making it stronger and more useful. Neither the heart bewitching mirror nor the black sand spear had been engraved, and the materials used were not rare, so each had only one function. But this bright light crimson flame will had 3 engraving upgrades: spirit gathering, lightness, and sharpness. Its power naturally surpassed that of the heart bewitching mirror and the black sand spear. One day time, 2 cultivators. Not counting the 3 delusions art and soul strengthening pill, the gains from the siege dungeon were far more than those from the bewitching soul dungeon. But after thinking it over, Zhou Ming still chose to keep farming the bewitching soul dungeon. because he had not yet begun cultivating in the usual way, but had always been cultivating the three delusions art. Even though the items from the Bewitching Soul dungeon were not as good, they were what he needed most right now, and could be used. No matter how good the siege dungeon drops were, he could not use them now. So Zhou Ming decided to set aside the siege dungeon for now, and focus on the Bewitching Soul dungeon. Outside East Commandery Prefecture City, Dongi Grand Camp, 3 cavalry teams entered the Grand Camp from the rear. Leading these 3 teams were the Vanguard General Jing Tuma, and the Cultivators, the Fire Attribute Cultivator and Earth Attribute Cultivator, who had each led 10,000 troops to attack and take other cities. You mean, while we were away, East Commandery Prefecture made no move at all, except for sending a few men to gather information. Hearing the Deputy General report, Jing Tuma could not help but frown deeply. They still made no move even after finding out our army had moved 30,000 troops away, leaving only 20,000 to guard here. Yes, the Deputy General said. The gates of East Commandery Prefecture City were tightly shut. On the walls, guards every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps, heavily fortified, but they never sent out troops. Jing Tuma nodded. This is a bit strange. Knowing our army moved 30,000 men away, and still East Commandery Prefecture made no move. The Fire Attribute Cultivator laughed loudly and said, General, you worry too much. I heard that old prefect of East Commandery Prefecture is a cautious man, and was even pushed aside by a scholar before. That new assistant prefect, relying on the Prince of Nanjun backing him, did get some things done, but he also cleared out all the officials in East Commandery Prefecture. Sadly, before the new men could be trained and take their posts, our Dongi army was already at the city walls. Besides, even if each of us took 10,000 troops away, there are still 20,000 here. It is only right that East Commandery Prefecture dares not come out and fight. Jing Tuma thought for a moment, then nodded. Makes sense. It is just a pity about the traps I left. If they had truly dared to come out, I would have made them pay dearly. But the Earth Attribute Cultivator said, Cousin, General, do not be careless. The Soul Bewitching Organization has not sent us any news. In my view, they are likely already trapped inside the city. The ones in the city who can deal with the scatterling of bewitching the heart should not be taken lightly. The Fire Attribute Cultivator snorted coldly. That is only because the scatterling of bewitching the heart is useless. Humph. If not for his lack of skill, being caught by a bunch of mortals in the city, our plan would surely have succeeded, and we 3 would have been the first to earn merit in attacking Great Qi. Why would we need to wait here for the main army to arrive and then fight them for credit? Jing Tuma said, Enough, since nothing happened, let it be. You 2 have worked hard rushing back and must be tired. Rest well for 2 days. When our Dongi main army arrives, that will be the time East Commandery Prefecture City falls. Do not be fooled by how the Dongi tribe army now rages everywhere, seeming so mighty. But all this might is built on their hard work. A blitzkrieg is all about speed. The key is not to stop, to win the most gains in the shortest time. The 3 had led their armies, traveling 1,000 li in these few days, capturing dozens of cities, and worried that something might go wrong at East Commandery Prefecture, so they rushed back quickly after handing over their gains to the main Dongi army. This journey had drained them. Now that there was no trouble at East Commandery Prefecture, the 3 felt at ease. What followed was deep tiredness. Hearing this, even the usually calm Earth Attribute Cultivator, let alone the Fire Attribute Cultivator, felt exhaustion rising from the depths of his soul. They nodded at once and went to rest. None of the 3 noticed that in a corner of the large tent, a blade of green grass had poked its head out. Its leaves curled like an ear, while the body of the grass was buried in the earth. Dozens of meters away, in another military tent, Qi Gaolan held the root of that blade of green grass, listening to the sounds carried through the grass, and could not help but curl her lips. You have finally returned. You still do not know I am here. It seems the scatterling of bewitching the heart did not do his job very well. Very well then. Tonight, I will send you a good dream. Chapter 56. East Commandery Night Raid. Great Qi Counterattack. During these days of siege, did East Commandery Prefecture really do nothing? Of course not. It was just that the people who took action were unknown to both East Commandery Prefecture and the Dongi army. That person was Qi Gaolan, a cultivator at Qi refining level 2 inside the city. She had already slipped into the Dongyi tribe military camp, and even controlled some people to help her stay hidden. But because the main general of the army and the 2 cultivators with him were not in the main camp at the time, Qi Gaolan did not act and waited until they returned. The 2 cultivators from the Jin family had been busy for many days and were deeply tired. Also, they did not know the full picture. They had no idea there was a cultivator stronger than them in the besieged East Commandery Prefecture, and thought everyone was just mortals. So they did not take many precautions, and did not find Qi Gaolan at all. Of course, even if they had started searching, Qi Gaolan, who had been preparing for several days, would not have been found by them. At night, a large army quietly moved toward the Dongyi army camp. Several Dongyi generals controlled by Qi Gaolan opened the camp gates on their own. The army then rushed into the camp. The soldiers inside, not yet wearing armor, met such a fierce attack and suffered heavy losses at once. Especially those troops who had followed Jing Tuma and the other 2. They were already worn out and had fallen asleep the moment they lay down. As for Jing Tuma, the other 2, and many high-ranking generals, they all lost their lives while sleeping. Without high-ranking generals, the common soldiers had no one to lead them and could not gather their strength. They became like loose sand. And of course they were broken. By daybreak, only the great Qi Kingdom army remained in the main camp. Of the 50,000-strong army in the camp, some had died, some had fled. This battle not only crushed the Dongyi tribe 50,000 cavalry, but also seized a great amount of supplies. Materials, armor, and horses, enough to arm an army of tens of thousands with ease. A few days later, when the Dongyi tribe rear army arrived, what they saw was this tragic scene. Not only was the vanguard force nearly wiped out, East Commandery Prefecture was completely unharmed. Instead, it gained a large amount of armor and recruited strong men from the city as soldiers. In just a few days, East Commandery Prefecture gained tens of thousands of new troops. Although these new recruits might be a bit rough when fighting on the battlefield, they could still do rear-line tasks, or simply stand on the city walls to shoot arrows and drop stones. The Dongyi army launched several attacks, all of which were easily beaten back by East Commandery Prefecture. At the same time, the Great Qi Kingdom also made its own move. Even though the situation was urgent and there was not enough time to gather too many troops, they still sent an army of 70,000, publicly saying it was 150,000, led by the famous Prince of Nanjun, who charged forward. Their target was straight at East Commandery Prefecture. Under these conditions, the Dongyi tribe had no choice but to give up the land they had already taken and quickly pull back. Luckily, they still held the border pass of the Great Qi Kingdom. Using it as a stronghold, they defended and began a new war with the Great Qi Kingdom. The Dongyi tribe prepared for many years, came with great force, and with lightning war, seized half of Eastern Commandery. How frightening their military strength was. Zhou Chongping sighed. Yet, I never thought that as soon as the Great Qi Kingdom forces arrived, they would drive them away, forcing them to abandon the land they had already taken. In just half a month, they were pushed back all the way to the border pass. That is normal. After all, they lost most of their cavalry. Zhou Ming said, "Cavalry is the king of the battlefield, the sharpest spear. Losing cavalry means losing the strongest attacking power. And the Great Qi Kingdom has a large cavalry force led by the Prince of Nanjun, including the Black Feather Cavalry he built himself. On the open battlefield, the Dongyi tribe army simply could not win. In city defense battles, the cities they had taken just a few days earlier would not cooperate, and might even cause trouble on purpose. In the end, of course they had to retreat." Zhou Chongping nodded. "However, they now hold the border pass, and it will probably not be easy to take back soon." Zhou Ming said, "When the border pass was built, the focus was on defense from the outside, not from the inside. You mean the Dongyi tribe will not last long?" "Probably. So, this war will end soon." And Zhou Ming could not help but think of the Great Qi Kingdom actions during this event. Letting the Dongyi army break through the pass, quickly take half of Eastern Commandery in a short time, and even nearly capture East Commandery Prefecture, its main city. Their later counterattack only sent 70,000 troops. All their moves seemed like they were caught off guard. But Zhou Ming knew well that the Great Qi Kingdom was actually very ready for this. The troops, supplies, and materials needed for a war are no small thing, and the Great Qi Kingdom could not have been unaware of the Dongi tribe movements. Perhaps they already knew this even before Zhou Ming gave them information. At most, they just did not know the exact time of the troop movement and the soul-bewitching organization plans against East Commandery Prefecture. Having gone this far, the Great Qi Kingdom goal was surely not as simple as just driving away the Dongi tribe army. However, this had little to do with Zhou Ming. All in all, East Commandery Prefecture is safe for now, Zhou Ming said. So, Father, do you want to bring everyone home? Zhou Chongping shook his head. Not yet. Wait until the war is fully over. That is fine too. Zhou Chongping looked at Zhou Ming, hesitated for a moment, and said, Then, Ming, when do you plan to leave? If you are going, remember to tell your father, do not disappear without a word. Your father does not want to wake up one morning and suddenly not see you anymore. Zhou Ming was surprised. Father, what do you mean? Why would I leave for no reason? Zhou Chongping was also surprised. Ming, were you not planning to leave after East Commandery Prefecture was safe, and go to a place where spiritual qi is rich and cultivators gather? Zhou Ming laughed loudly and said, Father, you are thinking too far ahead. I will naturally go to a place with rich spiritual qi, but certainly not now. He paused, then added, How dangerous is the immortal path? With my current strength, I would be at the very bottom there, and if I am not careful, I could become someone else meal. So, I am afraid I need to rest for a while, and only leave East Commandery Prefecture for such a place after my strength has risen high enough. Oh, is that so? Zhou Chongping let out an awkward laugh. That is good, that is good. At night, Zhou Ming sat cross-legged, circulating his cultivation. Although I do not plan to leave East Commandery Prefecture right now for spiritual qi gathering places like Tiger Roar Mountain or Xianxia Mountain, since East Commandery Prefecture is safe, I can confidently switch to cultivating the 5 elements spirit absorption art and truly begin the immortal path. Currently, my spirit guiding talisman method has already reached the major achievement realm. Even if I use ordinary materials and true qi, the success rate should still be 1 or 2/10, right? 1 minute later, Zhou Ming took out a stack of animal hides from inside his clothes. He carefully pulled out 2 pieces from the pile. The cinnabar ink marks on the surface of the hides were clear and unbroken, softly giving off a faint glow. Indeed, it is done. Chapter 57. Entering the Immortal Sect. 240 strands of spiritual qi per day. Even if I use my major achievement level skill to draw a spirit guiding talisman made from ordinary materials and true qi, the final product is only 1/3 as strong as a real one. This means I likely need 36 spirit guiding talismans to create a temporary spiritual land, so I can cultivate and enter the Tao. 36 spirit guiding talismans did not stop Zhou Ming. He entered the siege dungeon and spent 6 days drawing spirit guiding talismans hundreds of times. Even with a success rate of only 20%, he still gathered 36 spirit guiding talismans. That night, carrying these 36 spirit guiding talismans, Zhou Ming quietly left the Zhou family, left East Commandery Prefecture, and headed toward a nearby mountain forest. In the instance, Zhou Ming had fought here many times, so he knew the area well, and quickly found a bear den. After using the soul-bewitching bell to put the owner to sleep, Zhou Ming dragged it outside and took over the cave. 36 spirit guiding talismans were placed all around the cave. The spirit guiding talismans took effect the moment they were set down, and began to work at once. Their power to draw in spiritual qi could last for 12 hours, a full day. 36 spirit guiding talismans pulled in all the spiritual qi from the surrounding area. Even in a place so poor in spiritual qi, gathering this much was enough for a qi refining cultivator to practice. Zhou Ming put on his specially made clear spirit jade armor, sat cross-legged in the cave, and began his cultivation. Smoothly, very smoothly. Although this was Zhou Ming's first time cultivating in the real world, he had cultivated dozens of times inside the instance. Even though every try ended in failure, they all gave him experience. And with all his hard work during this time, the 5-element spirit absorption art had also been raised to the minor achievement realm by Zhou Ming. This cultivation technique covers the whole qi refining level. The minor achievement realm is something many cultivators at Qi refining 5th or 6th layer may never reach. So, with enough spiritual Qi, Zhou Ming cultivation speed would surely be much faster than what his spiritual root alone could give him. This is why so many groups, when taking in disciples, do not like to take cultivators who have already started on the immortal path. After all, they cannot see their spiritual roots, and these people have already cultivated the 5 elements spirit absorption art, so their spiritual root type is only known from what they say. For such people, those groups usually have age limits, and will watch their cultivation speed after they join, then decide if they are worth training based on that speed. If someone really lies and thinks they can fool those groups, they are likely underestimating them. Spiritual Qi. Compared to before, the spiritual Qi, at least 10 times, even 9 times denser, filled the whole cave. In Zhou Ming's mind, it was like fireflies dancing on a summer night. And Zhou Ming, running the 5 elements spirit absorption art, was like a whirlwind, trying to pull in those fireflies. The strength of this pull, however, came from both the spiritual root and the cultivation technique. After about an hour, Zhou Ming finally drew the first strand of spiritual Qi into his body, moving it through his meridians and refining it with the 5 elements spirit absorption art. It seemed slow, and it truly was slow. All things are hard at the start, and immortal cultivation is no different. But once a cultivator has even a small thread of spiritual power in their body, their ability to pull in spiritual Qi grows much stronger, and taking in the second strand becomes much easier. Zhou Ming took an hour to absorb the first strand of spiritual Qi, but in the second hour, he took in more than 20 strands. Then he stopped, because his meridians could not take any more. Most of the spiritual Qi in the world carries 5 elements traits, and unrefined spiritual Qi shows these traits clearly. The sharpness of metal, the wearing of wood, the heat of fire, the cold of water, and the heaviness of earth. All of these put pressure on the body meridians. So, even the best supreme grade spiritual root cannot gather more than 100 strands of spiritual Qi in one day. After all, no matter how strong your spiritual root is, before you begin cultivation, your body is still that of a mortal. How can your meridians survive the harm of more than 100 strands of spiritual Qi? Even these 100 strands must be split into 2 sessions, one in the morning and one at night, to avoid damage from too much spiritual Qi. But once spiritual Qi is refined into spiritual power, it loses all its sharpness. As it moves through the meridians, it feeds them and makes them stronger. Many geniuses also train in body refining cultivation techniques to further strengthen their meridians, and so raise the amount of spiritual Qi they can take in each day. Zhou Ming earlier hard work in martial arts, reaching external training peak, and taking many tiger strength pills to change his body, now showed their worth. After only 2 hours of rest, Zhou Ming felt his meridians had healed, and he began cultivating again. This time, in 1 hour, he took in 40 strands of spiritual Qi at once. The next hour gave the same result. This means that taking in 40 strands of spiritual Qi in 1 hour is my current limit. If counted at the normal cultivator speed of 2 sessions a day, morning and evening, I can take in at most 160 strands of spiritual Qi each day. Not only that, I only need 2 hours of rest for my meridians to recover, so I can do 3 sessions each day, and in the end, take in 240 strands of spiritual Qi. More than a year of external training, and the body change from those 10 tiger strength pills did not lose all their use as Zhou Ming power grew. Now, as he stepped onto the immortal path, this physical strength made his recovery and endurance far better than other new cultivators. An absorption rate of 240 strands of spiritual Qi per day is more than double the limit of a supreme grade spiritual root. Besides my strong body, fast recovery, and minor achievement 5 elements spirit absorption art, my spiritual root must also have played a big part. Other than the mortal grade metal spiritual root dropped by the scatterling of bewitching the heart, I must have other spiritual roots. This spiritual root did not come from elsewhere. I was born with it. While I cannot be sure of its exact value, I think it should be high-grade spiritual root or higher, and the element fire. A high-grade fire spiritual root, at least, added with a mortal grade metal spiritual root, plus a body at external training peak that had been changed, and a minor achievement 5 elements spirit absorption art. All these together gave Zhou Ming his current result of 240 strands of spiritual qi per day. I can also keep farming spiritual roots through instances to raise my total spiritual root value. But no matter how many spiritual roots there are, they need the body as a base to show their power. So my most important task now is to keep training my body. Thinking this, Zhou Ming simply went back to practicing Hunyuan post after his meridians reached their limit. Sadly, this external training cultivation technique was now nearly useless to him. I need to find a way to get more advanced external training cultivation techniques, or even body refining cultivation techniques from the immortal cultivation world. Speaking of which, why did the scatterling of bewitching the heart, Qi Gaolan, and the two Jin family brothers not have any body refining cultivation techniques? Oh, right, they are not geniuses. They can only take in a few dozen strands of spiritual qi per day and never reach their limit. So of course they do not need body refining. The poll from 2 days ago has results. Many readers misunderstood my intent. The poll I started was to decide the protagonist's inborn spiritual root, not the final spiritual root he could reach. But most people still chose supreme grade, so it will be set as a supreme grade fire spiritual root, with others to be added later through instances. This novel setting says that a cultivator early cultivation speed is affected by body and meridian strength, with an upper limit. So right now, the protagonist can only tell that his inborn spiritual root is high grade or higher, and will only find out later that he has a supreme grade spiritual root. Chapter 58. Converting True Qi. Reaching second layer in 1 month. Because he only absorbed over 30 strands of spiritual qi during the first 2 hours, Zhou Ming gained only a little over 230 strands of spiritual qi through the whole day of cultivation. Under the refining of the 5 elements spirit absorption art, this spiritual qi turned into wisps of spiritual power, moving through his meridians. 10 wisps make 1 thread. 10 threads make 1 strand. This means 100 strands of spiritual qi can only give 1 strand of spiritual power. This is the standard of the 5 elements spirit absorption art. The spiritual qi refined by this cultivation technique is already seen as quite pure in the immortal cultivation world, and is enough to pass the foundation establishment test later. Many cultivation techniques in the immortal cultivation world cannot reach this standard. They often form a strand of spiritual power from only a few dozen strands of spiritual qi. While this seems better in numbers, this kind of spiritual power is not pure enough. It leads to weaker power when casting spells, doing alchemy, refining qi, or even breaking through bottlenecks. Not to mention facing the foundation establishment difficulty. Having 1 strand of spiritual power means you can be called a qi refining first layer cultivator. How hard is this gate of immortal cultivation for ordinary mortals? At this moment, Zhou Ming truly felt the gap made by spiritual roots. A supreme grade spiritual root can refine 100 strands of spiritual qi in 1 day, and step right into qi refining first layer. But if it were a mortal with a spiritual root value of 1, it would take 100 days to refine the same amount of spiritual qi. Of course, in truth, mortals would fail just trying to refine the first strand of spiritual qi, let alone 100 days. They would not enter the immortal path even in 100 years. A single spiritual root blocks 99 out of 100 people in the world. Luckily, I not only have 1, but it is also very high grade. Not only do I have it myself, I can also farm it through the instance. After condensing the more than 200 wisps of spiritual power into 2 strands, Zhou Ming went back at once to the Zhou family in East Commandery Prefecture. In his small courtyard, Zhou Ming tried to cultivate again, but after holding on for 1 hour, he only managed to absorb and refine 5 strands of spiritual qi. The speed had dropped by a full 8 times. One must know, he has already stepped onto the immortal path and has spiritual power inside his body, so his ability to pull in spiritual qi is far better than before. Even so, he could only refine 5 strands of spiritual qi in 1 hour. This is the difference between thick and thin spiritual qi. Since it is like this for me, it is hard to imagine how hard cultivation must be for the scatterling of bewitching the heart, who has a mortal grade spiritual root. No wonder he, a cultivator, would work for the Dongi tribe for decades. All he seeks are resources, Spirit medicine and medicinal pills that hold spiritual qi can all be refined into spiritual power. Also, as Zhou Ming learned from Jingyu information, spirit stones can even be used as money in the true immortal cultivation world. They are formed from gathered spiritual qi between heaven and earth and hold a great amount of pure spiritual qi. They are the most common kind of cultivation resource in the immortal cultivation world, which is why they are used as the common money among cultivators. Sadly, Zhou Ming has yet to see a single one. This means that neither the scatterling of bewitching the heart nor the two Jin family brothers actually own spirit stones. Luckily, medicinal pills can still drop from them. The yellow dragon pill is clearly a fairly common cultivation medicinal pill in the immortal cultivation world. The Jin family brothers can also drop ginseng spirit pill and Ganoderma lucidum pellet, which are also cultivation medicinal pills. Zhou Ming kept all these in his system storage space without taking them out, waiting until he stepped onto the immortal path before using them. But before that, strands of true qi gathered in his dantian, and with the flow of spiritual power, they slowly turned into spiritual power. The true qi, which an ordinary person might spend a lifetime building up, quickly faded away during this process. But the spiritual power inside Zhou Ming's body grew fast. For the days that followed, Zhou Ming's daily routine was very simple. At midnight, when the instance count refreshed, he would go into the siege dungeon at once, kill the Jin family brothers, and practice the spirit guiding talisman method. After coming out, he would begin turning his true qi into spiritual power. Then, he would cultivate the three delusions art, using this cultivation technique instead of sleep. Not only did it keep him from getting tired, but he would feel 100 times more awake after cultivating. He then kept on turning true qi, and whenever he felt weary, he would cultivate the three delusions art again to bring back his energy. The only flaw in all this was that physical tiredness could not be removed. Although spiritual power helps heal the body and can ease tiredness, the effect is small at only qi refining first layer. So Zhou Ming often needed to truly sleep once every 3 days to let his body rest. Just like that, a month passed in the blink of an eye. Qi refining first layer. Peak. Inside the room, Zhou Ming opened his eyes, and at once a medicinal pill appeared in his hand from nowhere. It was the yellow dragon pill taken from the system storage space. I remember when I first reached internal training, I could only take 1/60th of this medicinal pill at a time, but now, Zhou Ming gently peeled off the pill coating, put the whole medicinal pill into his mouth, and swallowed it with spiritual power. Soon, a burning hot energy burst from his stomach. Zhou Ming quickly ran the 5 elements spirit absorption art, sending all the energy into his meridians, where it was turned into spiritual power as the cultivation technique worked. The sun set in the evening and rose again in the morning. A strong wave of spiritual qi suddenly burst from Zhou Ming, making wind inside the room that threw the nearby furniture aside and knocked over the long spears placed in the corner. Half a quarter of an hour later, Zhou Ming pulled back the spiritual qi wave, and finally the room grew calm. He opened his eyes and saw his room was in chaos. A bit of helplessness showed in Zhou Ming's eyes. If I had known there would be such a stir when breaking through the realm, I should have picked a different place to cultivate. Zhou Ming's mind moved, and he at once cast the basic spell object manipulation art. Several threads of spiritual power came from his body, like several large hands, all at once grabbing the scattered furniture, weapons, and armor in the room, and putting them back where they belonged. In just a few breaths, the whole room was back as it was, even cleaner than before. At any rate, the breakthrough worked. Right now, I am a qi refining level 2 cultivator. From refining the first strand of spiritual qi to reaching qi refining level 2, it took only 1 short month. If the scatterling of bewitching the heart knew, he would probably cry from envy. Although most of this spiritual power came from true qi, it was also because of Zhou Ming's past hard work and saving up. The months of cultivation and the yellow dragon pills he took all turned into spiritual power at this moment, helping Zhou Ming break through to qi refining level 2 in one go. But from now on, I can only rely on my own cultivation and taking medicinal pills. It is a good thing today new instance count has not been used yet. Let me see if those Jin family brothers can drop more medicinal pills. Also, I need to get used to the power of qi refining level 2. Siege dungeon. Inside the mountain forest. Cousin, be careful. That man is also a cultivator, and we do not know what skills he has. Do not worry. I will not be careless. The earth attribute cultivator nodded, then took out a dark yellow great seal and said, "Let me see where that fellow ran off to." A dark yellow glow burst from the great seal, sweeping across the area. The earth attribute cultivator face changed. "No, he is right here." As soon as he finished speaking, a burning heat struck from behind. The earth attribute cultivator spun around quickly, only to see a flash of fire pass through the chest of his cousin, the fire attribute cultivator. That ball of fire was still flying toward him. The earth attribute cultivator quickly moved the bright light heavy rock seal to block, barely managing to stop the ball of fire. At this moment, the earth attribute cultivator finally saw clearly what the ball of fire was. It was clearly a flaming flying wheel carved with red gold patterns. Bright light crimson flame wheel. How is that possible? Chapter 59. Using their own methods against them. The bright light crimson flame wheel flew backward, and in an instant, it landed in the hands of a face the earth attribute cultivator did not know. The earth attribute cultivator frowned deeply. Confusion and killing intent showed in his eyes. "How do you have a bright light crimson flame wheel? Did you kill one of my gene family cultivators before?" "No, that is not right. Even if it is the same bright light crimson flame wheel, the patterns on it should not be exactly the same. Cannot figure it out. Then go to the underworld and keep thinking." Zhou Ming put away the bright light crimson flame wheel, then took out a large seal and threw it. A deep yellow glow burst out, and the earth attribute cultivator heart shook hard. Bright light heavy rock seal. Under the glow, the earth attribute cultivator felt his whole body grow heavy, as if a great mountain was pressing down on him. Spirit gathering. Heaviness. Earth spirit amplification. These were the patterns on his own heavy rock seal. Spirit gathering could pull in spiritual chi and lower the user-owned spiritual power use. Heaviness was used to trap enemies, and also made the heavy rock seal attacks heavier and stronger. The last one, Earth Spirit Amplification, could boost the power of Earth attribute skills. This was why he always used the heavy rock seal as the base for all his spells, whether for finding enemies or for defense. The weight he felt now was exactly the effect of the patterns he himself had carved. But Zhou Ming had a strong body built from his external training past, while the Earth attribute cultivator, apart from his spiritual power, was still immortal. Under this heavy feeling, Zhou Ming could still move a little, but the Earth attribute cultivator could barely shift at all. And this was the very reason he had chosen the heaviness pattern. The heavy rock seal attack needed time to charge. Without trapping the enemy, his heavy rock seal would almost never hit. But he never thought that this time, it would be his turn to taste its power. Zhou Ming heavy rock seal floated in the air, its deep yellow glow forming a phantom of a great seal half a zhang tall, and then it came crashing down. Your current adventure has dropped fireball technique, guidance technique, 8 forms of bloody battle, and others. They have been automatically stored in your storage space and can be taken out at any time. Chi refining level 2 strength is truly strong. Facing 2 Chi refining level 1 enemies, it is almost a complete defeat. Excitement flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes. In just 1 month, my power has grown this much. Cultivating immortality is truly better than martial Dao. Then, he gathered the rewards from this instance. A low-grade rank 1 fireball technique and a basic level guidance technique. So-called basic spells are those that are not complex and are cast simply by using spiritual power. They are very low in difficulty and easy to learn. Spells like Spirit Chi Finger and Spirit Chi Shield are among the easiest basic spells, although their power is equal to true Chi martial arts, and even a little better. But in terms of skill, these 2 spells can probably only sit at the same table as the 5 Tigers Severing Gateblade technique. Spirit Eye technique is a bit more complex, but it is only as good as normal internal training martial arts. From this, Zhou Ming also understood that the martial arts he had learned before could actually be released using spiritual power, especially those true Chi martial arts. When cast with spiritual power, their power even surpassed many basic spells and matched low-grade rank 1 spells. As for the guidance technique that dropped this time, it is one of the hardest basic spells. Its use is to leave a spiritual power mark on a target and then guide later attacks to hit that mark. Entry-level guidance technique can only send attacks in a straight line, but if it reaches minor achievement, it can guide spells to turn in mid-air. If cultivated to major achievement, drawing a curve in the air is easy. Perfection level is even stronger, even if the enemy hides in a maze and wins through it. As long as they are still within the spell attack range, the spell can follow them through every twist and turn. In battles between chi refining cultivators, the guidance technique is very important. Otherwise, if the enemy hides behind a wall, you could not hit them at all. What would be the point of fighting? When a spell involves the use of heaven and earth spiritual chi, or is complex to a certain degree, it is called a rank 1 spell. Fireball technique uses the fire attribute spiritual chi between heaven and earth. An earth hiding technique uses the earth attribute spiritual chi. When a cultivator casts it, they use their own spiritual power to pull and control the spiritual chi around them. And in this way, they cast the spell. For a low-grade rank 1 spell, the balance between spiritual power and spiritual chi is often 50-50. The better the spell, the bigger this gap becomes. Some spells can often reach 1 to 9. That means they use only one part of their own spiritual power, but control 9 parts of heaven and earth spiritual chi to cast a spell. Those legendary golden core old ancestors. A single spell can shatter mountains and split the ground with shocking power, yet they can fight each other for several months. This is because each time they cast a spell, they only truly use a small part of their own strength. And if cast with a treasure, it can be even easier. But if the heaven and earth spiritual chi around is thin, the power of the spell can only come fully from spiritual power. Either the cost goes up, or the power goes down. Those moves that can destroy a mountain with one palm in places rich with spiritual chi, when brought to a place with thin spiritual chi, can probably only leave a handprint on the stone. In other words, if I go to a place rich in spiritual chi, will my power grow even more? Zhou Ming tried to picture the kind of power cultivators could show in those places full of spiritual chi. Then he steadied himself and began to prepare for the next fight. Next, he would challenge the Chi Residence dungeon. It has blocked me for so long, but now, I can finally clear it. Chi Residence dungeon. The red gold flying wheel burned with fierce flames, turning into a ball of fire that danced wildly all around. Any falling flame could easily kill a black eagle guard. The 3 patterns on the bright light crimson flame wheel. Spirit gathering, which lowers spiritual power use. Lightness, which makes it lighter, speeds up flight, and also helps lower spiritual power use. The last one, sharpness, boosts its attack. One could say this is a magical artifact built for fighting. The pity is, with his chi refining level 2 strength, Zhou Ming could only control one low-grade magical artifact at a time, at most adding a heart-bewitching mirror or a black sand spear, which are trash magical artifacts. As for the heavy rock seal, which is of the same rank as the crimson flame wheel, he could not use it. Otherwise, with the crimson flame wheel attack and the heavy rock seal hold, no one below chi refining level 3 would likely be able to fight back. But even with just one crimson flame wheel, it was enough to trouble Chi Gaolon. She held the green bamboo sword, surrounded by a blue-green glow, and several vines grew from the ground, like long whips, waving around her. Whenever a flame fell, these vines would at once put it out. Fellow Taoist of the Jin family, why do you attack? I have only one goal here, and that is to kill you. Zhou Ming raised his black sand spear. This magical artifact no longer needed killing intent to wake it. It could now be used freely with just spiritual power. The crimson flame wheel flew, scattering trails of firelight. Zhou Ming himself leaped with his spear and had already reached Chi Gaolon. Seeing this, Chi Gaolon panicked at once. Fellow Taoist of the Jin family, do not bring trouble on yourself. I am the daughter of the Prince of Nanjun, and my rank is not low. If you kill me, my grandfather will surely bring the green flood dragon sword and demand an answer from your Jin family. Chapter 60. Zhou Ming Benevolence. First clear of Chi Residence. I said my goal is only one, to kill you. Zhou Ming swept his black spear. With the power of spiritual power, the black sand spear showed greater strength than ever before. With one strike, it shattered all the green vines. Then, he thrust the spear toward Chi Gaolon. A dark red glow burst from the spear tip at that moment. Qi Gaolon jumped back quickly, dodging the glow, and landed in front of the main hall. Behind her were the twin dragons of Nanjun and Qi Shudao. "Wife!" Qi Shudao cried out, worry spreading across his face. Qi Gaolon glanced at the three of them, said nothing, but her eyes grew firm. She turned back to Zhou Ming and said, "Fellow Taoist, do you truly mean to kill us all? Are you not afraid of mutual destruction? What nonsense. The fish will die today, but the net will never break. Then, go to hell." The green bamboo sword in Qi Gaolon's hand lit up, and a sword Qi slashed out. Its power no less than any first-tier low-grade spell. Zhou Ming shifted his feet, using spiritual power to cast ghost shadow steps. His body flickered like a ghost, dodging the sword Qi in an instant. Qi Gaolon swung her sword again, but this time she did not attack, instead scattering specks of blue-green light, which fell all around them. At once, dozens of weeds and vines suddenly grew wildly by several meters, their surfaces glowing with blue-green light, striking like long spears or sharp swords. Zhou Ming beckoned, and the blazing wheel flew over, wrapped in flames, fighting with the vines. Zhou Ming himself dodged among the weeds and vines, trying to strike Qi Gaolon from the side. But then he saw Qi Gaolon holding the green bamboo sword before her, opening her mouth to spit fresh blood onto the sword. The blue-green sword was instantly covered in a bloody hue. Qi Gaolon's face also turned pale at once. She formed a sword incantation with one hand, while with the other, she threw the blood-stained green bamboo sword to the ground. The long sword sank into the earth and vanished. Not good. Zhou Ming could guess at once that this move was not simple, so he gave up the chance to attack and flashed back. Sure enough, the moment he pulled back, a green and bloody light burst from beneath his feet, and then a sword phantom, one zhang long, shot up from under him. The light shone bright. Its power was also fearsome. If he had not moved in time, this sword would have pierced from underground. Zhou Ming suddenly felt a chill in his lower body. His look toward Qi Gaolon now carried a hint of dread. This woman is a ruthless one. At this moment, the green-red sword phantom sank into the ground again. This technique uses the ground to hide, appearing and disappearing without warning, making it impossible to guard against. But every spell has its limits. For a mere Qi refining level 2, the limit is probably only 2 or 3 zhang. Zhou Ming found he could not sense where the attack would come from at all, and since it burst from underground, there might not even be time to dodge. But he also saw a flaw in an instant. The enemy had not cast a guiding spell to mark him, so without another word, he turned and ran. From the entrance of this mansion main hall to the street outside was several zhang of distance. With luck, he could go beyond the enemy attack range. Even if not, increasing the distance could also throw off her aim. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the blazing will burst with fierce fire, shaking off all the surrounding weeds and vines, and flew back. Qi Gaolon's face was pale, and she formed a sword incantation, predicting where Zhou Ming would run. The next moment, the green-red sword phantom burst from the ground again, stabbing straight at Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming was ready. As he dodged in that instant, he also sent the blazing wheel to strike the sword phantom. He managed to push the sword phantom off course, but the blazing wheel was also knocked away by the sword phantom. Zhou Ming reached the outside of the main gate, standing before the instant's invisible wall, and looked back into the Qi residence. Several zhang away. Even if it is not your attack limit, can you still strike true? Also, Zhou Ming had noticed that the green-red sword phantom was much smaller than its first strike. Clearly, this kind of attack cost a great deal of spiritual power. She could not do it many times. Qi Gaolon gritted her teeth, pointing with her sword incantation. The green-red glow burst from the ground again. But, as expected, it was slightly slower than before. This tiny moment was Zhou Ming's chance. He dodged to the side at once. The next moment, the sword phantom burst forth, appearing half a meter to Zhou Ming's side, completely missing. But in that instant, the sword phantom suddenly condensed, turning into the green bamboo sword, curving in the air and stabbing toward Zhou Ming. Now the distance between them was only half a meter. Too bad. I was ready for this too. Zhou Ming threw out the large seal at once, which bloomed with deep yellow light. perfectly blocking the path of the green bamboo sword. The two magical artifacts clashed, but the green bamboo sword had the edge, its green-red light fiercely bright. Yet it was only for a moment, before it was pushed down by the deep yellow light, its power fading. After only a few breaths, the green bamboo sword lost all strength and fell to the ground, its surface light dim. Zhou Ming took back the heavy rock seal, turned, and looked inside the Qi residence. Fellow Taoist, do you have any other tricks? Bring them all out. Qi Gaolan felt weak all over and sank to the ground, saying with a bitter smile, I cannot match a fellow Taoist who holds 3 magical artifacts. I have no more tricks left. Since that is so, Zhou Ming re-entered the mansion, calling the blazing wool back to him. Then, fellow Taoist, please begin your journey. At this moment, Qi Shudao, who had been guarded by the twin dragons of Nanjun, suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of Qi Gaolan, saying, Your Excellency, if you wish to kill my wife, then kill me first. Husband, Qi Gaolan stood up, holding Qi Shudao's hand. Wife, if you die, I do not wish to live alone. It was shame enough that I let my wife protect me before. Now that death is near, let me go first. Qi Gaolan reached out and held Qi Shudao's face. Very well, I will follow my husband's wish. The two stood side by side, ready to face death together. Such deep love moved even Zhou Ming a little. Such deep love between husband and wife. How about this? I am merciful, so I will not separate you. Please, both of you, begin your journey together. The blazing will cut through both of them in an instant. And so, in the vast Qi residence instance, only the twin dragons of Nanjun remained, along with Feng Tianxing, who suddenly ran out. If this man had not appeared without warning, Zhou Ming would have nearly forgotten that Feng Tianxing was also in this instance. Facing a cultivator who could defeat even Qi Gaolan, the three clearly had no will to fight, and instead rushed forward, seeking a quick death. Zhou Ming, however, took out the heart-bewitching mirror at this moment. Do not rush. I still have some questions I wish you to answer. Your adventure this time dropped exotic iron blade, dragon's roar golden bell shield, golden silk soft armor, wood spirit sword art, and others. They have been automatically added to your storage space and can be taken out at any time. First clear successful. You have received the first clear rewards. Low grade with spiritual root, divine wood art, 100-year vermilion fruit,